Okay, text completion, question number 1. Okay, all right, this one. So we have to choose one of these options. Okay, all right. In Europe, football, otherwise known as soccer, is the most popular sport by several orders of magnitude. Whereas, this is the key word, in the United States of America, fandom, like fans, like supporters, okay, fandom is fairly evenly watched among a few different sports. What do you think before you go to the options? What do you think what should be the option here? The sentence says in Europe, football is the most popular, but several orders of magnitude. It's on the top, okay? It's the only sports that is being played or watched. Whereas means it's not the case somewhere else, okay? Like it is not the only sports there, okay? So whereas is indicating this thing, all right? So here is its most popular sports by several orders of magnitude, whereas in here in America, the fandom is fairly evenly what? Divided. The fandom is fairly evenly divided among a few different sports. You got it? So usually when I ask my students, they usually either say inspired or regarded because they don't understand what is being said here. So you are also supposed to do the same. Whenever you start the video, you just pause it for a while, do the question yourself and see what your answer is, how you understood the question, okay, how you understood the sentence, the passage, okay, the text. So then you continue watching the video, all right? So why they do this, regarded or inspired? Because it doesn't make sense that whereas in United States of America, fandom is fairly evenly regarded among a few different sports. So how is it like making sense? Inspired among a few different sports, it is saying whereas means it is not the only sports there. You have to tell them that this is not the only sport, there are other sports too, all right? So that's what you are saying here, that the fans are fairly evenly divided among a few different sports, all right? So regarded, inspired, enjoyed, measured, no way. Apportioned means divided. It's been portioned, okay, it's been apportioned, all right? So if you say, like, you can read it like football is the only sports, but in America fandom is fairly evenly inspired. No, fandom is fairly evenly enjoyed. Fandom is enjoyed. Fandom is fairly evenly measured. Like, what is the point of measuring it? You are saying here that this is the only sports in Europe, and in America it's not the only sports, there are others, okay? So fans are fairly evenly divided, apportioned. So this is the correct answer. So if you are good at reading and interpreting the sentence, then you will be able to do it. It's not about only vocabulary, it's about understanding the text too, all right? So yeah, you better improve your vocabulary, you keep improving it, but along with that you improve your reading skills too, okay? Unless you are good at reading, you won't be able to fill this blank with the appropriate vocabulary word, okay? Because you are not understanding what is being said and what is being asked. And look for the key words, like whereas mean there was a contrast in here. Contrast between what? The most popular sports by several orders and not the most popular sports, okay? So apportioned is the answer. Question number 2. The astrophysicist argues that our books and films about interstellar space travel are a form of mass what? So we have to fill this blank using one of these 5 options. and that only a miracle on a scale heretofore unseen could allow a human being to voyage to even the closest star in another solar system. Alright, before you go to the options, you have to be clear that what is being asked and what is being told here, okay? Because usually students go with the innovation because they are astrophysicists and they are solar system and all that, something new, so they think that it's an innovation. But innovation would be if the author is appreciating something, admiring something. But here it's criticizing the books and films. Why? Because it says that the astrophysicist argues that these books and films about interstellar space travel. Interstellar space travel is like galaxy to galaxy travel. Okay, so what are they? Okay, mass what? And now it's telling us that only a miracle on a scale heretofore unseen could allow a human being to voyage, to journey, to travel to even the closest star in another solar system. We can't even go to the nearest solar system. Only a miracle can do that. So how these films and these books show us interstellar space travel? So this is totally unrealistic. Astrophysicist argues that this thing, interstellar space travel, is a mass what, so unrealistic thing. Okay, so not innovation. Okay, delusion, that is the closest thing that is to unrealistic thing. Okay, dementia is something related to the forgetfulness, it's a disease, so it's not the option here. Catastrophe means some destruction, some big destruction. So no, it's not working here. Hysteria is you are so excited, dramatically acting. So no. So delusion is the closest here. That shows that this is unrealistic. Okay. Now we'll read it again. The astrophysicist argues that our books and films about interstellar space travel are a form of mass delusion, and that only a miracle on a scale heretofore unseen could allow a human being to voyage to even the closest star in another solar system. Okay, so delusion is the right answer. Peculiarly enough, Shakespeare has been often dashed as the best English language playwright, and often dashed as a man lacking the education to write those plays. Okay, this is a double blank question. For the first blank, you can choose any of these three, and for the second blank, you can choose any of these three. Okay, it's not necessary that you choose the parallel ones, okay, opposite to each other. No. Okay, well, peculiarly enough can be used as although, whereas. Okay, so it means there is a contrast in this question. Like the first sentence is in contrast with the second sentence. Okay, so you can use it. Although Shakespeare has been often dashed as the best English language playwright. So when you say someone is best English language playwright, you are praising him, you are admiring him or her. Okay, so here you should put a positive word like regarded, okay, like appreciated, like admired, like crowned. Stigmatized and castigated, both are negative words. Stigmatized means cast somebody away from the society, out of the society. So you stigmatize someone, you don't keep him in the society, okay, in the group. Castigate is again to criticize someone, okay, severely. So here you are not criticizing by saying the best English language playwright. Actually you are admiring him, okay, so you are crowning him. So although peculiarly enough, Shakespeare has been often admired, crowned as the best English language playwright, but what? But there is something negative about him. You are done with the positive one. Now a bit of negative one. What? And often dash as a man lacking the education to write those plays. Like people said, yeah, I didn't have that education, but all the same he wrote those best English playwrights, okay, plays. So you can't use deified, because deified means to consider someone as god, to like make somebody so sacred, okay. So deified is wrong here, because you need a negative word here, okay. Beware of extreme negative words. Demonize. You are like Shakespeare didn't murder someone that you are using demonize. Okay, so it's not demonized, it's but dismissed. People dismissed him as a writer. Like they said that he is not a like he didn't have that much education that he could be a writer, but all the same he wrote best English plays. Okay, so you can use dismissed here. Now what will it be? And often dismissed as a man lacking the education to write those plays. So now let's read it again. Peculiarly enough, Shakespeare has been often crowned as the best English language playwright, and often dismissed as a man lacking the education to write those plays. Perfect. Okay, so be careful about the extreme words. Okay, extremely negative, extremely positive. Okay, both are like on the GRE. I rarely have seen these things. Okay, so well, crowned and dismissed are the answers here. That's it. Question number 4. While far from the bane that some scholars have declared them to be, dash versions of novels and essays do indeed excise essential elements. Students would have to supplement their reading with these dash resources to fully understand the intent of the original. Okay, annotated, abridged, antedated, complementary, compelling. All right, first you need to see what is the actual thing that we are looking for here, okay, because that's important. You can't just go to the options and keep putting them and see that what is the correct one. No, that's not the correct way. You should be able to understand what should be here, okay. While far from the bane, like it's not that bad, okay. It means fall from the bane means it's not that bad, okay. While far from the bane that some scholars have declared them to be. What scholars have declared to be far from bane? To be not bad. Dash versions of novels and essays do indeed excise. Excise means cut, like reduce, like decrease. Excise essential elements. Okay, annotated novels and essays, abridged novels and essays, antedated novels and essays. Which essays reduce the content? Have you listened about abridged editions of novels? The abridged editions are the small ones. Like Lord of the Rings has 3 copies, okay, three volumes. Now if you give it in 1 volume, that is abridged novel, condensed, okay. Excise means to condense, to reduce it, okay. So abridged novel reduce the amount of the content in the novel, okay, in the book. All right, so abridged, here it should be abridged version. All right, because abridged versions of novels and essays do indeed excise. Yeah, I know this is a different word, a new word for you, because excise means to reduce the stuff, to decrease, to cut, okay, essential elements. So when the essential elements are cut, students would have to supplement their reading. So because in the books there are abridged novels, some information has been reduced, has been excised. So what do they need? They need extra books, they need extra material, okay. Supplement their reading with which resources? Complementary, compelling. Okay, this complementary is praise, like appreciation, okay, a compliment from someone, okay. So that's absolutely the spelling thing and is a trap, okay. Compelling resources, no, we are looking for something that will tell us that complements the original one. Okay, like something complements the other means it completes it. So that's it, complete. Okay, so if a cap of a pen is complemented to it, because that completes it. All right. Okay, compelling won't be correct here, because compelling like a different thing. Okay, a compelling story. Okay, something like that. All right. So you are looking for, supplement their reading with additional resources, with complementary resources, to fully understand the intent of the original, because in the original the actual things have been because reduced, so you can't understand it unless you have extra material, the complementary material, the material that will complete the concept, the intent. All right, so complementary will be here in the second, and a bridge should be here in the first. Annotated is like this is a book, I'm annotating it like with different notes on the sides. Okay, that's annotation. I'm annotating with the pen. Okay, so annotation means you write extra notes. So for extra notes you won't be needing supplementary material, so no, annotated is wrong. Antedated is like old. Okay, so that's again not the purpose. Okay, when you reduce the amount, essential elements, it means abridged. Okay, so first one is abridged and second one is complementary with E, please. Okay, while far from the bane that some scholars have declared them to be, abridged versions of novels and essays do indeed excise essential elements. Students would have to supplement their reading with complementary sources to fully understand the intent of the original. I hope you understand. Question number 5. Even the dash and alluring charms of Paris were not sufficient to cure the young expatriate of his yearning for the simple and quaint charms of his rural American home. Okay, I don't call it a GRE question if the answer is not within the question, and that's a must. You must find the answer within the question. So what is happening here? Let's see. Okay, what is happening here? It's explaining two different charms of Paris and two different charms of rural America. Even the dash and alluring charms of Paris. So there was alluring and something we don't know yet. Okay, these charms of Paris were not sufficient to cure the young expatriate. Like he went there to Paris from America, of his yearning, his desire for the simple and quaint charms of his rural American home. Okay, all right, now this is a contrast, right? So he wasn't satisfied from by the alluring and these charms of Paris, because he was desiring for the rural Americas these two charms, simple and quaint charms. Now you see, quaint charms and alluring charms are two things, like the second ones have been already explained, because they are the opposite ones. Okay, quaint charms are not much alluring. All right, so these are alluring charms. All right, so they are opposite of each other. Now we are looking for the opposite of what? Opposite of simple. So this will be, whatever this will be opposite of simple, because he wasn't satisfying from the Paris charms. So he was looking for these charms. What? Simple charms. It means what type of charms were in Paris that were opposite to simple charms he was looking for? Sophisticated. Yeah, lascivious is like related to sexual desire. Okay, and alluring is also the same almost. So people go to lascivious usually. Why? Because alluring and lascivious to resemble, because to look synonym. But we are not looking for synonym here. We are looking for two opposite things, because he was in Paris and wasn't satisfied by these charms, and he was looking for these charms. So these two are opposite, so these two should also be opposite. So in the Paris, he was confused with the sophisticated and alluring charms of Paris, so he wasn't satisfied, so he was desiring for simple and quaint charms of his rural American home. Okay, so lascivious won't work. Foreign, yeah, he was in a foreign country, but simple and foreign are not opposite to each other. Okay, alien is again foreign. Okay, when you see two same meaning words, so you should be in doubt. Okay, that this must not be the answer. Okay, alienating, like you feel like out of place. Okay, alienating, like if you are alienating, if some group is alienating, they don't accept anyone. Okay, like xenophobic type of thing. So no, this is not working here, because the sentence doesn't say that Paris wasn't accepting him. Okay, like he was facing the xenophobia there, or people weren't liking him. It's not told here, so alienating won't work here. Okay, so the what work here will be opposite to simple. Now, okay, even the sophisticated and alluring charms of Paris were not sufficient to cure the young expatriate of his yearning for the simple and quaint charms of his rural American home. Okay, so you see, it all makes sense if we write sophisticated here. Okay, sophisticated and alluring charms of Paris, simple and quaint charms of rural America. All right, so sophisticated is the answer. Question number 6. The fact that the average life expectancy 10,000 years ago was so much shorter than it is now is often cited, disregarded, embodied as evidence supporting the notion that the world always improves with time. Okay. However, if you read correct for the fact that most children in that epoch died in childbirth, life expectancy for those who survived birth was nearly the same then as it is now. All right. It's a long sentence, I understand. So when it's difficult to understand, it makes it difficult to choose the correct answer. So answer is not here, answer is here in the sentence. Okay, if you start looking for it here, they'll be wrong, because unless you understand the question, the passage, the sentence, you won't be able to plug in the correct answer from here. Okay, so what is being said here? It says the fact, he's talking about the fact that the average life expectancy 10,000 years ago was so much shorter than it is now. Okay, like it is a fact that the average life expectancy 10,000 years ago was so much shorter than it is now. So this fact is often dashed as evidence supporting the notion means theory, that the world always improves with time. So you take this fact as a support, you cite it, you quote it as an evidence that support this theory that world is improving. The life expectancy was so short in the 10,000 years ago, now it's more. So that's a supporting evidence that you quote, that you cite to the people in support of this notion. So cite, not disregard. Okay, you don't disregard this fact. If you disregard, you won't supporting it for this theory. So no way, it's not disregard. Embodied, like put something into the form. Okay, no, it's not fitting here. Embody is often embodied. You are not embodying the fact, you are using the fact to you cite it as an evidence supporting it. Okay, so first one is done. Cited as evidence supporting the theory that the world always improves with time. However, contrast. Okay, contrasting thing, opposite to this. Okay, however, if you for the fact It was cited as an evidence that life expectancy always improves. Now, however, if you read, prepare, correct for the fact that most children in that epoch died in childbirth. So this is a correction that you are sticking to that fact that life expectancy was more in that era, and now life expectancy was short in that era and now it's more. Okay, so you should be aware of the another fact. So if you dash for the fact that most children in that era, in that time, died in childbirth, life expectancy for those who survived birth was nearly the same then as it is now. Now he's correcting us. Now we are being corrected using another fact, that don't be fooled by this fact that the average life expectancy was less in the past 10,000 years ago. It was just because of the deaths in childbirth. So most of the people died in childbirth. So those who survived it, for them the life expectancy was same as it is today. So he's correcting. However, if you correct for the fact that most children in that epoch died, if you prepare for the fact, doesn't make sense. Okay, now as you have read the passage and you have understood everything, you won't go for the prepare. If you prepare for the fact that most children in that time died in childbirth, prepare for the fact. Why are you preparing for the fact? You are correcting yourself. Okay, you are being corrected by using another fact. Okay, and it's not only reading. If you read for the fact, actually, so it doesn't fulfill the requirement in the passage. Okay, if you only read for the fact and you are being corrected. Okay, so correct when it is available here, that's the best thing. Yeah, of course you are reading, but not necessary that you are reading. Maybe you are listening to something. Okay, it doesn't say anywhere that you should read only. Okay, prepare won't work, read won't work, correct. So if you, whether you are being told or you read it yourself, doesn't matter. It's not necessarily that you are reading. Okay, so corrected, you are being corrected. So correct is the best option here. Okay, now you read it. Okay, again, the fact that the average life expectancy 10,000 years ago was so much shorter than it is now is often cited as evidence supporting the notion that the world always improves with time. However, if you correct for the fact that most children in that epoch died in childbirth, life expectancy for those who survived birth was nearly the same then as it is now. Perfect. Okay, it perfectly makes sense. Cited and correct. All right. Question number 7. On an aptitude test in 1986, an argument posited that the possibility of conducting banking transactions from home was as likely as flying cars. An argument that sounds what today, when such transactions are commonplace everywhere. Prescient is like when you can see the future. Okay, prescient, like forecast. Okay, preternatural, supernatural, preordained, something that has already been decided, preposterous, absurd, weird. Pithy, meat, like the crux of something. All right, so what do you think should be here? I think you should be able to understand by now that what is being asked and what is the correct answer. On an aptitude test in 1986, there is an argument that that the possibility of conducting banking transactions from home is as equal to as flying cars. but today we are doing it. Okay, everyone has more in the mobile. He does all the time banking transactions, but we don't fly cars for now. Okay, yeah, in some countries it is, yeah, being done. So in coming years this question will be like suspectable, like it will be doubtful to do this question. It will be a problematic thing when flying cars will be okay everywhere, commonplace. But for now it's not. All right, we are sitting in 2024 and this lecture is being recorded in 2024. Okay, so that's why we don't have flying cars for now. All right, so that's why this argument looks weird, absurd, preposterous. That, wow, how a banking transaction is equal to flying cars? Wow. But there was a time in 1986 there was an argument that the banking from the home is equal to flying cars. It's not possible. Okay, so again, so it should be preposterous, weird, absurd. Okay, preposterous. It's not like something that looks impossible and it looks weird. All right, so no prescient, no preternatural, no preordained, no pithy. All right, preposterous. On an aptitude test in 1986, an argument posited that the possibility of conducting banking transactions from home was as likely as flying cars, an argument that sounds preposterous today when such transactions are commonplace. Okay, preposterous, weird, absurd. All right. Question number 8. Okay. The widespread tendency to dash retired political leaders who were successful started from an arguably primal human need to venerate both men and gods. The widespread tendency to do what with retired political leaders who were successful? You do what to those political leaders who were successful? So this tendency stems, like it started, okay, from an arguably primal human need, like basic human need to venerate, to respect, okay, both men and God. The passage says there is a primal human need in us, in human, to venerate, to respect, to make them sacred, okay, deify men and gods, because there is a primal need in human. They want to respect some supernatural things and man and God both. So because of this, there is a widespread tendency to do what to retired political leaders who were successful? To put them at some higher positions, like respect them, like venerate them. Okay, so castigate is wrong. It's criticize. Okay, you are using a proper sacred type of word. Okay, like the word that will adjust the meaning, as in you are giving them a position of God. All right, so respectable person. All right, so it's not castigate. Remember, yeah, you are not remembering them, it's venerate. All right, lionize is the best perfect here. Lionizing means you are like when you lionize someone, like politically, some people like lionize a political leader of their own party. Okay, so they put them at the highest position. Okay, so because there is a primal need to venerate both human and God, so they lionize their leaders. All right, appreciate is something else. When somebody does some good thing, you appreciate it. And political leaders never do anything good, but even you put them in the higher position, so it's lionize. Okay, you are lionizing them. Indemnify is like in the insurance, when they pay them back, that's indemnification. All right, so that's not fitting here even. Okay, that's just a word given here. Lionize is the best word. So when you lionize someone, you put them at the position where you respect them so much. All right, so the widespread tendency to lionize retired political leaders who were successful stems from an arguably primal human need to venerate both men and gods. All right. Question number 9. Academic work can be as taxing, demanding as manual labor. The misconception that dash work strains the mind less than physical work strains the body has been proven wrong by scientific investigation as well as by anecdotal evidence. It is simply not true that the dash musings of a mathematician are necessarily easier than the physical labor of, say, a carpenter. This is so easy sentence, okay? Why? Because there are two different types of work are being contrasted. The mental, the academic, the mathematics thing, and the manual labor, physical thing, carpenter thing. You see, I just explained everything in here, okay? Academic work, okay? And the academic work can be as taxing as manual labor. Academic work and manual work. The misconception that which work strains the mind less? Cerebral, mental, okay? Cerebral. Not intense work. We are not talking about intensity of work. We are comparing two different works. One is physical and the other is mental, academic, okay? Not physical. So not intense, not actuarial. Actuarial is like when you are working with the statistics and data, okay? That work, all right? So no, it doesn't have to do anything with it, all right? Statistics. And intense and not intense, it should have been mild work then, not intense work, okay? So this is not. So we are comparing two things, misconception that this work strains the mind less than physical work. So what is the opposite of physical work? Cerebral work, mental work, okay? So this is cerebral. All right. Proven wrong by scientific investigation, scientific research, as well as by the stories, the anecdotal evidence. It has been proven wrong that cerebral work is less strained, strains the mind less than physical work, okay? That's been proven wrong. Okay, now there is an example coming. It is simply not true that the dash musings of a mathematician. So what does mathematician think? Thinkings, when you are in a thought process, you are in meditation, that is musings, okay? So that's quotidian. Like quotidian means regular basis, common, okay? It's nothing special in it, so no, it's not quotidian, okay? Extraordinary and not extraordinary is not being talked about. It's intellectual. Again, a mathematician is an intellectual person, again, related to the academic work, the cerebral work, okay, and the physical work. See, physical labor. It is simply not true that the academic, the intellectual musings of a mathematician are necessarily easier than the physical labor of a carpenter. So carpenter has physical work and mathematician has intellectual thoughts, intellectual meditations, all right? Not, yeah, they are extraordinary, but you are not comparing an extraordinary thing with an ordinary thing, okay? So quotidian is ordinary, okay, regular things, not special. Extraordinary is not ordinary, okay? We are not talking about either. We are talking about something that is opposite to physical labor, and that's intellectual thoughts, intellectual work, okay? So this should be intellectual here, all right? Intellectual. All right, again, academic work can be as taxing as manual labor. The misconception that cerebral work strains the mind less than physical work strains the body has been proven wrong by scientific investigation as well as by anecdotal evidence. It is simply not true that the intellectual musings of a mathematician are necessarily easier than the physical labor of a carpenter. All right, so that's our answer, intellectual and cerebral. Question number 10. Okay. Known for her humorous but acerbic wit, the fashion doyen commented, doyen like some celebrity, okay, a girl celebrity, all right. The fashion doyen commented in her usual simultaneously this and this manner. What and what manner? That in Los Angeles the women dressed like men and the men dressed like boys. Okay. Known for what? Known for her humorous but acerbic wit. So there are two qualities in that doyen, in that celebrity. Okay. In that girl, she is humorous and she is acerbic. So in her usual, simultaneously humorous and acerbic wit. It's in the sentence. The answer is in the sentence. Usual, whatever she is, she spoke in that way. Humorous and acerbic. So what is humorous in here? Slanderous, like when you defame someone, it's nothing about it. Serious, not serious. Amusing. Once when you make somebody laugh, that is humorous, and that is amusing. Of course, have to do something with laughter. All right. So humorous, amusing. All right. So this is amusing. Amusing and acerbic, like acidic. All right. Cutting, sharp, caustic. Not hysterical. Hysterical like so much excited and you act like dramatically. Okay. Considerate is, it's a positive word. All right. Considerate, you are being considerate about somebody, then you think about him. Okay. You give him thought about his problems. All right. So no, not considerate. All right. Caustic is acerbic actually. Okay. You know what is caustic soda, that is also acidic. All right. So what was her usual manner? She used to be humorous, amusing and acerbic, caustic. All right. Okay, one final touch. Known for her humorous but acerbic wit, the fashion doyen commented in her usual simultaneously amusing and caustic manner that in Los Angeles the women dressed like men and the men dressed like boys. Amusing and caustic. Question number 20. December's earthquake was but a dash to a terrible year for a small island nation recently racked by civil strife and devastating tropical storms. So the whole year was terrible. There were like civil strife and devastating tropical storms the whole year. And finally in December, this earthquake came. So this was a final jolt and punch to that small island nation. All right. So December's earthquake was but a prologue. Prologue is actually in the beginning, right, of any story or novel. It's the end actually, December's earthquake. So no. Catharsis is like, it's different. It's like some when you are releasing your stress, okay, you are purging your soul of the stresses. So that's catharsis. This doesn't have to do anything with that. Coda is like finale. All right, like you say in the finale, like the last activity of any program. Okay, so coda is the final thing to anything. Okay, coda, like in the novel there is a prologue and there is a coda. All right, so that was the end thing actually. So coda is the best word here. Homily is in when you go to pray. Okay, so that's when you recite there, that's homily. Rampage is like rioting or running uncontrolled, the group of people somewhere rampaging. All right, so no. So coda, finale. All right, December's earthquake was but a finale, coda, to a terrible year for a small island nation recently racked by civil strife and devastating tropical storms. Okay, so coda finale is the best word here. Question number 19. Once considered able to only dash emulate actions attentively, insensibly, listlessly, actively, consciously, without understanding the action's deeper significance. Bearded dragons have recently been observed copying non-instinctive actions of other bearded dragons, prompting scientists to question whether other reptiles might also be capable of genuine imitation. So, you must have understood by now that earlier they thought they are just without knowing they are emulating actions, without understanding the action, without understanding the action's deeper significance. Like they are not understanding anything. But now they saw that they are doing copying non-instinctive actions, okay, of other bearded dragons. So that's genuine imitation, all right. So they are wondering while others do that. So that's not insensible, that's genuine now, all right. Once considered able to only insensibly emulate actions. Attentively, no, they thought that they are not attentively doing it, they are insensibly doing it. So no, not attentively. Listlessly, like you don't feel any interest in it, okay. Listless, like some food is listless, some speech is listless, there isn't any interesting thing in it, it's boring, okay. So it's not about boring here. Actively, they weren't working actively, actually, no, okay. Consciously, yeah, you can say consciously, but genuine imitation and insensible imitation, you are looking for a word that has to do something with understanding the action's deeper significance and not understanding the action's deeper significance. So insensibly you were emulating actions without knowing, without sensing it. So not conscious, okay. Conscious is something else, it won't fit here. Yeah, it was a nice trap, but insensibly is the best thing here, okay. Insensibly. Once considered able to only insensibly emulate actions without understanding the action's deeper significance, bearded dragons have recently been observed copying non-instinctive actions of other bearded dragons, prompting scientists to question whether other reptiles might also be capable of genuine imitation. Okay? So insensibly is the best answer. Question number 18. The distinction between architecture and the engineering professions that it resembles is that the former must consider dash as well as functionality, as clients often base their decisions more on the beauty of the projects than its practicality. There are two things, architecture and engineering profession. So both have their distinctions, all right. What two things? Beauty and practicality, all right. So functionality and beauty again, all right. The distinction between architecture and the engineering professions that it resembles is that the former, like the architecture, must consider this as well as functionality. This and functionality. What and functionality? As clients often base their decisions more on the beauty of the project than its practicality. So they have to consider two things, beauty and practicality. For practicality, you already did functionality. For beauty, what should be here? Aesthetics. So architectures should work on both these things, all right. They have to work on beauty, like aesthetics, and functionality, because the clients make their decision more on based on the more on beauty, less on practicality and functionality. Okay, insouciance, like indifference, lack of interest. Okay, so there isn't any mention of lack of interest here. Utility is actually again practicalities, use of it, so that has already been done here. Okay, price, there is no any mention of price here, so we won't consider this. Profundity is wisdom, there isn't anything to do with wisdom. All right, so it's beauty. All right, again, the distinction between architecture and the engineering professions that it resembles is that the former must consider aesthetics as well as functionality, as clients often base their decisions more on the beauty of the project than its practicality. All right, so that's your answer. Question number 17. The film was dash by critics. Rightfully, not a single reviewer had any positive thing to say about it. It means it was criticized. Okay, it was badly criticized. All right, it was roundly criticized. Okay, roundly panned. Panned means criticized, not lauded. Lauded means appreciated. All right, honored. So no, rightfully not a single reviewer had any positive thing to say about it. So it was a criticized, it was a critic. All right, venerated, again respected. So now, okay, orally, when you are doing something in doubt, like, okay, carefully, so they are not doing it any, they don't have any doubt, they are roundly doing it, any positive thing, not any positive thing. Mendaciously, yeah, it's a negative word, but the next thing say that everyone did it, so it's roundly is better thing. Mendaciously is like again, it's a bad word. All right, so when you are not doing it honestly. All right, so roundly is the best word here. The film was roundly panned, roundly criticized, panned by critics. Rightfully, not a single reviewer had any positive thing to say about it. Okay, so this and this are the correct words here. Number 16. Hearst House dash virtue ethicists in general argues that ethics is properly neither situational nor utilitarian, and that one ought to seek out virtue and emulate it rather than base one's judgments on subjective concerns or a dash weighing of pain and pleasure likely to result from a given action. Critics, of course, tend to dash that Hearst House and other virtue ethicists who seek to define virtue merely seek to enshrine their own prejudices under the guise of theory. All right, so this is a 3 blank text completion question. So there are different approaches. People, like, they sometimes they go with the easiest one. Okay, and when you don't understand, you find the easiest one. Okay, so but when you understand the whole thing, everything and every blank is easy for you. All right, so but you need to understand these things. All right, like what are the words enigmatic to, like there's a puzzle. All right, enigma, breaking away from, when you are going away from something, emblematic of something, like you are supporter of that thing, pragmatic, like practical, connected to actions. Okay, Quixotic, something is impractical. All right. Grandiloquent, like somebody who is talking so well, okay, has a good speech qualities. Posit, when some scientists posit something, they maintain something, they say something, okay, they declare their own opinions. All right. Deny, to deny something, simply, it cajole, to flatter someone to get something out of him or her. All right. So these are the meanings of these words. All right. So now we have to understand what is the sentence all about. Hurst House, like, she's a writer. All right. Ethicist. All right. So, what virtue ethicist in general? So, was she against it or was she supporting it? All right. So, let's see. House dash virtue ethicist in general argues that ethics is properly neither situational nor utilitarian, and that one ought to seek out virtue and emulate it. So she was a supporter of ethics, all right, because she said that you have to seek out virtue and emulate it, okay, and copy it in your life. All right. So you are emblematic of, you are not enigmatic to ethicist, okay, you are not in puzzle, you are not in doubt. All right. And you are also not breaking away from ethicist, virtue ethicist. You are, because you are saying that you seek out virtue and emulate it, that's why you are supporting virtue ethicism. All right. So emblematic of, okay, you are the Hearst House was emblematic of virtue ethics. All right. Hearst House, emblematic of virtue ethicists in general, argues that ethics is properly neither situational nor utilitarian, and that one ought to seek out virtue and emulate it rather than base one's judgments on subjective concerns or a dash weighing of pain and pleasure. What weighing of pain and pleasure? Likely to result from a given action. Something that results from an action, that is connected to action, that has to do something with action, that's pragmatic. When I was saying these words, you must have gotten to that already. Okay. So that's GRE question. The answer is always inside the question. All right. So a dash weighing of pain and pleasure likely to result from a given action. So anything that is likely to come out from action, that is pragmatic. Quixotic is impractical. So no. Grandiloquent has to do like with good speech qualities. So no. All right. Critics, of course, tend to posit, deny, cajole. Critics, of course, tend to dash that Hearst House and other virtue ethicists who seek to define virtue merely seek to enshrine their own prejudices under the guise of theory. So these are the critics are positing, they're giving their own opinion, they're not denying it, okay, because that will be against the what we discussed above there, okay. Cajole is not out of the option here, it is just posit or deny. So critics are not denying this thing, they are positing, this is their opinion, that Hearst House is merely enshrining their own prejudices, their own thoughts under the guise of theory. All right. So this is what the critics are saying. Okay, they always usually when they criticize, because that's why they are critics. All right. So they posit that this is not a good thing about Hearst House, okay, because and other virtuosists who seek to define virtue merely seek to enshrine their own prejudices under the guise of theory. So that's a criticism. All right. So they posit, they're not denying it, okay. So you must be able to find out a criticism. So when critics are criticizing, they are positing it, okay, they are not denying it. All right. So again, Hearst House, emblematic of virtue ethicist in general, argues that ethics is properly neither situational nor utilitarian, and that one ought to seek out virtue and emulate it rather than base one's judgments on subjective concerns or a pragmatic weighing of pain and pleasure likely to result from a given action. Critics, of course, tend to posit that Hursthouse and other virtue ethicists who seek to define virtue merely seek to enshrine their own prejudices under the guise of theory. Okay, so this is emblematic of emblem. Okay, and this is pragmatic. You must have a good vocabulary, better start working on it. Okay, and that's it. 15. Okay, in his youth, Oscar Wilde catapulted to sudden fame both because of and despite his dash witticism. However, the cutting remarks that won him renown also led to his financial and physical ruin, and he died dash and sickly in a shabby Parisian hotel. Alright, so you need to understand what is being said here. Okay, all the answers are here. Okay, so what type of witticism Oscar Wilde had, we have to find that out. Innovative, like newness, acerbic, cutting, okay, caustic, inimical, like enemy, like hostile. All right, so here it says like he was catapulted to sudden fame. He just fast approached there to the fame both because of and despite his witticism, this witticism. However, the cutting remarks that won him renown. He got that renown due to what? Due to cutting remarks. Because of cutting remarks, acerbic witticism, not innovative, not inimical. Okay, acerbic witticism. All right, he was cutting, he was caustic. Okay, so the cutting remarks that won him renown, fame, also led to his financial and physical ruin. Two things, financial and physical ruin. And he died dash and sickly. Sickly is physical ruin. All right, so what will you write here for financial ruin? Impecunious, when you don't have any money. Pallid is when you are sick, and yellow, so that's pallid. Aghast is again the same thing. Okay, you are terrible. So this is financial ruin. So financial ruin is impecunious, when you don't have any money. All right, so financial and physical ruin, and he died financially ruined, like impecunious, and physical ruined, sickly, in a shabby Parisian hotel. All right, so again, in his youth, Oscar Wilde catapulted to sudden fame both because of and despite his acerbic witticism. However, the cutting remarks that won him renown also led to his financial and physical ruin, and he died impecunious and sickly in a shabby Parisian hotel. Okay, impecunious, financial ruin. Okay, acerbic, cutting remarks. All right, acerbic and impecunious. All right, question number 14. Jeremy was not one to this his success, let alone talk much at all. So his family was shocked when they finally discovered that their dash son was a Rhodes Scholar. Okay, what son? Like, what was he doing? Let alone talk much at all. So he didn't talk much. Jeremy was not one to do his success. To do what to his success? Let alone talk much at all. So he wasn't like talking about the stuff like his success, really, right? Jeremy was not one to trumpet to make noise about your success, like to tell everyone like I did this, I did that. So he never trumpeted. Okay, to trumpet means to tell people, to announce your success. All right, demarcate is like you are just marking the boundaries of something. Okay. 13. She was not the only dash of the long proposed legislation, but she was the dash who finally got the bill onto the legislative agenda. All right, so she was not the only this of the long proposed legislation. Not only she did this, but she was dash who finally got the bill onto the list. So she actually supported it, and not only supported it, but got the bill onto the legislative agenda. All right, so apologists also support something, but that thing is usually controversial. Okay, so here there isn't anything about controversial, so we'll go with the proponent, because proponent and apologists both are supporters, but apologists are supporters of some controversial thing. All right, so that's why we are not taking it. In critic, it's not criticized, she's not criticizing, she got it passed, okay, onto the legislative agenda. So how was she criticizing it? She wasn't criticizing it, she was supporting it. She was a proponent, but she was not only the proponent, but she got it like she excelled it. Okay, she was the catalyst. She was the catalyst who finally got the bill onto the legislative agenda. All right, mercenary is somebody interested in money. Lackey is somebody like who is working for you, under you. All right, so catalyst is the best thing here. Because so catalyst is something that increases the speed, increases the rate of the reaction, the process. Okay, so fastens it. Okay, so catalyst, she was the catalyst who finally got the bill onto the legislative agenda, because these two weren't working here. All right, again, she was not the only proponent of the long proposed legislation, but she was the catalyst who finally got the bill onto the legislative agenda. All right, so catalyst and proponent. Question number 12. Okay, although retired, the professor takes pain to remain dash the latest developments in her field. Okay, it means the professor takes interest in the new technology, and she's along the, like, as the technology like there is some innovation, she reads about it, she understands that. All right, so that's what you call abreast of, like you are abreast of the new technologies, the new trends, new fashions. Okay, that means you are coming along with, okay, and just catching up with the new things. All right, abreast of. All right, akimbo is a position, like body posture, when you are sitting like this, or like your hands outside on, and you are put on the sides. Okay, this type of position, that's called akimbo too. All right, this doesn't have to do anything with this sentence. Okay, obtuse is like when you are like acting stupidly. Okay, not understanding anything. Okay, so no. Subservient to like slave like behavior, servant like behavior. Okay, askance to like when you are looking at someone disapprovingly, like people do to the young couples. Okay, that's askance. All right, so doesn't have to do anything with this. So abreast of is best here. Okay, what, although retired, the professor takes pain to remain abreast of the latest developments in her field. Like she works on the stuff. She's a like tech savvy, you can say, a person who knows everything in the technology, or this professor knows everything. She's catching up with the latest trends. All right, abreast of means catch up with the latest trends. Okay, stay connected with the new stuff. Okay, so finally, although retired, the professor takes pain to remain abreast of the latest developments in her field. All right, that's it. Question number 11. Every generation is accused of slacking by the preceding ones before in turn calling its own progeny lackadaisical. Such is the dash of life. Okay. So what is happening? One generation is saying that our children are lazy, and then their parents said that they were lazy. So and your children will say to their children that they are lazy. So it just keeps going. All right. So every generation accused of slacking, like lazy, low-witted, you can say, by the preceding ones. Like children are lazy than the parents, and parents are were lazy than the grandparents. Grandparents also thought the same thing. All right. So before in turn calling its own progeny, own children, lackadaisical, okay, lazy. Such is the what? Circle of life. It just keeps going. Your grandparents said that your parents were lazy. Your parents said you are lazy. You will say that your children are lazy. It just keeps going. All right. Such is the circle of life. All right. Vicissitude is when suddenly you become poor, like there's a change in your fortune, in your life. Okay, so that's vicissitude. Doesn't have to do anything with this. Irony is something else. It's when there is contrast between the like ability and the action. For example, she was the CR of the class, but ironically she failed. That's the irony. Okay, when something weird happens, and it's not like that. Serendipity is sheer luck. Okay, yeah, look, you find something by luck. That's serendipity. Comedy is like comedy. All right. So circle, such is the circle of life. Again, every generation is accused of slacking by the preceding ones, before in turn calling its own progeny lackadaisical. Such is the circle of life. Okay, that's it. Sentence equivalence, question number 1. While the colonists would eventually push westward, first they were in for a long, difficult winter, and the main challenge was to dash their existing resources. Okay, sell means sell, pedal means sell by walking around. Okay, uh, steward is a verb. Okay, steward means to manage resources. Append means upside down, you are hanging something. Husband is also a verb. To husband means to manage things. Okay, to manage resources. Procure means procured. Okay, to get something. So you are talking about existing resources. Okay, and you have a long winter coming in. All right, so eventually you will push westward, but first you are in for long, difficult winter. So when there are hard times, what you do? You manage your existing resources. Okay, you can't procure existing resources. They are not new resources. You can't procure them. All right. So procure is wrong. Append is, of course, doesn't make sense. You are in for a long winter, for a difficult time. How can you sell? Sell or peddle both mean sell. You can't sell them. Okay, so there are only two options. I know they are pretty unlikely options. We have always heard steward is in the airplane and husband is at home. Okay, but these two are differently used here. Okay, both of these are verbs. Okay, to steward and to husband both means to manage resources. All right, so you have to manage them, to husband them, to steward them, their existing resources, so that you should get through the winters easily. All right, so the correct answers are steward and husband. In sentence equivalence questions, you have to choose two correct options. Okay, select two answer choices that when used to complete the sentence, fit the meaning of the sentence as a whole and produce completed sentences that are alike in meaning. Okay, so if you put in a steward and you put in husband, so the main challenge was to manage their existing resources. To steward and to husband both means to manage. All right, that's it. Question number 2.
James Joyce, the author of many novels, including Finnegan's Wake, saw deeply into the hearts of his characters. But it's the key word, okay? Contrast. In a life irony as subtle yet piercing as those endured by his characters, he himself could barely dash text well enough to prove his own galleys. Galleys means his manuscripts, okay? Galleys, manuscripts, like his works, okay? What he wrote, alright? So, what he was, James Joyce, a novelist, an author of many novels, saw deeply into the hearts of his characters. But means he couldn't see. All right. In a life irony, as subtle yet piercing as those endured by his characters, like his characters were also the same, he himself could barely see. Okay, see, he saw into the hearts, but in the real life, he could not see his text well enough to prove his own manuscripts. So, see or you can't feel, okay, if you feel won't fit here or walk or move. Interpret and distinguish. Uh, Being an author, how can you not interpret your own writing? So if somebody can read it to you, okay, you can interpret it, you know what does it mean, but distinguishing it, reading it, okay, finding out which one is which was difficult because he could not see, okay. So see and distinguish would be fitting here. All right, again, James Joyce, the author of many novels including Finnegan's Wake, saw deeply into the hearts of his characters, but he himself could barely see text well enough to prove his own galleys. To distinguish text well enough to prove his own galleys. To interpret means he could not interpret. It's not the sense here, okay? It does not make sense. To distinguish and see would be the perfect ones. Alright. Question number 3. Sentence equivalence. At work, she is far less dash than she is around her friends. But from time to time, her staff sees her in a volatile state. So, which state the sentence is talking about? Volatile state. So, here it must be what? At work, she is far less volatile than she is around her friends. But from time to time, her staff sees her in a volatile state. So this is a blank where we should write a word which means volatile state, not certain, always fluctuating, okay, moody. All right, so that is capricious, like you can't predict, okay, and fickle, like that's also the same meaning, okay, like changing, all right, kept changing, and not at constant state, okay, all right. And the rest are pretentious means showy, okay. Informal is informal, not formal, so it's not talking about, like if we write pretentious, there isn't any pretentious state, actually it's volatile state we are talking about. Informal, far less informal, then she should be informal here too, right? So no. Direct, and that if you are saying that she is far less direct, but again she becomes direct sometimes, so no, it's not here, okay. Explicit is like clear, definite, far less clear, sometimes it's clear, it should have been a word like clear, okay, so no. So fickle and capricious means the volatile state. So again, at work she is far less capricious or fickle or volatile than she is around her friends, but from time to time her staff sees her in the same state, volatile state, okay. All right. Question 4. 40 years ago, anthropologists firmly believed that Neanderthals and modern Homo sapiens had never mated. But advances in genetic testing have since proven that incorrect. Such is the blank nature of science. Okay, what nature of science? Okay, so what is being told here? Is the sentence positive or negative? Are you blaming science or you are appreciating science here? So it says 40 years ago, anthropologists believed something else, but advances in genetic testing have since proven that incorrect. So, advances in genetic testing, advances, all right. So you kept improving and you kept coming up with the new stuff and uh, keep proving wrong the previous things, whatever was wrong. So advances is a positive word. It doesn't say anywhere that the glitches, the problems in genetic testing. It says advances. And here also it doesn't say anything negative. 40 years ago, anthropologists firmly believed that Neanderthals and modern Homo sapiens had never mated, but advances in genetic testing have since proven that incorrect. Such is the advancing nature of science. Advancing nature of science. So where is fallacious is like when you are at fault. So it's not faulty nature, okay, that you are talking about. It's advancing nature what you are talking about, okay. Evolving, yes, evolving nature and advancing nature, all right. Vacillating, again, like not constant, it keeps changing, okay. Yeah, there is, but it's positive, it's advancing. So advancing is better word, okay, than vacillating, okay. Evolving and advancing both are positive words. Vacillating is like fluctuations, not constant. Indeterminable, you can't determine what is happening, okay. So no, it's not indeterminable. Counterfactual is again against the facts. It's not, the science is the only thing that's not against the facts, okay. So evolving and advancing are the correct words, okay. So 40 years ago, anthropologists firmly believed that Neanderthals and modern Homo sapiens had never mated, but advances in genetic testing have since proven that incorrect. Such is the evolving or advancing nature of science. Okay, this and this. Question number 5. The music of the late 70s is often described as what? Despite the notable exception of a few innovators in the budding punk and hip hop scenes. Okay. So, how many times do we have to say that the answer is within the sentence? Like 99% cases, a GRE question will give you the answer in the sentence. Okay. So it says the music of the late 70s is often described as something, despite the exception of a few innovators. So despite a few innovators, the all the late 70s music was not like any innovation. There isn't any innovation in it, wasn't new. So what is the opposite of innovators, innovations? So that's what you are looking at. The music of the late 70s is often described as derivatives made of something else. Tried, the same thing happening again and again. So despite the notable exception of a few innovators in the budding punk and hip hop scenes. The rest is all derivatives and all tried. You can't say inspired because you are saying like instead of like despite a few innovators, the rest is all uninspired, not visionary. Okay, enigmatic is and cerebral. Enigmatic is like something is puzzling. Okay, so no, cerebral something to do with the mind. Okay, this has not to do anything with it. So it says the music of the late 70s is often described as not innovative, derivative, trite, despite the notable exception of a few innovators. Okay, so derivatives and trite are the correct answers. Six. A field trip was arranged so that this troupe of blank dancers could observe the real masters of their art. A field trip was arranged for this group of dancers. Troupe is group of dancers. Okay. All right. Group of anyone, any same genre, any same profession. Okay. A field trip was arranged so that this troupe of something dancers could observe the real masters of their art. So because they are new, so the trip was arranged so that they can see the real masters of their art. So who go to see the real masters of art? People who are new in some profession. Okay, not seasoned. Seasoned people are like old and experienced people in something. Okay, fledgling is new. Okay, newborn you can say. Okay, fledgling bird. Okay, so this is new, and novice are new. Both are new. Expert and seasoned both are experts. So you won't go go looking for real masters if you're already an expert and seasoned person. If you are a fledgling and novice, then you will go looking for the real masters of that art. Okay, torpid is lazy, it doesn't fit here. Light is supple and flexible, doesn't fit here. And this word is a trap because you are talking about the dancer, so they should be lithe, so and they should not be torpid and lazy. So this is just connected to that, but this is not connected to the correct word here. Okay, so you have to write something that is against the opposite to the real masters. Okay, and that is fledgling, new, and novice, new in something. Okay, so these two are the correct words. A field trip was arranged so that this troupe of fledgling or novice dancers could observe the real masters of their art. Okay, all right. Question number 7. The exhibit is not so much a retrospective as a this. So what is this? The artist's weaker early work is glossed over, and any evidence of his ultimate dissolution ending is absent entirely. So retrospective is like when you are telling the history of something, like what happened back then. Okay, so everything about the past of something. Okay, so it says the exhibit is not so much a retrospective. So this exhibition of that artist is not a retrospective. Okay, so because as a dash, because the weaker parts are missing. Okay, they are being glossed over. Okay, And ultimate dissolution, evidence of ultimate dissolution mean the artist is not now gone, terminated, ended. Okay, so there isn't any mention of his ultimate ending. It's also entirely missing. All right, so what is this exhibition actually? This is only telling us the good parts of it. Okay, so it's not a retrospective, it's only the tribute. Okay, for tribute there is a word written here, paean. Okay, like happy songs about something. Okay, that's also metaphorically used as the praise of someone. Okay, and so is tribute. Okay, so both these words paying tribute, only the positive things, only the heroic things have been told here. It's not actually a retrospective. Okay, so opposite to retrospective is not paean, but because he says that only the good parts have been told here, weaker and early works are glossed over, and his ultimate dissolution's evidence is missing. So there are only good things have been mentioned here. So paean is the happy songs only and the good things only, and tribute is also the same thing. Polemic and tirade both means the angry speech, like you are criticizing someone. So that's why these two doesn't fit. Panacea is remedy, like cure to something. So that's not and critic is like again you are criticizing. So tribute and paean both say that you are only talking about the good things and happy things about the artist, and not the weaker and ultimate ending of that artist. So you are talking about the it's this exhibition is a paean and a tribute only. Okay, so you say the exhibit is not so much a retrospective as a paean or as a tribute. The artist's weaker early work is glossed over, and any evidence of his ultimate dissolution is absent entirely. Okay, all right, this and this. Question number 8. After a long, hard practice in the summer sun, the players were visibly what? Okay, so think of like working in the summer sun for a long while, and you are working hard. Okay, practicing hard. So what will happen to you? You feel what? You feel you have lost all your energy, right? So what word is for when you don't have any energy left, or you are at loss of energy? Flagging. Yes, flagging means you have no energy left. Okay, and enervated also means you are you don't have any energy left. Okay, feeling weak or something like that. Okay, hale is healthy. So after a long hard practice in the summer sun, you don't feel visibly healthy. Okay, fine, if you think like you are healthy, but you won't be visibly healthy after this. Okay, all right, so is lissom. Okay, so loathsome is like you are, it's not like something hatred. Vigorous again, hale. Okay, so enervated and flagging both means you are weak. Okay, visibly weak. Okay, without energy. All right, so these are the answers. You can read it properly if you want to. After a long hard practice in the summer sun, the players were visibly enervated. The players were visibly flagging. All right. Question number 9. Okay, nothing evoked memories of her grandmother's house like the blank of scents associated with the variety of dishes at the holiday feast. Okay, paucity means scarcity, anomaly, like something irregular. Medley is combination of so many different things. Melange is also combination of so many different colorful or variety of stuff. Dearth is again paucity or scarcity or shortage of something. Rarity, like something is rare, okay, you can't find it easily. All right. Okay, so what should be here? Variety of dishes at the holiday feast. Okay, nothing evoked her memories of her grandmother's house like the dash of scents associated with the what variety of dishes at the holiday feast. The only thing here that is shouting that I am the answer is variety of dishes at the holiday feast. So, what evoked her grandmother's house memories? The medley of scents. So, variety, so many dishes. Okay, scents associated with the variety of dishes. Melange, okay, so many dishes, so many different colors. You heard about the medley of songs, like so many different songs are combined into one. That's a medley, right? So here it's a variety of dishes and their scents are combined and they are making a medley, and so is melange. It is not talking about the paucity or dearth, like shortage of something. Okay, this is not the shortage that evokes memories. Yeah, it feels like now they are no more, but it's not talking about the scarcity of it. It's talking about that nothing evoked memories like the grandmother's variety of dishes. Okay, so rarity again doesn't suit here. Anomaly is irregularity, no. So it's medley and melange. So you can say nothing evoked memories of her grandmother's house like the medley of scents, like the melange of scents associated with the variety of dishes at the holiday feast. Okay, feast is like food. All right. Okay. Question number 10. Unlike the politicians' earlier evasions and equivocations, this latest statement is blank lie. Okay, so evasions and equivocations means you are trying to avoid the actual thing, the truth. Okay, so you are not being true. Okay, you are not being clear. All right, like if someone is unequivocal, so he's clear, he's holding nothing back, and he's not evading anything, he's not trying to avoid anything. All right, so the politician used to avoid, okay, used to be unclear in the past. Okay, so but this time, unlike the politicians earlier evasions and equivocations, this latest statement is dash lie. Now he had gone beyond these evasions and equivocations. Now he is saying a perfect lie. He's telling a perfect lie. All right. What do you call a perfect lie? A bald lie. Yeah, I know bald means they haven't any hair, but a bald lie means a perfect lie and a clear lie. Like everyone can tell it's a lie. Okay, like when you say the crow is white, then it's a bald lie. All right, and an overt lie, that these two words are like usually used with the lie. Okay, he's a bald liar, he's an overt liar. Both words are like collocation. It's the collocation, they are used together. Okay, tacit means tacit and implicit, both means like you don't say anything, it's tacit, like it's just understood. Okay, like if you understand something without somebody says to you, that's tacit. Okay, that's implicit too, so it's not like that. This lie is not tacit and not implicit, it's clear, it's bald, it's overt. Okay, Didactic means like it's a didactic story, like you are getting some lesson from that story, so that's a didactic thing. Okay, rhetorical means like a politician's speech is usually rhetoric, full of nice and fancy words. That's rhetoric, like the use of fancy language. All right, that's not being talked here. Okay, so that's why it's the unlike the politicians' earlier evasions and equivocations, this latest statement is a bald lie, an overt lie. Both are correct. Okay? Alright. Question number 11. Okay, sentence equivalence question for GRE. Okay, you have to choose two options from these options. Okay, all right. Possessed of a light-hearted approach to life, Winnie thought that those who were blank in regards to values and mores missed out on a certain liveliness and spontaneity. All right. So Winnie is someone who is possessed of a light-hearted approach to life. Okay, light-hearted approach to life means like you let go of small stuff. You don't like fret about details. Okay, about anything. Okay, so that's why you enjoy the spontaneity, like naturally happening of the things and liveliness of the stuff. Okay, and if you are lacking in this light-hearted approach, if you are someone in regard to values and morals, then you will miss out on this. Okay, like if you are too much detail oriented, you plan stuff like so much, and you don't have a trait of spontaneity, and you are after every detail, so you are what? You are priggish, you are punctilious. Okay, so lax is like you are careless about something. Okay, and okay, lax. All right, you can say lazy, but it's careless. Okay, so it's not talking about the carelessness. All right, equable, like somebody is not easily angered, so that's an equable person. All right, it's not talked about this. Okay, and so is redoubtable, is like formidable, cannot be defeated easily. All right, so it's not the correct word here. Impious, ungodly, like opposite of pious person, right? No, not talking about the religious stuff. Okay, yeah, values and morals, but not being pious here. Okay, impious doesn't mean he's not light, he doesn't have light-hearted approach. Okay, if somebody is priggish, like getting into the small details of everything, and punctilious, like fretting about the small stuff, then they are priggish and punctilious. And then about in regards to values and morals, okay, you are priggish about values and morals. You always like keep digging the values and morals of the people. Okay, and punctilious, like get into the small details. So that's why you miss out on certain liveliness and spontaneity. Alright, so I hope you have got this answer. Priggish and punctilious. Alright. So I'll read it again. Possessed of a light-hearted approach to life, Winnie thought that those who were priggish, those who were punctilious in regards to values and mores, missed out on a certain liveliness and spontaneity. All right. Okay, question 12. Where gay and lesbian individuals and couples were once ignored at best by mainstream media and marketing companies, They are now being blank as the new frontier in consumer spending. So earlier they were ignored, okay, by mainstream media and marketing companies. But now the same mainstream media and marketing companies are doing what they are, okay. They means these individuals, gay and lesbian individuals, are being dash by whom, by these companies, by these mainstream media, are being something, are being touted, subverted, revered, scrutinized, promoted, predicted as the new frontier in consumer spending, okay. So what these marketing companies do, they present something and they promote it, okay, and they tout it, okay. They want to sell that those things, okay. Like touting something is like selling them by telling its qualities, okay, like its properties, okay, and promoting something, okay. So these marketing companies and mainstream media ignored these people, these individuals once, but now these people are being promoted, are being touted by these companies as a new frontier in consumer spending. Consumer spending is another keyword that because this is a new frontier, okay, they will be able to sell more stuff, so that's why they are promoting these people and they are touting these people, okay. Subvert is something like you are doing a like mutiny type of thing, you are going against the rule of law, that's subvert. So they are not going against the rule of law, okay. And revere means respect someone. Yeah, they were ignored, but they are not being respected by these marketing companies, okay. They are just promoting them for they are a new frontier in consumer spending. Yeah, you can say they weren't, so it doesn't say that they were insulted before and they are revered now. No, they will be opposite word. They were ignored once by mainstream media and marketing companies. See, this is the clue. So if mainstream media and marketing company ignore someone, they don't promote them on their TV channels or on their whatever channels, okay. So now if they are getting to them, they are paying attention to them, so they are promoting them, okay, they are touting them. All right, scrutinize is something else. They are not scrutinizing them. Earlier they ignored them, but this should be an opposite thing, okay. It's not scrutinized, okay. And you are not predicting anything, okay. You are promoting them as the new frontier in consumer spending. All right, so it will be where gay and lesbian individuals and couples were once ignored at best by mainstream media and marketing companies. They are now being touted, they are now being promoted as the new frontier in consumer spending, okay. Touted and promoted. Question number 13. For most of the 20th century, American political contentions reflected pragmatic rather than ideological differences. Candidate debates centered around whether programs were blank, okay, partisan, like one-sided in some party, okay, valuable, talkative, so much so like talking too much, feasible, like possible, innocuous, harmless, prejudiced, again biased, one-sided, viable, also doable, practical. All right, okay. For most of the 20th century, American political contentions reflected what? Pragmatic. So their contentions, political fights were what? Pragmatic, practical, rather than ideological. Okay. So these fights reflected pragmatic differences, practical differences. They fought on the practicality of the things, like they didn't go after the ideological differences, like what is ideal. They argued about what is practical, what is pragmatic. Okay, candidate debates centered around whether programs were pragmatic, practical. Okay, so you have to look something that means practical. So feasible is practical and viable is practical. Okay, partisan and prejudiced, uh, because there is political thing mentioned, so people go for this type of things, like partisan and prejudiced are both political type of things. Okay, this is like a biasness, one sided. Okay, and valuable is talkative, they weren't talkative. Okay, they were fighting for the practical things. Okay, and innocuous is harmless, doesn't fit here. All right, so for most of the 20th century, American political contentions reflected pragmatic rather than ideological differences. Candidate debates centered around whether programs were feasible, whether programs were viable. Okay, so feasible and viable are the correct answers. Fourteen. Though considered a somewhat somber drama at the time of its release in 1975, the film Shampoo, about a philandering hairdresser, now seems more the blank comedy. Okay, so when it was released in 1975, it was considered a somber drama, like uh, cheerless. Okay, unlively. Okay, boring, right? So no any liveliness. Okay, somber drama. So though means there are two contrasting things are happening. So it was considered a somber drama, but now it's not considered a somber drama. Now it's considered the opposite of it. Okay, so about a philandering hairdresser. Philandering means somebody is like so flirty. Okay, philandering, phile, it means love. Okay, so try to woo the people. Okay, so the drama now seems more the what comedy. So it looked like it was boring and cheerless. Now it seems more the puckish comedy. Okay, like playful. Okay, like mischievous type of thing. And Roy. Okay, these are the two things that give the idea of playfulness, like the naughtiness, the mischievous thing. Okay, the crookedness in the thing. Okay, so not the somber. All right, so inhibited is like restricted, so is puritanical parents. Okay, so they keep you from doing any playful thing. Okay, so is inhibited. Prurient is related to sexual desires. Okay, and dated is old, so nothing fits here. Okay, that should mean not somber. Okay, not somber. So puckish and wry are the only two words that means not somber. Okay, not somber drama. So but a puckish comedy, a naughty, a playful comedy. All right, a wry comedy, crooked comedy, you can say. All right, though considered a somewhat somber drama at the time of its release in 1975, the film Shampoo, about a philandering hairdresser, now seems more the puckish comedy, more the wry comedy. Alright, puckish and wry are the correct answers. (15) With almost 40 titles to her name, The popular novelist has blank imagination and is never at a loss for new ideas. Though the quality of her works is far from consistent. Okay, so what are we looking for? We are not looking for the thing, okay, that it's not consistent. We are looking for that her imagination is something that she doesn't have any. She is not at a loss for new ideas. She always has new ideas. Okay, she never lacks ideas. Okay, like she has so many ideas, almost 40 titles to her name almost. Okay, so she is popular novelist and she has so many ideas. When something has so many ideas, so you say this is fertile, all right, like productive, all right. So has productive imagination, okay, fertile imagination, okay, so prolific imagination and fecund imagination, all right. So when you have so many like your brain is productive, it produces so many ideas, so it's a prolific imagination, prolific mind, fecund mind, all right. Prolix is like if there are so many words, like the speaker is prolix, okay, like he is using so many words, so lengthy, that's prolix. It's not about lengthy, it's about never at a loss for new ideas, okay. So exemplary, no, yeah, there are 40 titles to her name, it can be exemplary, but we are not talking about the exemplary, we are talking about her imagination, her productive imagination, all right. So no, it doesn't fit here. Ingenious, yeah, she is ingenious, but again, we are not talking about her intelligence and how good she writes, okay. Even it says that she wasn't consistent, far from consistent, so I would be careful for taking this ingenious answer, okay, because we are talking about productive imagination, okay. So many ideas, never at a loss for new ideas, all right. So not ingenious. Profligate is wasteful, it's a negative connotation word, like somebody is in a profligate company, in a wasteful company, okay. It's not a good company, all right, and he's wasting, like if the son is profligate, he has wasted all the inheritance in a year or something, okay. That's the profligate, okay. So we will go for prolific, meaning productive, okay, and fecund mean productive, all right. With almost 40 titles to her name, the popular novelist has productive imagination, prolific imagination, fecund imagination, and is never at a loss for new ideas. Though the quality of her work is far from consistent, prolific and fecund. Okay, 16. Representative government arose in part from dissatisfaction with too many monarchs making blank decisions without regard for precedents. So without regard for precedents, okay. So what decisions do you make when there isn't any precedent, okay, and people are dissatisfied with them, so they are not making correct decisions, right? So representative government comes up when people are, and the other ministers and lawmakers are not satisfied with the government, okay. And they also say that the decisions were made by those monarchs were unprecedented, there wasn't any precedent, okay. So they weren't making correct decisions, okay, and they were capricious, okay, they were unpredictable, and they were not making the proper decisions, okay, and also erratic, yeah, erratic, okay. So this is what you do when you are not following the precedents and you are not being right. You make capricious decisions, you make erratic decisions, you don't make considered decisions. Okay, malicious is like hateful. No, this is, there isn't any mention of hateful decisions. Pessimistic is pessimistic decisions. It's not about optimism or pessimism, right? So no. Insidious are like secret decisions. It's not also okay. So representative government arose in part from dissatisfaction with too many monarchs making capricious decisions and erratic decisions without regard for precedents. Okay. Question number 17. Because the Lewis and Clark expedition through the West was conceived primarily as a mapping project, government officials were blank by the wealth of information on a myriad of topics that the explorers gathered. Okay, Lewis and Clark expedition, they went to for the expedition through the West, and it was thought of as primarily as a mapping project. Like they were mapping the area, all right, like putting the milestones and all that. Okay, making the map, all right. But what happened? Government officials were dash blank by the wealth of information on a myriad of topics, so many number of topics, okay, myriad of topics, so many topics that the explorers gathered. So it was primarily a mapping project, but when the officials saw that there is a wealth of information they gathered on so many topics, so what were they like? So they were surprised, of course, they were flabbergasted, they were bedazzled. Of course, they weren't disappointed and bored, and they weren't crushed, and they didn't aggravate it. They weren't aggravated or worsened, all right? There wasn't anything to feel bad about, all right? Aggravate means to make things worse. Aggravated means worse, okay? Became worse. Crushed, how they were crushed? No. Bored, why would they be bored by this wealth of information? Why would they be disappointed by the wealth of information on myriad of topics apart from mapping? It doesn't say anything that they didn't map the area and just found this information. So why would they be disappointed? So they were flabbergasted, surprised, and they were bedazzled, surprised, astonished. Because the Lewis and Clark expedition through the West was conceived primarily as a mapping project, government officials were flabbergasted, were bedazzled by the wealth of information on a myriad of topics that the explorers gathered. Hey students, how are you doing? Welcome to logic. Logic has been studying Logic has been studied for like thousands of years, and it has been the same, a bit tricky, a bit logical. So, but GMAT doesn't test your complete logical knowledge. So it just tests how are you able to understand an argument, how you process it, and how you answer the given questions. All right. So we'll discuss the basics of the argument and the building blocks of an argument, how it's constructed and which part is what. All right. So this is a typical question that is for GMAT argument. All right. So as you see, I have divided these things into four different uh, building blocks. Okay. These are the building blocks of an argument: background, premise, conclusion, counter premise. All right, or counterpoint, same thing. So let's see what it says. The expansion of this is an argument. Okay, typical GMAT argument. The expansion of the runways at the Bay City airport will allow for larger planes to travel to and from Bay City. These new planes will create a large amount of noise, a nuisance for residents who live near the airport. However, many of these residents in this neighborhood work in construction, and the contract to expand the runways has been awarded to a local construction company. Thus, the expansion of the runways will lead to an increased quality of life for the residents of this neighborhood. All right. So, why is this background? Why is this premise? Why is this counterpoint? And why is this conclusion? That's what you need to understand, and you need to go through the thought process. Okay. So, and then which one is what? Okay. All right. There are two broad things we need to study in order to answer critical reasoning questions effectively and efficiently. We need to understand the specific information given for that question. And we also need to know how to conduct the necessary reasoning to answer a question of that type. Let's begin first by understanding what we are given, the argument actually. What are the pieces of an argument? How do they fit together? And how do we categorize them properly? In later chapters, we'll talk about what we need to do with the information. On the GMAT, all arguments contain at least one premise. This is necessary. There must be a premise, okay? Otherwise, there won't be any argument. What is a premise? A premise is information used by the author to support some claim or conclusion. Actually, it's the support for the conclusion. All right. That information may be a fact or an opinion. In the above example, sentence 3 is a premise because it helps to support the author's conclusion. This is premise. However, many of the residents in this neighborhood work in construction, and the contract to expand the runways has been awarded to a local construction company. That's the support for the argument. But again, why is this support? We are moving towards that. All right. Okay. Number 2, most, though not all, arguments contain a conclusion. It's not necessary that every argument has one, but most of them has a conclusion. All right. What is the conclusion? The primary claim the author is trying to prove. So that's the argument actually. What we call it the argument actually. That's the conclusion. What are we trying to prove? Okay. In the above example, sentence 4 is the conclusion. And what is that? The author is trying to prove that thus the expansion of the runways will lead to an increased quality of life for the residents of this neighborhood. That's the conclusion. And why this is premise? Why is this support? Because this is supporting it that however many of the residents in this neighborhood work in construction, and the contract to expand the runways has been awarded to a local construction company. They'll earn money. So that's why that will increase the quality of life. So this is a conclusion and this is support. All right. Okay. Third, many arguments, though not all again, okay, contain background information. What is that? Background information which provides context to allow us to understand the basic situation. In the above example, sentence 1 provides background. Sentence 1 was here that told us what is going to happen. The expansion of the runways at the Bay City airport will allow for larger planes to travel to and from Bay City. That was the background. All right. And number 4, some arguments contain a counterpoint or counter premise. What is that? A piece of information that goes against the author's conclusion. In the above example, sentence 2 represents a counterpoint because it goes against the author's conclusion. What is that? This. These new planes will create a large amount of noise, a nuisance for residents who live near the airport. So that goes against the conclusion that it will increase the quality of life. So this tells that it will create nuisance. So that is against the conclusion that it won't increase the quality of life. All right. So now you understand the 4 points. Collectively, these categories represent the building blocks of an argument. How do we know which sentence falls into which category? Try to articulate your own thought process for the above argument. Okay, this one. So you just go around and see why this is this and this is this. Can this be that? Can this be that? Okay, so just go around and just read a bit. Then take a look at this example, this decision process of a fictional student. So this is some fictional student, okay, any student, and what he or she thinks about each argument, each sentence, okay, like the first sentence. So this is in sequence. I have put these four sentences and how uh, a student's thought process goes. So let's see. First sentence is the expansion of the runways at the Bay City airport will allow for larger planes to travel to and from Bay City. And what the students' thoughts are? This is a fact. It could be premise or it could just be background. I'm not sure yet because it's just a start, okay? Second sentence. These new planes will create a large amount of noise, a nuisance for residents who live near the airport. Some negative thing of the project. Now we are moving into claim territory. Something negative will come from this project. Why are they telling me this? I can't figure that out until I know the conclusion because that this can be anything. The conclusion can be anything. What's the author trying to prove? We are not sure yet. Okay. However, many of the residents in this neighborhood work in construction, and the contract to expand the runways has been awarded to a local construction company. However, means there is a contrast. There is a contrast between here and here. Okay. This tells this will create some nuisance problem, and this tells it will create some opportunities for the neighborhood. The word however indicates a contrast between sentences 2 and 3. What the contrast? What's the contrast? The noise is a negative consequence of the expansion, while winning a work contract is a positive consequence. Looks like I've got a premise and a counterpoint in these two sentences, but I don't know which one is which yet because this can be premise and this can be counter premise. This can be premise and this can be counter premise, depending upon the conclusion. Maybe conclusion is that the project is not good, then this is a premise. Maybe the project is good, then this is a premise. Okay, let's move ahead. Thus, the expansion of the runway will lead to an increased quality of life for the residents of this neighborhood. The word thus, this is thus, that means it's a conclusion, definitely conclusion. Usually indicates a conclusion, and just this does seem like a conclusion. This project will have a certain outcome, better quality of life in this neighborhood, according to the author. Okay. And I can now see how the previous two sentences fit into the conclusion. Sentence 3 is a premise because it tells me one way in which the quality of life might be better for these people. They might make more money. And sentence 2 is a counter premise because it tells me a negative consequence. Okay. This tells me a negative consequence. There will be nuisance, there will be problems. And this tells me positive consequence. There will be work for the neighborhood. All right. So this is supporting the conclusion. So this is premise, and this is against the conclusion. So this is anti-premise or anti-point, okay, or counterpoint. All right. Notice how many times the reader thought, I'm not sure, or something along those lines. That will happen frequently while reading an argument. We are getting information and trying to understand what each piece might be. But we won't really know how everything fits together until we know what the conclusion is. So conclusion is very important. And that might not be until the end. So you just keep reading unless you get to the end. Then you see what the conclusion is. What is the uh, what what the author is trying to prove. All right. Okay. What is the core? Actually, the premise and the conclusion. They together make the core. All right. The premise or premises and conclusion represent the core of the argument. Remember that not all arguments will have a conclusion, but all will have at least one premise. That's important. Otherwise, there won't be an argument. Okay. So we will always have at least a partial core. If not conclusion, then at least we have a premise. If both, that's great. The core represents what the author is trying to tell me or prove to me. So one is the conclusion and other is the support. Okay, so that's why it's called the core of the argument. It's important for us to be able to identify what specific information in an argument falls into which category, because that helps us to take our next step, that is, conducting the necessary reasoning in order to answer the question. It turns out that different question types require us to perform different kinds of reasoning. We'll discuss this in much more detail in subsequent chapters. Let's take one step now, though, just to whet our appetites. How do the premises support the conclusion? In other words, how does the core actually function in this particular argument? This how, like this. In this problem, our core consists of these two pieces. This. However, many of the residents in this neighborhood work in the construction, and the contract to expand the runways has been awarded to a local construction company. The premise, the support. And it supports what? Thus, the expansion of the runway will lead to an increased quality of life for the residents of the neighborhood. The conclusion. So this is a premise that supports this, the argument's conclusion. Okay, what's the author trying to prove? The conclusion on the right claims that the runway expansion project will have a good outcome, better quality of life for certain people. The premise on the left provides one piece of information to support this claim. The people in question may make money as a result of this project. That is the support. Okay. The premise provides one piece of evidence toward a positive outcome, but the argument is not airtight. There are many possibilities actually. For example, do we know for sure that the residents of the neighborhood are the ones who work for the local construction company that won the contract? We don't. As we'll see, that kind of thinking will help us when we get to the question answering stage. For now, remember this. When we have both a premise and a conclusion, it's critically important to understand how the premise supports the conclusion. That's the uh, that's for now, but let's have a look to these four things again. Just the definitions of building blocks of argument. These are the building blocks: premise, conclusion, background, and counterpoint. Okay, how you recognize them? Just go along with this. What's the premise? Part of the core of the argument, present in every argument. All right, these are the points you need to understand. So premise supports the author's conclusion. It's actually a support. It can be a fact or an opinion, can be a description, historical information, statistical or numerical data, or a comparison of things, any of these. Often signaled by words or phrases such as because of, since, due to, and as a result of. So this is a premise. What is the conclusion? How can we recognize it? Conclusion, part of the core of an argument, present in most arguments, but it's possible that this is not there. And sometimes you need to find it out, like the sentence is incomplete and you have to complete it with the conclusion. Conclusion represents the author's main opinion or claim, can be in the form of a prediction, a judgment of quality or merit, or a statement of causality. Is supported by at least one premise. There can be more than one premise. Okay. Often signaled by words such as therefore, thus, so, and consequently. Though note that harder arguments might use such a word elsewhere in the argument in an attempt to confuse us. So you have to be on watch. What is background? Not part of the core, often present, but not always. Provides context to help understand the core. Yeah, the context, like how it all started. Almost always fact-based, can be in almost any form: historical information, numerical or other data, description of plans or ideas, definition of words or concepts, and so on. This is the background. All right. What is counterpoint? Not part of the core, only present occasionally. Maybe it's not there. Maybe it's asked there in the question that what should be, which thing will weaken it. All right. Opposes or goes against the author's conclusion in some way, introduces multiple opportunities for traps, believing that the conclusion is the opposite of what it is, and that is not the conclusion, opposite of it. So you are thinking that it's the conclusion, so counterpoint. Okay, so sometimes it confuses with the conclusion, mistakenly labeling a counterpoint the premise. See, we saw before that that is premise and that is counter premise, or that is counter premise, that is premise, so it can confuse each other, and vice versa, and so on, often signaled by transition words such as however, yet, and but. Typically, the transition word will be found somewhere between the counter premise and the conclusion, though the two sentences may not be right next to each other. So that's it for now, and stay connected, and we'll meet in the next video. Hello. Let's continue the journey of learning logic. Something more about arguments and conclusions. Let's look at this person A and person B's conversation, how they are having and making argument. All right. So what's the difference between these two things? All right. So this is a person A and this is person B. All right. So person A makes a statement of some kind, anything. Person B says something that doesn't address what person A just said, and he comes up with something else. Person A responds with a random thought that popped into his head because he wasn't prepared. Person B confidently states an opinion as if it were a fact. I mean, it wasn't. So person A starts talking in circles, leaving his true position unspoken. Makes a mistaken assumption, person B, about what person A wants. Just presumes that person A wants that this, but person A doesn't want that. So person A can't articulate what he really thinks. Winds up frustrated. Person B winds up frustrated. So this is a usual stuff. Always happens. This sort of exchange is typical. In real life, people are generally bad at arguing. Even folks who try to be fair-minded can be fuzzy in their thinking. For instance, people will hear both sides of an issue and then say, well, I need more information to decide. But they can't tell you what information they need. They can't identify specific flaws in the chains of logic they have heard. So they have no idea how to fix those flaws. It's pure logic. It doesn't have to be this way. GMAT critical reasoning questions force you to really understand arguments. In this context of the GMAT, the word argument doesn't usually mean a verbal scuffle or debate. Like, I had an argument with my significant other last night. To have an argument, to have a fight, like, okay, you were in an argument. Rather, it means on GMAT, critical reasoning, logical reasoning, a set of logically connected statements that put forth an assertion of some kind. She made the argument that we should replace the refrigerator. This is making an argument, and that was having an argument. Then where you fight, you are not fighting in GMAT actually. All right, you have the first kind of argument, like with your wife, or which is the verbal scuffle. In contrast, you make the second kind of argument, like the refrigerator one, which is in case for some position. As you study GMAT arguments, as you delve into their structure, their purpose, their flaws, and possible cures for those flaws, you will start to come across similar arguments all around you. The one you made, okay? Making arguments. Most arguments on the GMAT are flawed in some fashion. That's why they are given to you. So are most arguments in the real life, but we don't We can't find the actual flaws in the real life, but here in the GMAT we have to, and that will come to your real life too ultimately. We want, once your eyes are opened, there is no going back to blind acceptance of the self-serving arguments of some salesperson or politician. You'll be wise. But that's not a bad thing, right? In short, improving on critical reasoning will make you better at critical reasoning in general. That's a pretty useful side effect of your preparation for the GMAT critical reasoning. A critical reasoning problem looks like something like this. Again, let's have a look. Ostrich meat, which is low in fat and cholesterol, is becoming popular in the United States among dieters and those concerned with health. However, ostriches are an endangered species. If the popularity of ostrich meat continues to grow at the present rate, ostriches will inevitably become extinct. All right, that's the question. These are the options. Which of the following, if true, most seriously weaken the argument above? Like you have to find the premise and you have to find the anti-premise, the one that does not support, that goes against your argument. Okay. So options are, so you have to weaken it. Okay. So ostrich meat, which is low in fat and cholesterol, is becoming popular in the United States among dieters and those concerned with health. It's like a background. Okay. However, ostriches are an endangered species. Okay. If the popularity of ostrich meat continues to grow at the present rate, ostriches will inevitably become extinct. That's the conclusion. So, what is in its favor? That people are becoming, that this ostrich meat is becoming popular and it's an endangered species. So, you have to find something that should say that now it won't be extinct. Okay. There will be something else that the ostriches won't become extinct. Okay. That's the anti premise, anti counter premise, counterpoint. All right. That's what you are looking for actually in this. Well, we are discussing it later on. Well, ostrich meat is not any healthier than lean beef, which is available everywhere and less expensive. Ostrich meat is considered by many to be a gourmet food, suitable only for special occasions. Concerns about avian flu, although spurious, have caused many customers to avoid ostrich meat. An increased demand for ostrich meat will lead to increased ostrich farming, thus increasing the number of ostriches. Ostriches are killed more frequently for their feathers and for the making of leather than they are for meat. Well, the initial paragraph, from ostrich meat to become extinct, is the argument. This ostrich meat, which is low in fat and cholesterol, is becoming popular in the United States among dieters and those concerned with health. Okay, this. So, wait, ostrich meat. All right. However, ostriches are an endangered species. If the popularity of the ostrich meat continues to grow at the present rate, ostriches will eventually become extinct. This whole thing is an argument, right? The specific question you are asked, which of the following, if true, most seriously weaken the argument above, is called the question stem, right? That's the part where it asks the question. That's question stem, right? Okay, the rest of the problem consists of 5 answer choices. You have to pick the best one, of course, all right? As with all GMAT problem types or GRE logical, the problems are displayed on a computer, requiring you to take notes or do other sketch work on paper when you are practicing, or on an erasable noteboard on the real exam. A whiteboard also is provided, or sometimes they provide you the writing pad too. Depends where you are taking the test. Because the verbal part of the exam consists of 41 problems, 75, it has come way down now. Okay, the questions have become so less in verbal, and of course few logical questions because they have shortened the time now. You should aim for a little under 2 minutes per problem. Yeah, that stays the same. quarter to 2 or 2 minutes per question. That's the normal thing, all right? Excuse me. Notice that the question stem contains the phrase if true. What an interesting little bit of verbiage. All right. Questions involving if true can cause us to perform a bit of mental gymnastics. You may have to suspend judgment as to whether something is really true and consider what the consequences would be if it were true. In real life, you rarely throw if true into your debate. It would not be wise to initiate a conversation with one's spouse by asking, which of the following, if true, would cause you to divorce me? In GMAT critical reasoning, on the other hand, an argument can be based on strange sounding or unproven claims, but still have a conclusion that follows logically from those claims. By the way, what do you think the answer is to the problem at the top of the page? Read on when you are ready. All right, let's go back, have a look. Okay, so you have to find something that says ostriches will not inevitably become extinct. All right, ostrich meat is not any healthier than lean beef, which is available everywhere and less expensive, maybe, but for now it's becoming popular. No. Ostrich meat is considered by many to be a gourmet food suitable only for special occasions. Well, it's becoming popular. So that does not uh, weaken the argument. That does not say that it will not become extinct. Yeah, it may say that it is occasionally eaten, but again, the problem is that it will become extinct if it just keeps on happening. Concerned about avian flu, although spurious, have caused many consumers to avoid ostrich meat. Yeah, this can go against it, but again, they say that the popularity of ostrich meat continues to grow at present rate. Then what happens? Okay. An increased demand for ostrich meat will lead to increased ostrich farming, thus increasing the number of ostriches. So you see, the chicken and the bacon is eaten, and but they haven't gone extinct. So the same goes here. If people, the business people, come into play and start farming, it will the number will increase, not decrease. Ostriches are killed more frequently for their feathers and for the making of leather than they are for meat. Again, this is not against this conclusion. All right. So we got our answer. Well, we discussed it. We haven't gotten our answer. If you have, that's great. Keep it in mind. All right. According to the argument, ostriches will inevitably become extinct if demand for ostrich meat continues to rise the same way. Won't free enterprise kick in though? Yeah, like I said, won't some entrepreneurial types try to breed these very valuable animals and make serious money from these flightless golden geese? The possibility of increasing supply undermines the claim that ostriches will definitely disappear under the given conditions. The correct answer is D. All right, that's it for now. Next video, we will discuss sound and valid arguments. Okay, what are valid arguments and what are sound arguments, and what is the difference between them, and which one we'll encounter in GMAT? Okay, valid arguments versus sound argument. Every complete argument has two components written down on paper: premises, like supporting statements; conclusion, the main point or biggest claim of the argument. We discussed it earlier. A sound argument is successful on every level. Like normally in general life, we discuss it. The premises are true, and the conclusion logically follows from the premises. We can see it in real lives, like there are real examples. When a conclusion follows logically from true premises, that conclusion is therefore true. A valid argument is one in which the conclusion follows logically from the premises, but the premises may or may not be true. Okay? In a valid argument, if the premises are true, then the conclusion will also be true. Okay? All right. But premises may not be logical. It may not seem true. Okay? But if this is true, then this will be true. A is equal to B is equal to C, A is equal to C. We are coming to that. On the GMAT, many arguments deal with made up countries or mention outside facts that you don't have the ability to evaluate the truth of. So, while soundness is the goal in real life reasoning, GMAT questions tend to be more about validity. Every sound argument is valid, but an argument can be valid but not sound. But in GMAT, it works. That is, it can have a good structure while being based on false statements. This can take some getting used to. For instance, yeah, this is a premise. Circles have four sides. Absurd, of course. Obviously, this premise is completely false. It cannot be part of a sound argument, but it might be part of a valid argument. Let's continue. Okay, premise. All four-sided things taste like cinnamon. Okay, all four-sided things taste like cinnamon. Absurd. Oh, come on. That's just ridiculous. So conclusion. Therefore, circles taste like cinnamon. Why? Circles have four sides. Four-sided things like taste like cinnamon. Circles taste like cinnamon. A is equal to B is equal to C, A is equal to C. This argument looks like nonsense. However, you cannot deny that if circles had four sides and if four-sided things tasted like cinnamon, then indeed circles would taste like cinnamon. The argument is quite silly in the real world, but it is valid. On the GMAT, avoid challenging the truth of the premises themselves. You are not meant to evaluate whether circles really have four sides or whether all four-sided things taste like cinnamon, as you would in a real-life debate. Rather, you should focus on whether the premises as given join together to establish the conclusion definitely. That is, focus on whether the argument is valid, not sound. A circle cinnamon argument follows a pattern that always makes valid arguments. A is equal to B is equal to C, therefore A is equal to C. What is A is equal to B? Circles equal to four-sided. B is equal to C, four-sided cinnamon taste. So A is equal to C, circles, cinnamon taste. This pattern should look familiar from math. It is transitive property. A is equal to B is equal to C, A is equal to C. Transitive property. Okay. Logic has much in common with math and the sciences. In fact, some universities teach courses on logic that are shared between the philosophy and the computer science departments. This is not suggesting that the philosophy and computer science majors actually hang out afterwards or anything. If you develop the skill of finding the underlying structure of arguments, you can make arguments more like math problems. Yeah. Math problems have definite answers. They are very concrete. GMAT critical reasoning problems are more concrete than you may think. Certain answers. Once you have found that answer, you will be 100% sure that this is the only answer there. That much concrete, like 2 plus 2, 4. Not 3, not 5, 4, exact. So they have concrete answers. It's not like this can be, this may be, no, 100%. Okay, consider this crazy argument. What would be needed to make it valid? Squares are blue. Therefore, squares explode within 7 days. So what is missing? A is equal to B, A is equal to C. B is equal to C is missing. Blue explode within 7 days. So that's second premise. Okay. So if you match, so this type of things, what is needed, if true, what will happen, if true, what will weaken, if true, what will strengthen, these type of things you will encounter in GMAT. Okay. Critical reasoning. If you match to the pattern on the previous page, you can see that you have A is equal to B and A is equal to C. A is equal to B, squares blue, A is equal to C, squares explode within 7 days. So you must be missing B is equal to C, squares, blue explode in 7 days. Everything blue explodes within 7 days. So if you can make this pattern over there when you are given the question, so you'll be a lot better off, right? Hello. We must know that in the structure of an argument, what is the conclusion and what is premise, what is counter premise. Okay. So this is very important. So we are going to see how to get to the conclusion. All right. Let's start. In a good, valid argument, the premises lead to the conclusion in a direct way. In a valid argument, we already studied what is a valid argument. All right. In GMAT, we will usually find valid arguments where the premise can be true and cannot be true, but it directly leads to conclusion. All right. They provide enough evidence to guarantee the truth of the conclusion, because they are support. All right. Which is occasionally implied rather than stated explicitly. Of course, and sometimes they ask this from us, that what is implicitly described there. All right. So let's see this example. To be considered a form of cardiovascular exercise, an activity must raise the heart rate and keep it elevated for at least 20 minutes. That's what cardiovascular exercise should be. Skydiving cannot properly be considered a form of cardiovascular exercise. Skydiving cannot properly be considered a form of cardiovascular exercise. While skydiving certainly does elevate a person's heart rate, the skydiver only experiences free fall for 60 to 70 seconds, followed by 5 to 6 minutes under a parachute. And of course, it is not possible to string multiple dives back to back. All right, now we have to find out the conclusion. What's the conclusion of this argument? Is it the last statement? This one. It is not possible to string multiple dives back to back. That doesn't really seem like the main point, of course. And conclusions are rarely preceded by of course, which is a wink from the author. We both know this is true, right? Sometimes the conclusion is hiding in the middle. In the paragraph above, it is doing just that. Here, skydiving cannot properly be considered a form of cardiovascular exercise. Skydiving cannot properly be considered a form of cardiovascular exercise. That's the conclusion. All right. The author wants to argue about that, want to tell us that skydiving is not cardiovascular. And then he has so many points to discuss here, that it's because there are two conditions. It should elevate heart rate, raise the heart rate, and it should last for at least 20 minutes. And here he says it only lasts for 60 to 70 seconds. But there are so many things. Okay, let's see that. Everything else consists of premises, counter premises. By the way, to support it. Okay. By the way, you might have noticed that this argument isn't airtight. Of course, it's not the end. There are so many things, so many exceptional cases. Like some people might experience faster heart rate, even after under the parachute. Even after landing, they have like like a longer fast heart rate. Okay, so it's not airtight. The author assumes that the elevated heart rate doesn't persist past the jump itself. Who knows, your heart might beat faster for hours after you land. So the premises as given don't guarantee the conclusion. All right. For now, just try to restate the argument more simply and in a better order, building from premises to conclusion. Okay, like this. Cardio exercise has two requirements. I already told you, high heart rate and rate stays high over a period of time, like 20 to 30 minutes. All right. Skydiving meets first requirement, but not second. So you have higher heart rate, but it only lasts for a few seconds. Therefore, skydiving isn't cardio. That's what the conclusion is, the last final part of the argument. Okay. But that wasn't in the end. It wasn't therefore, it wasn't thus. Okay. So it was in the middle. The conclusion of an argument should be the speaker's main point. Some other clues are these. The conclusion should be the biggest claim, the statement that needs the most proof. So this is the proof that skydiving isn't cardio. That needs the most proof. Okay. You can think of the conclusion as coming last in a chain of ordered statements, such as the one above about skydiving. These. So we wrote high cardio exercise has two requirements: high heart rate and should last for a period of time. Skydiving. So skydiving meets first requirement, but not second. Okay. Therefore, skydiving isn't cardio. So see, it's in the sequence, right? So in the sequence, what is the last point? That's the conclusion. All right. So every statement must link to the next. This is linking to this. This is linking to this, right? And the chain ends with the conclusion. Let's try a few statements and try to find the conclusion. Locate the conclusion in each of the arguments. In the first four, you will be able to simply underline the conclusion. For the last argument, you will have to rephrase the conclusion yourself. All right. Underline the conclusion. Okay. See. Quoting sources in your papers without attributing the course to those sources is forbidden on this campus. Plagiarism is strictly forbidden by our code of conduct, and quoting without attributing is a form of plagiarism. So, what do you think? Now, let's make the sequence. Plagiarism is strictly forbidden by our code of conduct, and quoting without attributing is a form of plagiarism. So, without quoting is not allowed. Plagiarism is forbidden. Quoting is plagiarism. So, without quoting is plagiarism. So, without quoting is not allowed. Okay. So, what is the thing that needs the most proof? Quoting source in your paper without attributing is not allowed, is forbidden. That's the conclusion. So, the first line is conclusion. Quoting sources in your papers without attributing the quotes to those sources is forbidden on this campus. So, what is the premise? Premise is that this plagiarism is forbidden, and quoting the quoting without attribution is a plagiarism. So this is the support. Got it? So this first line is, there isn't any thus therefore thing, but you can see that plagiarism is forbidden. Quoting without attribution is form of plagiarism. Therefore, quoting sources without attributing quotes is forbidden. So see, you can write therefore here. All right. The next one. The difference between a weed and a garden plant depends entirely on the opinion of the person who owns the land. Weeds are the non-essential plants in your plantation. The difference between a weed and a garden plant depends entirely on the opinion of the person who owns the land. Thus, it is impossible to develop a flawless garden weed killer that kills all types of weeds and leaves all types of garden plants unharmed. The Vitex company's attempt to develop a perfect garden weed killer will fail. So see, thus is here, but this is not conclusion. What needs the most favor, the most support? This. The Vitex company's attempt to develop a perfect garden weed killer will fail. Therefore, the Vitex company's attempt to develop a perfect garden weed killer will fail. Why? Because of these things. Because only the gardener knows which is weed and which is not. So, flawless garden weed killer cannot be produced. Therefore, company's plan is going to fail. So, where is therefore which one needs the most support the last this sentence. Okay. All right. So third, the anti-smoking policy would cause a loss of revenue to our town's bar. Since we are a small town, smokers would likely just drive an extra couple of miles to bars in any of the neighboring towns, none of which have anti-smoking policies. So, because you are putting smoking anti-smoking policies in your bar, so people will not come to your bar. Instead, they will go an extra couple of miles to the bars where smoking is allowed. So you can say, since we are a small town, smokers would likely just drive an extra couple of miles to bars in any of neighboring town, none of which have anti-smoking policies. Therefore, an anti-smoking policy would cause a loss of revenue to our town's bar. So therefore, what is therefore? Therefore is here. So this is therefore test. Actually, we might discuss it later on. The therefore test. Therefore test. Okay. The name is therefore test. So that's how you find the conclusion. All right. So this anti-smoking policy would cause a loss of revenue to our bar. So this is the one that needs the most support. All right. This is the conclusion. 4. The city parks are overcrowded, leading to long wait times for athletic fields and courts and lessening citizens' enjoyment of the parks. A new park should be built at the southern tip of the city, which does not have its own park. Because the heavily populated south of the city lacks a park, residents regularly travel to other parts of the city to use those parks, thus leading to overcrowding. So don't just look at this, okay? This is not the conclusion. So which is conclusion? The thing that needs the most attention, the most support. So if I do it like this, because the heavily populated south of city lacks a park, so residents regularly travel to other parts of the city. Therefore, a new park should be built at the southern tip of the city. So this thing, therefore, a new park should be built. So this needs the most support. So that's why this is conclusion. A new park should be built at the southern tip of the city. That's the conclusion. All right. Rephrase the conclusion on the line below because we can't underline. So we have to rephrase. Some say that Saddlebrook College provides the best value in our state. Yet, this simply isn't true. Students at our state's Tunbridge College pay less, enjoy newer buildings and smaller class sizes, and make more after graduation. Okay, so what is he trying to prove? That Saddlebrook College is not providing the best value actually. And the rest is the support, the premises. So what is the thing that you need to provide? That simply isn't true. This simply isn't true. What isn't true? That Saddlebrook College provide the best value. Again, beware. This Tunbridge College isn't providing best value. Maybe Tunbridge is 8 and at the sorry, Saddlebrook is 8 and the Tunbridge is 5th position. But there are first, second, third are different. So this isn't best, okay? He didn't mention that. He just mentioned that it's better than Saddlebrook. So it means Saddlebrook isn't providing the best value. That's the conclusion. So you'll say Saddlebrook College does not provide the best value in our state because it says it isn't true, and the rest is premise, the support, right? So once you start understanding that how to find out the conclusion and what is the support and what is the counter premises, that's it. That's the logical reasoning. That's all you need to understand. So try to find out conclusions in other critical reasoning questions. Okay, that's it for now. Sometimes there is so much extra information in the critical reading passage that that you lose the track of the conclusion. The conclusions get lost somewhere in the so much extra information. So you have to get rid of that extra information. You must know what is extra, what is not needed. All right. So let's see. Some arguments contain background information, definitions, etc., that help you understand the content of the premises better. For purposes of argument structure, this background information isn't really part of the argument. Like the four things we already discussed: the background, the premises, the counter premises, the conclusion. We usually are concerned with the premises and conclusion, right? Some arguments also contain irrelevant information, snarky comments, or repetitive language. You will want to put aside all this extra information to boil the argument down to its real premises and conclusion. That's very important. Here's a lengthy example. See, one of our company's investors. So sometimes it looks like this is difficult passage. It's not difficult. It's just lengthy. So you have to get rid of extra information. You just have to boil down to that premises conclusion. All right, background, premises, conclusion, whatever you want to find out, but you have to find out the conclusion and what is supporting information. That's it. One of our company's investors has accused the company president of financial impropriety. Like the company president is improperly using funds, right? Company's investor has accused the company president of financial impropriety. The company president did make a $50,000 payment to his son, allowing the son to close on a house in Brookhurst, a wealthy and respectable part of town. It is doubtful that the investor was really seeking the facts when he supposedly investigated the matter. Means the investor was wrong. But let it be known that the president's son has long been a consultant to the company, providing over $150,000 per year in services. The $50,000 was an advance of on future billing and well within established company practice. And what is company's practice? In the last year, the company provided a similar advance to a supplier seeking to upgrade to a larger production facility. So it means that the the accusation is not right. Okay, but there is so much going on in it. He paid 50,000 to his son. Okay, and the company and the investor said that this is wrong, but the practices say that this is not wrong. Okay, so the conclusion is that the company's president is not doing anything wrong. Okay, yeah. Wow, that was long. There is clearly some unnecessary background information. Like it hardly matters that Brookhurst is a nice place to live, or even what the son spent the money on. Even if he used it to take orphans to Disney World, that wouldn't change whether his father had committed financial impropriety. So we can't judge. Okay. We have to limit our knowledge, our ethical values, and everything. Okay. We have to leave it aside because that will interfere in the conclusion, in the understanding of the passage of the argument. Okay. So leave everything aside and stay with the passage. What is the author saying? The speaker also issues an insult to the investor that he wasn't taking it properly. Like he wasn't in the mood of investigating it properly. Like it is doubtful that the investor was really seeking the facts when he supposedly investigated the matter. Okay, this is a personal attack that can be disregarded. We shouldn't bother with that. Okay, try the simpler version. Company president paid $50,000 to son. Investors conclusion: the company president guilty of impropriety, but $50,000 was an advance to a contractor, and such advances are normal. Therefore, he is not guilty. Therefore, he is not guilty. President is not guilty. That's the conclusion, right? Notice that the speaker did not explicitly state a conclusion. Yeah. What do you think the logical conclusion is since the speaker is arguing against the investor? The investor's conclusion is a valuable clue. What is the In fact, the speaker's conclusion is the opposite of the investor's. What is the investor's conclusion? That he is guilty of impropriety. But the opposite is he is not guilty of impropriety. The company's president is not guilty of financial impropriety. That's the conclusion. And that's what we need to prove. That's what needs the most support. Okay. You should not stretch as you articulate an implied conclusion. Draw from the text you are given and don't go too far. Just leave aside everything in your mind, the values, the ethics, or whatever you know about that stuff. Okay. Avoid making the conclusion any more assertive or extreme than is justified by the premises. The following will help you practice stating a speaker's implied conclusion. All right. State the implied conclusion. Each of the arguments below strongly hints at a conclusion, but doesn't state it explicitly. Write the argument's implied conclusion on the line below. So we have to be certain that we are in, like, if he is not the best, he's not bad. Okay, so these things very important. Remember, don't make a conclusion any bigger. Like I said, okay, he's not best. That means doesn't mean he's bad. Okay, don't make a conclusion any bigger than it has to be. For instance, consider the argument. Some people think Jack Jones is the best in the world at fencing. But there are two lesser known competitors from Asia whose records are superior to his. What does it mean? It simply means Jack Jones is not the best. That's it. It doesn't mean Jack Jones is bad at fencing. Okay. So don't go any bigger, don't make any bigger conclusions than it should be. It has to be. The implied conclusion is simply that Jack Jones is not the best, not that he's actually bad at fencing. All right. So let's start the finding the conclusions. Any college that has produced more than 10 Rhodes Scholars throughout its history is a good college. Van Hoyt College has produced at least one Rhodes Scholar per year for the past decade. Therefore, okay. So how a college becomes a good college? If it has produced more than 10 Rhodes Scholars throughout its history. So Van Hoyt College has produced at least one Rhodes Scholar, like at least one every year for the past decade. Decade is 10 years. So for the past 10 years, this college, Van Hoyt College, has been producing at least one. Like it can be more than one. Okay. At least one means it can be one or more than one. Okay. So it means this is a good college. So that's the conclusion. The conclusion is Van Hoyt College is a good college. That's the conclusion. So you can write it here. Okay. The female outbird will lay eggs only when a suitable quantity of nesting material is available and the climate is suitably moderate. Again, the female outbird will lay eggs only when a suitable quantity of nesting material is available and the climate is suitably moderate. This winter is the coldest on record, but the temperature change has actually increased the amount of nesting material as trees and plants die. So there's a lot of nesting material, shedding twigs and leaves. All the same, although nesting material is abundant, so what are the two conditions that are required for that bird to lay eggs? Suitable quantity of nesting material, there is plenty. There is plenty. And climate is suitable. The climate is not suitable. This is the coldest winter. So this is not moderate. Okay. So one condition is being fulfilled, the other is not. So the bird won't lay eggs. Female bird won't lay eggs. So you say, all the same, although nesting material is abundant, but the female bird will not lay eggs. That's the conclusion. Ah, yeah, you can say that because there is not the weather is not moderate, therefore the bird is not laying eggs. But the conclusion is that the bird will not lay eggs. That's the conclusion. John Doe pleaded not guilty to the charge of second-degree murder, but was convicted after a video of his brutal crime was revealed. In the state in which he was convicted, however, the only crime punishable by the death penalty is first-degree murder. Therefore, okay, how a person gets death penalty for first-degree murder? Okay, so the passage says John Doe pleaded not guilty to the charge of second-degree murder, but was convicted after a video of his brutal crime was revealed. First, he was found not guilty of second-degree murder, but then when the video came out, he was convicted of the brutal murder. So the murder was second degree, not the first degree. Okay. So the death penalty is for the first degree murder. So John Doe will not be punished to the death penalty by the death penalty. So that's the conclusion. Now see, there is so much ethics coming in. We don't have to consider that. Okay, that a murder is a murder. You could say it. But here we have to stick to the passage. Don't go beyond the passage. He did not commit a first degree crime, so he won't get death penalty. So you'll say, therefore, John Doe will not get will not is not punishable by the death penalty. That's it. That's the conclusion. Okay. 4. Some doctors have been performing extreme body modification procedures, such as creating a snake-like forking by surgical cutting the tongue down the middle, solely for cosmetic or lifestyle reasons. Harming a healthy body part, harming a healthy body part is against the Hippocratic oath, which doctors have sworn to uphold. Therefore, so what is the conclusion? Some doctors have been performing extreme body modification, like cutting the tongue into two or whatever, and this is against the Hippocratic oath. Hippocratic oath says that harming a healthy body part is against the oath. So what is happening? They are not following the Hippocratic oath. So it means if they have sworn to Hippocratic oath, they should not do this. So what is the conclusion? Doctors have sworn to Hippocratic oath. So you will say doctors should not doctors should not uh, doctors should not perform extreme body modification procedures. That's what is the conclusion. All right. Okay. So now this one is fifth one. The school board has responded to the new school lunch guidelines by replacing French fried potatoes with fruit in a standard meal option that includes a beef hamburger and milk as well. However, the guidelines specifically require that vegetables, not fruits, be included in every meal option. Therefore, okay, again, you can come up with being a parent or being a ethics person or being a dietitian. So you can think of any way. But here you have to stick to the passage. The passage says guidelines specifically require that vegetables, not fruits, be included. And what the school has done, school board has responded to the new school lunch guidelines by replacing French fried potatoes with fruit in the standard meal option that includes a beef hamburger and milk as well. Beef hamburger, milk, and what? Replacing French fried potatoes with fruit. So you are replacing fruit with the fried potatoes. But the guidelines say you should include vegetables, not fruit. So what is happening? No any ethical problem, nothing else. The school board is not following the guidelines. That's it. The school board is not following the guidelines. Okay, that's it. That's the conclusion. All right. So keep finding out the conclusions. So you will be better off with the critical reason. Enough for today. उतनी डरा दिया तूने मुझे. Sometimes there is so much extra information in the critical reading passage that that you lose the track of the conclusion. The conclusions get lost somewhere in the so much extra information. So you have to get rid of that extra information. You must know what is extra, what is not needed. All right. So let's see. Some arguments contain background information, definitions, etc., that help you understand the content of the premises better. For purposes of argument structure, this background information isn't really part of the argument. Like the four things we already discussed: the background, the premises, the counter premises, the conclusion. We usually are concerned with the premises and conclusion, right? Some arguments also contain irrelevant information, snarky comments, or repetitive language. You will want to put aside all this extra information to boil the argument down to its real premises and conclusion. That's very important. Here's a lengthy example. See, one of our company's investors. So sometimes it looks like this is difficult passage. It's not difficult. It's just lengthy. So you have to get rid of extra information. You just have to boil down to that premises conclusion. All right, background premises conclusion, whatever you want to find out, but you have to find out the conclusion and what is supporting information. That's it. One of our company's investors has accused the company president of financial impropriety. Like the company president is improperly using funds, right? Company's investor has accused the company president of financial impropriety. The company president did make a $50,000 payment to his son, allowing the son to close on a house in Brookhurst, a wealthy and respectable part of town. It is doubtful that the investor was really seeking the facts when he supposedly investigated the matter. Means the investor was wrong. But let it be known that the president's son has long been a consultant to the company, providing over $150,000 per year in services. The $50,000 was an advance of on future billing and well within established company practice. And what is company's practice? In the last year, the company provided a similar advance to a supplier seeking to upgrade to a larger production facility. So it means that the accusation is not right. Okay, but there is so much going on in it. He paid 50,000 to his son. Okay, and the company and the investor said that this is wrong, but the practices say that this is not wrong. Okay, so the conclusion is that the company's president is not doing anything wrong. Okay, yeah. Wow, that was long. There is clearly some unnecessary background information. Like it hardly matters that Brookhurst is a nice place to live, or even what the son spent the money on. Even if he used it to take orphans to Disney World, that wouldn't change whether his father had committed financial impropriety. So we can't judge. Okay. We have to limit our knowledge, our ethical values, and everything. Okay. We have to leave it aside because that will interfere in the conclusion, in the understanding of the passage of the argument. Okay. So leave everything aside and stay with the passage. What is the author saying? The speaker also issues an insult to the investor that he wasn't taking it properly, like he wasn't in the mood of investigating it properly. Like it is doubtful that the investor was really seeking the facts when he supposedly investigated the matter. Okay, this is a personal attack that can be disregarded. We shouldn't bother with that. Okay, try the simpler version. Company president paid $50,000 to son. Investor's conclusion: company president guilty of impropriety. But $50,000 was an advance to a contractor, and such advances are normal. Therefore, he is not guilty. Therefore, he is not guilty. President is not guilty. That's the conclusion, right? Notice that the speaker did not explicitly state a conclusion. Yeah. What do you think the logical conclusion is since the speaker is arguing against the investor? The investor's conclusion is a valuable clue. What is the In fact, the speaker's conclusion is the opposite of the investor's. What is the investor's conclusion? That he is guilty of impropriety. But the opposite is he is not guilty of impropriety. The company's president is not guilty of financial impropriety. That's the conclusion. And that's what we need to prove. That's what needs the most support. Okay. You should not stretch as you articulate an implied conclusion. Draw from the text you are given and don't go too far. Just leave aside everything in your mind, the values, the ethics, or whatever you know about that stuff. Okay. Avoid making the conclusion any more assertive or extreme than is justified by the premises. The following will help you practice stating a speaker's implied conclusion. All right. State the implied conclusion. Each of the arguments below strongly hints at a conclusion, but doesn't state it explicitly. Write the argument's implied conclusion on the line below. So we have to be certain that we are in, like, if he is not the best, he's not bad. Okay, so these things very important. Remember, don't make a conclusion any bigger. Like I said, okay, he's not best. That means doesn't mean he's bad. Okay, don't make a conclusion any bigger than it has to be. For instance, consider the argument. Some people think Jack Jones is the best in the world at fencing, but there are two lesser known competitors from Asia whose records are superior to his. What does it mean? It simply means Jack Jones is not the best. That's it. It doesn't mean Jack Jones is bad at fencing. Okay. So don't go any bigger, don't make any bigger conclusions than it should be. It has to be. The implied conclusion is simply that Jack Jones is not the best, not that he's actually bad at fencing. All right. So let's start the finding the conclusions. Any college that has produced more than 10 Rhodes Scholars throughout its history is a good college. Van Hoyt College has produced at least one Rhodes Scholar per year for the past decade. Therefore, okay. So, how a college becomes a good college? If it has produced more than 10 Rhodes Scholars throughout its history. So Van Hoyt College has produced at least one Rhodes Scholar, like at least one every year for the past decade. Decade is 10 years. So for the past 10 years, this college, Van Hoyt College, has been producing at least one. Like it can be more than one. Okay. At least one means it can be one or more than one. Okay. So it means this is a good college. So that's the conclusion. The conclusion is Van Hoyt College is a good college. That's the conclusion. So you can write it here. Okay. The female outbird will lay eggs only when a suitable quantity of nesting material is available and the climate is suitably moderate. Again, the female outbird will lay eggs only when a suitable quantity of nesting material is available and the climate is suitably moderate. This winter is the coldest on record, but the temperature change has actually increased the amount of nesting material as trees and plants die. So there's a lot of nesting material, shedding twigs and leaves. All the same, although nesting material is abundant, so what are the two conditions that are required for that bird to lay eggs? Suitable quantity of nesting material, there is plenty. There is plenty. And climate is suitable. The climate is not suitable. This is the coldest winter. So this is not moderate. Okay. So one condition is being fulfilled, the other is not. So the bird won't lay eggs. Female bird won't lay eggs. So you say, all the same, although nesting material is abundant, but the female bird will not lay eggs. That's the conclusion. Ah, yeah, you can say that because there is not the weather is not moderate, therefore the bird is not laying eggs. But the conclusion is that the bird will not lay eggs. That's the conclusion. John Doe pleaded not guilty to the charge of second-degree murder, but was convicted after a video of his brutal crime was revealed. In the state in which he was convicted, however, the only crime punishable by the death penalty is first-degree murder. Therefore, okay, how a person gets death penalty for first-degree murder? Okay, so the passage says John Doe pleaded not guilty to the charge of second-degree murder, but was convicted after a video of his brutal crime was revealed. First, he was found not guilty of second-degree murder, but then when the video came out, he was convicted of the brutal murder. So the murder was second degree, not the first degree. Okay, so the death penalty is for the first degree murder. So John Doe will not be punished to the death penalty by the death penalty. So that's the conclusion. Now see, there is so much ethics coming in. We don't have to consider that. Okay, that a murder is a murder. You could say it. But here we have to stick to the passage. Don't go beyond the passage. He did not commit a first degree crime, so he won't get death penalty. So you'll say, therefore, John Doe will not get, will not, is not punishable by the death penalty. That's it. That's the conclusion. Okay. 4. Some doctors have been performing extreme body modification procedures, such as creating a snake-like forking by surgical cutting the tongue down the middle, solely for cosmetic or lifestyle reasons. Harming a healthy body part, harming a healthy body part is against the Hippocratic oath, which doctors have sworn to uphold. Therefore, so what is the conclusion? Some doctors have been performing extreme body modification, like cutting the tongue into two or whatever, and this is against the Hippocratic oath. Hippocratic oath says that harming a healthy body part is against the oath. So what is happening? They are not following the Hippocratic oath. So it means if they have sworn to Hippocratic oath, they should not do this. So what is the conclusion? Doctors have sworn to Hippocratic oath. So you will say doctors should not doctors should not uh, doctors should not perform extreme body modification procedures. That's what is the conclusion. All right. Okay. So now this one is fifth one. The school board has responded to the new school lunch guidelines by replacing French fried potatoes with fruit in a standard meal option that includes a beef hamburger and milk as well. However, the guidelines specifically require that vegetables, not fruits, be included in every meal option. Therefore, okay, again, you can come up with being a parent or being a ethics person or being a dietitian. So you can think of any way. But here you have to stick to the passage. The passage says guidelines specifically require that vegetables, not fruits, be included. And what the school has done, school board has responded to the new school lunch guidelines by replacing French fried potatoes with fruit in the standard meal option that includes a beef hamburger and milk as well. Beef hamburger, milk, and what? Replacing French fried potatoes with fruit. So you are replacing fruit with the fried potatoes. But the guidelines say you should include vegetables, not fruit. So what is happening? No any ethical problem, nothing else. The school board is not following the guidelines. That's it. The school board is not following the guidelines. Okay, that's it. That's the conclusion. All right. So keep finding out the conclusions. So you will be better off with the critical reasoning. Enough for today. Okay, these questions are from Manhattan's 5-pound book. So these are also critical reasoning or logical reasoning questions. So this question, I think we already discussed somewhere during the introductions of logical reasoning. Let's do this again. The school board has responded to the new school lunch guidelines by replacing fried potatoes with fruit in a standard meal option that used to consist of a hamburger, fried potatoes, and milk. However, the guidelines specifically require that vegetables, not fruits, be included in every meal. So the question part says the information above most strongly supports which of the following conclusions. So here you go. You need to find out the conclusion. So we already practiced so many times that one thing that requires the most proof is conclusion, right? So out of these five, we have to see which one is being suggested by these arguments. So the argument says that school board has given some guidelines that fried potatoes should be included in the meal, not fruit. guidelines. So here are replacing fried potatoes with fruit in a standard meal. This is what school has done. But the board said that there should not be fruit, there should be vegetables. Okay, so let's have a look on the options. Fruit provide just as much health value to students as vegetables. I know this is a out of the passage information, and you must be tempted to think that this is fine. There's so many other things, like you can be a parent, you can be a teacher, you can be the head of the school, and you can think in your own way, but we have to stick to the passage. Okay, so this is fine, like socially or normally it's fine that fruit provides just as much health value to student as vegetables, but this is not supported by the passage. Okay, B says students are more likely to eat fruit than vegetables. Fine. Again, seems fine, seems legit. But again, it's not supported from the passage. C, the school board is not following the new school guidelines. This is what the passage says. That, however, the guidelines specifically require that vegetables, not fruits, be included in every meal. And what is school doing? School is replacing fried potatoes with fruit. That's it. We are not concerned with which one is healthier, which one is tastier, okay? Because the passage does not say that. We already discussed these all things in the introductory chapters, that we have to stick to the passage, okay? So C is the correct answer, that the school board is not following the new school guidelines. Let's have a look to D and E. The school board is responsible for the health of the student population. So fine, yeah, mostly school boards and the people who are managing schools, they are responsible for health guidelines, health of the students, but the passage does not support it. Okay. E, the new school lunch guidelines are unnecessarily strict, maybe, maybe not, but the passage does not specifically support this conclusion. So what the passage supports is this: the school board is not following the new school guidelines. That's it. Okay. Question number 2. While many people think of the lottery as a harmless way to have fun and possibly win some money, buying lottery tickets is a form of gambling. Therefore, public officials shouldn't buy lottery tickets. The argument above relies upon which of the following assumptions? All right, we already discussed this thing that if A is equal to B and B is equal to C, then A is equal to C, right? So sometimes this is a reality and this is a reality and this is an assumption. This is how it all works, right? So if we look around here, then we'll see that lottery tickets is a form of gambling. So public official shouldn't buy lottery tickets. So what is missing? So you can say that lottery tickets, buying lottery tickets is gambling. Okay. So gambling is not allowed to public officials. So public officials shouldn't buy lottery tickets. This is how it all works. Okay. Like, see, lottery tickets to is gambling. Okay. Gambling not allowed to officers. Okay. So that's why this A is equal to B, B is equal to C. So A is equal to C. So lottery tickets, buying lottery tickets is not allowed to officials, public officials. So this will be the assumption. A is equal to B, this, B is equal to C, this, then A is equal to C. Okay, so this thing is missing. Lottery tickets, sorry, this thing is missing. B is equal to C. Okay, public officials shouldn't gamble. Public official shouldn't gamble. This. See, lottery tickets is gambling. Public officials, gambling is not allowed to public officials. Like public officials shouldn't gamble. So that's why what is the end result? That lottery tickets is not allowed, or public officials should not buy lottery tickets. All right. So let's have a look. Individuals who play the lottery are less likely to win a big payout than they are to be killed in a car crash. Individuals who play the lottery are less likely to win a big payout than they are to be killed in a car crash. This is about the probability. That's the probability of someone to be killed in a car crash is more than winning a big payout in lottery during the gambling. Fine, it's good statistics, but this doesn't have to do anything with this passage because there is not much probability of winning. That's why public officials shouldn't gamble. No, public officials shouldn't gamble because public officials are not allowed. That's it. So this is wrong. Some public officials are guilty of much more serious offenses than gambling. So it wants to say that gambling is nothing. So maybe it's correct, but this doesn't have to do anything with the given, okay? Because these are ethical and the rules and the social problems. Of course, they are correct, but nothing to do with our passage. Public officials shouldn't gamble. That's it. This is what we decided, that lottery tickets is gambling. Public officials shouldn't gamble. So public officials shouldn't buy lottery tickets. So this was the middle one. B is equal to C thing that was missing here. All right. That was the assumption. D is many public officials are easily tempted to violate rules governing their positions. Yeah, of course, maybe, or maybe not. But again, if public officials are easily tempted to violate rules governing their positions and they are going to buy lottery tickets, maybe they do that. But we are talking about a rule that they should not gamble because uh, this is not allowed. Okay, simple. E. Most lottery winners are not made as happy by their winnings as they expected. Yeah, this is a universal study, but again, this does not have to do anything with our passage. So the thing is, there are so many other reasons coming around, but we have to stick to these two sentences that are given in the passage. So you can't go beyond this. If you go too far, you'll make errors. You start making errors. So if you keep sticking to your passage, so you will get to your answer. So that was easy. Is equal to B and A is equal to C was given. You had to just spot B is equal to C. That is C.
Question number 3. Some say that Saddlebrook College provides the best value in our state. Yet, students at our state's Tunbridge College pay less, enjoy newer buildings and smaller class sizes, and earn larger incomes after graduation. The information above, if true, most strongly supports which of the following judgments or conclusions for that matter. Okay. So we have to find something that these things concludes to. So it says that Saddlebrook College, that some say that Saddlebrook College provides the best value. But there is another college that provides better things, better building and better class sizes and better income. So what is the end result?
that you can't say that Saddlebrook College is bad, or you also can't say that Tunbridge College is on the top. Both are wrong. What you can say from this passage is that what people say about Saddlebrook College doesn't look right, because there is an other college that is better than this. So we can just conclude that Saddlebrook College provides the best value in our state is not wrong. It's not right. So you can say that Saddlebrook College does not provide the best value. That's it, because there are better options there. Now, what I earlier said that Tunbridge College is not on the top. Why? Or Saddlebrook is not bad. Why? Because maybe Tunbridge College position is fifth position, fifth best, and this Saddlebrook is seventh best. Got it? So this is not the best, and this is not the worst. All right. So don't go too far, like I already told you. So let's see which one, if true, is concluded from this. Okay. A. Temperate College provides the best value in our state. The same thing I warned you about. The Temperate College is not the best. Doesn't this doesn't support this. Yeah, maybe Temperate College is best, but this passage doesn't support it. It only supports that Temperate College is better than Saddlebrook. So that supports that Saddlebrook is not the best. That's the point. So A is wrong. B. Tunbridge College has more stringent entrance requirements than Saddlebrook College, and thus attracts students of a higher caliber. Again, maybe it's true, maybe it's not true, because it's a better college. Maybe the entrance requirements are more stringent and people are more inclined toward that. But again, the passage does not support this. The passage only says two things: that people say that Saddlebrook is best, but Tunbridge provide better value. These are the only two things that are being said here. So no, we are not sure that it provides, the Tunbridge College has more stringent requirements. No. See, it is not true that Saddlebrook College provides the best value in our state. This is the only thing that is the conclusion. That Saddlebrook, some say that Saddlebrook College provides the best value, but it's not true, because there is another college that is better. So C is the answer. That's the conclusion of these two lines passage. It is not true that Saddlebrook College provides the best value in our state. That's it. Okay. Let's have a look to D and E. Student income after graduation is a valid means of judging the value of a college education. The passage said a part of it, like passage says that Tunbridge College students at Tunbridge College pay less, enjoy newer buildings and smaller size class sizes, and earn larger incomes. This is a part of it. Okay, so they say student income after graduation is a valid means of judging the value of a college education. The passage does not specifically said that. So we can conclude, because he mentioned this thing, that income of Tunbridge College is more than this. But again, this thing is not a sign that Tunbridge College is a better thing, better place to study. No. E. Students at Tunbridge College report higher rates of satisfaction than students at Saddlebrook College. Again, the passage only said these things, that students of Tunbridge College pay less, enjoy newer buildings and smaller class sizes, and earn larger incomes. It doesn't mention that they rate higher satisfaction than Saddlebrook. This is not mentioned. Okay. Now we can't say that if they enjoy newer buildings and smaller class sizes and earn larger, then they report higher rates of satisfaction. Maybe Saddlebrook College students are rate more satisfactory. So this is not particularly mentioned. We conclude with the knowledge of our colleges and the society, but the passage does not mention it. Okay, so we can't go that far. So option C is the best. That is definitely can be concluded from the passage that it's not true that Saddlebrook provide the best value. That's all. Question number 4. Studies have long shown that people who drive red cars receive more speeding tickets from the police than do those who drive cars of other colors. Researchers have thus concluded that the color of a car influences its driver's behavior. The researcher's conclusion depends upon which of the following assumptions. Alright, so what is the conclusion? That the color of a car influences its driver's behavior. Now, the problem here is that people who drive red cars receive more speeding tickets. People who drive red cars receive more speeding tickets from the police. So, what if police is involved here? Like, police thinks that a person who drives a red car, already police presumes that he must be over speeding because he is driving a red car. So what if this is happening? Then the researcher's conclusion is flawed. But we have to find out that how the researchers came to conclude this thing. It means that researcher must have thought or presumed that the red color doesn't influence police, right? So this must be the assumption. Otherwise, the research can be flawed. So we have to find out the supporting point that researcher's conclusion that the color of a car influences its driver's behavior. So which one assumption supports this conclusion? So let's do it one by one. Drivers of black cars receive the second most speeding tickets. Alright, but we are not concerned about the second most speeding tickets here. We are concerned about the behavior of the driver due to the color, the red color. So it says black color, one thing, and it says second most speeding tickets. So both things are not being discussed here. Alright, so it's wrong. B. Red cars do not attract more attention from the police than do cars of other colors. This is the assumption we were looking for. That the color doesn't influence police behavior. It only influences driver's behavior. This is our primary assumption. Okay, C is police officers do not drive red cars. It doesn't matter whether they drive or not, because if police officer drive a red car, they will think that the car's color influences him or does not influence him. So this is and something else. Police officer is being a driver now here, so they don't drive red car, it doesn't matter. So this is not being discussed that whether police officers it influences the red color influences police officers or not. Well, even if it influences, they say police officers don't drive. Well, it's not the answer. D. Red cars do not receive any more parking tickets on average than do cars of other colors. We are not talking about parking tickets here. We are talking about speeding tickets here, right? So this is irrelevant. E. Drivers of red cars who are ticketed for speeding are able to appeal their tickets more often than drivers of other color cars. Yeah, this thing a bit says that the police behavior is involved, because maybe that's why they are allowed to appeal it more often. So this is even against our assumption. This says that the police is involved or something else is involved for the red car drivers. That's why they are involved. They are allowed to appeal more often. So this is even against our conclusion that something else is affecting on driver's behavior, not only red car. So this is not the assumption. So only assumption that fulfills our purpose here is B. Red cars do not attract more attention from the police than do cars of other colors. So this is our answer. The headmaster at Leewood Day School noticed that scores on math tests were lower this year than in previous years. This year, all students took math courses during the first period of the school day. In years past, they had taken math during the final period of the day. Reasoning that the students perform better on math tests when they are fully awake, the headmaster concluded that test score would be higher if math classes were moved to the end of the day. The headmaster's reasoning depends upon which of the following assumptions. What should the assumption be? So what happened earlier and what is happening now? So now the math scores are lower, okay, than previous years. And what's the difference? The difference they noticed is that this year they held the class in the first period for the math, and in past years the class used to be in the last period, right? So what is the reasoning? That the students perform better on math tests when they are fully awake. What do you mean by fully awake? So because that's the last period and they are fully awake, and when they are in the first period they are not fully awake, right? So that's the assumption that like when they are fully awake they will perform better. So they are assuming that in the last period they should they will be fully awake. It's exactly as A is equal to B is equal to C, so A is equal to C, that students perform well when they are fully awake. So math classes should be at the end of the day. So math tests are good fully when they are fully awake. So math tests should be in the end of the day. So what is missing? The missing is fully awake is equal to end of the day. I mean the last class. So that's what we are going to find out. Okay. All right. So option A is it would be possible to reconfigure the school's schedule to accommodate having math classes in the afternoon. It would be possible to reconfigure the school schedule to accommodate having math classes in the afternoon. So here there is a thing or two. Actually, we are looking for something that tells us that students are fully awake at the end of the at the end of the day or in the last period. So here it just tells us that you can reschedule the periods to the end of the day. So it doesn't mention that assumption that end of the day fully awake. Okay, so it's wrong. B. Several schools similar to Leeward Day School hold math class in the afternoon. Yeah, all the more reason, but it doesn't tell us that at the end of the day or in the last period, students are fully awake. Okay, so that's what we are looking for. We should be specific. Okay, all right. C. The quality of the teaching has little bearing on test scores. Alright, here he says that it's not about the teaching, it's about the students. Well, students are fully awake at the end of the day. That's what we are looking for. We are not looking for the quality of teaching is affecting test scores or not. Okay, well, it's wrong. It's not relatable. D. This year, the math department started using new, unfamiliar curricular materials. Alright, this is like a point which states another reason for the headmaster's conclusion. If ask, we were to be asked like which one point or which one of these statements, if true, would seriously weaken the headmaster's conclusion, then this would have been our answer.
that we had to find something else, right? Some other factor that is influencing the scores. So for now, he's not asking us about that weakening assumption. All right. E. Students are more likely to be fully awake during the final period of the day than they are during the first period of the day. That's it, what we're looking for. Okay, now what is it? Math tests, good when they're fully awake. They are fully awake at the end of the day. So math classes should be held at the end of the day. A is equal to B, B is equal to C, so A is equal to C. Got it? So E is our answer. Question 6 from logical reasoning. Exterminator is saying something. Using poisoned food is the most effective tactic for combating a mouse infestation. The mouse will carry the food back to the nest, causing all of the mice to die, while a trap will kill only the one mouse that falls into it. If all signs of the mice disappear for 3 consecutive weeks after poisoned food is used, the homeowner can be sure that the poison was successful in eradicating the mice. Which of the following, if true, most seriously calls into question the exterminator's claim that the absence of signs for 3 weeks means the mice have been eradicated by the poison? So we are looking for a counter premise. Okay, so the exterminator is claiming that if you don't see any mouse for consecutive 3 weeks, it means the mice have been eradicated. Okay, and instead of using a mouse trap, you should use poison food. Now please don't go for the ethical and human rights things, please. It's just a passage and we have to stick to these 4-5 lines. Okay, we can't go too far. Okay, so we have to find out something that is that should counter the exterminator's claim. And what is the claim? That for 3 consecutive weeks after poison food is used, if the mice disappear, like you don't see any mouse for consecutive 3 weeks, it means they've been eradicated. So now we have to find something that calls seriously into questions, like that weakens this statement. Okay, we have to find out something that should say that there is some other reason that the mouse are gone for 3 weeks. It's not necessary that for 3 weeks the mice aren't appearing, then they've been eradicated. Maybe they are gone somewhere else. Maybe something else happened to them. So we have to find out something that is against this 3 consecutive weeks thing. All right. See this claim. The question also tells a claim. Usually it's not told here. The question just says that calls into question the exterminator's claim. That's it. But the question also makes it easier for you, that the absence of signs for 3 weeks means the mice are gone. Mice have been eradicated. This claim. Okay. All right. Start off option A. Because mice hide whenever they sense humans, it is very difficult to see or hear mice even when there is an active infestation. Fine, but there are signs. Okay, so if active there is an active infestation, you don't hear them moving, but you know that they are there. So this is about their surreptitious behavior actually, that mice don't come when they sense human, they don't come out. We are not talking about this, that they will be gone for 3 weeks because they hide somewhere because of the human are always there. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so it simply means that they don't mice disappear for 3 consecutive weeks, completely disappear. This simply means that mice hide whenever they sense humans, and humans know that there are mice there.
Of course, they uh, hide, but you can sense them. All right, so this is not our answer. This is not weakening the statement of the exterminator. Okay, B. It is more humane to use live catch traps that allow homeowners to release the still living mice outside. The same thing I already warned you about, that you shouldn't go toward the ethical problems. Okay, that, yeah, of course, that's against the animal rights, that you are poisoning them, fine, but for now we are not talking about rights and of the animals and what is right, what is wrong. We're just discussing that if they disappear for 3 weeks, is there any other reason? Okay, so just stick to that. This is wrong. We're not concerned with this thing. C. And of course, if you get a live catch trap, you release them outside home, they'll come back. We all know that. C. In the spring, many mice that nest in houses begin foraging for food outside and do not return to the comfort of the house until the fall or winter. This is another reason why you don't see mice for 3 consecutive weeks. They leave houses in spring and they come back in fall or winter. So they are gone for more than a month or two. So you might just think that it's extermination that is causing the mice to disappear. But this is something else, that mice leave houses for the whole spring and until fall or winter. So they will be gone and you will be thinking that it's the poison that killed them, but they will come back after a month or two. So the 3 week consecutive week thing is not applying here. Okay, so this thing is bringing the claim into question, that what if it's spring, you poisoned the mice and they didn't die, and but they left for foraging food outside, and you thought that they are gone, but they will return in fall or winter. So your poison food didn't work. Okay, so that is the thing that is calling the exterminator's claim into serious question. Okay, all right, so this is our answer. Well, let's have a look on D and D. There are several different kinds of poison that could be used, some of which are more effective than others. This is exterminator's problem, which poison is he using. So they just tell us that if they are gone for 3 weeks, they are gone. So which poison are they using isn't our concern. Okay, so no. E. It sometimes takes longer than 3 weeks for all of the mice to ingest and die from the poison. Well, that seems legit. That seems like this is another reason for taking more than 3 weeks. But taking more than 3 weeks for what? For ingesting and dying. So the exterminator's claim isn't that they, how long will it take them to ingest and die. It says for 3 consecutive weeks if they are gone after the poisoning. For 3 consecutive weeks, that may start after 1 week, that may start after 2 weeks, that may start after 3 weeks. We don't know after how long it will start, but they say consecutive 3 weeks. If they are gone, it means they've been eradicated. So this was a nice trap that it sometimes takes longer than 3 weeks for all of the mice to ingest. All of the mice, like some of them ingest and die earlier and the others don't die earlier. But the question says that the 3 consecutive weeks they are gone, so they have been eradicated. It says that it will take them more than 3 weeks to ingest and die. So we are not talking about how long does it take the mice to ingest and die from the poison. So this is not our exact answer. Exact answer is C. Okay, that's it. Question 7.
The recent decline in the employment rate was spurred by predictions of slow economic growth in the coming year. However, those predictions would not have affected the employment rate if major industries had not lacked capital reserves. So, if major industries increase their capital reserves, the employment rate will not decline in the future. Which of the following, if true, casts the most doubt on the validity of the argument above? We need to weaken this argument. And what is the argument? That capital reserves is the cause of decrease in unemployment rate, decline in employment rate. Again, this recent decline in the employment rate is prediction of slow economic growth, but it says the predictions would not have affected if there weren't lack of capital reserves. So it means that lack of capital reserves led to the decline in employment rate. And it says if major industries increase the capital reserves, then there won't be any employment rate decline in the future. So the capital reserves decline in the capital reserves mean decline in employment rate. So that means the argument is that employment rate is being affected by capital reserves of industries. We have to find out something that tells otherwise, like casts the most doubt on the argument's validity. The argument is that it's capital reserves that is the cause of decline in employment rate, but we have to find out something else that is a cause of decline in employment rate. That will tell us, that will be counter premise, that will tell us that this is not the capital reserves only that is affecting, that there is something else too. Maybe there is a partial effect of capital reserve, but there is a partial effect of something else. But here it is clearly saying that if you increase the capital reserves, there won't be any decline in employment rate. He's so sure. We have to find out that this shouldn't be that sure. Okay? So, let's look out for the answer that there must be some other reason of decline in employment rate. A. Major industries foresaw the drop in employment. Of course, the question also says that the predictions of slow economic growth in the future. So this is not the reason, another reason for the decline in employment rate. It doesn't say that. Even if it's true, that means the decline in employment is more evident according to the author. So this is not giving any other reason for the decline in employment rate. Okay, so this is not putting serious doubt on the argument. Okay. B. Some major industries had appreciable capital reserves. So some major industries, not all of them. Okay. So how many, one or two, we are not sure. Okay. So this can counter the argument that some of them have appreciable capital reserves. Now, what is appreciable capital reserve? That we don't know about that, and we also don't know that whether in those industries there is decline in employment rate or not. Maybe these major industries don't have any decline in employment rate. So we have a lot of things hidden. Okay, so we can't say that this is another reason of employment decline. So this is just an extension to the point that prediction was already done. So some major industries also so sorry, that this thing is an extension that should not lack capital reserve. So some major industries had appreciable capital reserve. But the question says, if major industries increase their capital reserve, the employment rate will not decline. So this is not giving any other reason. C. An increase in labor costs could adversely affect the employment rate. See, there is another reason of decline in employment rate. That if you increase labor costs, then employment rate will be adversely affected, will decline again. So it's not only capital reserves that's affecting employment rate, there are other things too. So C is our answer. Okay, let's have a look on D and E. D. The government could pass legislation mandating that major industries set aside a fixed amount as capital reserves every year. Again, it's in favor of the argument that the only reason for the unemployment decline is capital reserves. Nothing new. E. The drop in the employment rate was more severe this year than last. Okay, but this is not giving us any other reason other than the capital reserves that should be taken into account, that the other reason for decline in employment rate. So this is the only option C that is giving us another reason for that affects adversely on employment rate. So C is our answer. Question number 8. New methods of math education in this country do a disservice to our children. In the lower grades, math instruction should focus on the basic skills that students will need to solve complex problems in higher grades. Learning basic math skills is like learning the scales and chords that one will later use to master complicated concertos and symphonies. Increasingly, math educators in this country seem to have it backward, emphasizing in higher grades the same narrow, skill-based approach that students learned in lower grades, rather than the analytical tools that they will need to solve complex math problems. Which of the following, if true, would most seriously weaken the conclusion drawn above? Alright, so we have to find an antithesis or counter premise, okay, of this conclusion. What is the conclusion? That the new methods of math education aren't good. They aren't preparing students for higher grades. So we have to find something that will tell us that these new methods are performing well in higher grades. So something that tells us that these grades are not creating narrow approach, and they are actually creating broad and skill based approach. Okay, so it's not backward. So these things we have to look for. All right, like it says that they should solve complex problems in higher grades. All right, so let's start. A. While music courses are often included in elementary school curricula, such classes are rarely taught in high school. Actually, we are not concerned with only music courses. We are concerned about math education. So this is not relevant. B. On international tests of complex math skills, high school students in this country perform no worse than did their counterparts from countries in which problem solving is emphasized in higher grades. Alright, this seems fine, but it doesn't say that students are performing well. It just says that students in this country aren't performing worse than the others. So we don't know how the other countries are performing. So this doesn't testify our counter premise. So this doesn't invalidate this conclusion. Not yet. C. When presented with a math problem to solve, Students in higher grades are more likely to arrive at different answers than students in lower grades. Again, it doesn't testify. It doesn't tell that students in higher grades are arriving at correct answers. It just says different answers than lower grades. So, no. D. Older students tend to receive higher grades in math than younger students do. Now, what does it mean by older students and younger students? So, maybe older students means the age difference, maybe older students mean the grades difference. So, it doesn't tell us that, and they are comparing younger students and higher grades. So, older students, younger students. So it's not telling us that this new education system is performing well. E. Universities in this country report a steady increase in the percentage of first-year students who qualify to take courses such as engineering that require advanced math. See, this is telling us that the new methods of education are not producing bad students. They are producing the students that qualify to take courses such as engineering that require advanced maths. If the education is not doing any service, then how come in universities there is a steady increase in percentage of first year students? New students are coming in the university, and students have to clear the test, qualify the test, and that test require advanced math, and that engineering requires advanced math. So it means they are quite capable of handling the advanced math and clearing those tests for those courses. So this E tells that, if true, that the new methods of education in this country aren't performing bad, they are performing fine. So this is a counter premise for this conclusion. All right, E is the answer. Question 9. The fight against the drug trade in country X should focus for the time being on tightening the country's borders and targeting major smugglers. Wiping out poppy fields in rural areas means inflicting even greater hardship on an economically depressed farming population. Rather, the United Nations and the government of country X must carefully rebuild agriculture infrastructure in areas where the economy depends on these poppy fields. What purpose do the two bold-faced sentences serve in the passage? Alright, so what is happening here? There is a country whose agriculture depends upon the poppy fields in rural areas. So there is a fight against drugs in country X, of course. So they want to get rid of these poppy fields. But the problem is that if they wipe out these poppy fields, the farming population will be affected drastically because they are already depressed. Okay, so now what is happening here, in the first bold-faced sentence, it says that for the time being, what can be done, that you can tighten the country's borders and target major smugglers. This is for the time being. But what is the actual solution? That United Nations and government of country X, they should carefully rebuild agriculture infrastructure where they depend upon poppy fields. So it looks like this is for the time being short-term solution, that you should focus on for the time being on tightening the country's borders. And what is for the long-term and actual solution, that United Nations and government should focus on the rebuilding of agriculture areas. That's gonna take a while. So we have to look something like this is short-term and this is long-term thing, okay? Or this is for the time being and this is the real solution. That's gonna take a while. Let's go to the options. A. The first is the conclusion drawn by the speaker. The second is the alternative to that conclusion. You see, this is not the conclusion. there is no conclusion. Like the conclusion, you can say that if you wipe out the poppy fields, that will affect the farming population drastically. Actually, this is a conclusion. This is not the conclusion. This is the solution for that problem, the problem of fight against the drug trade actually. So A is not the answer. Okay, and second is alternate to that conclusion. No, this is not the alternate to that conclusion. B, the first is a short term solution to a problem, the second is a long term solution to the same problem. Yes, the problem is drug trade, and there is a fight going on against drug trade and the poppy fields. So first one is for the time being, like I said, and the second one is a long-term solution, like the actual solution, right? So B is our answer. What about C? The first presents a problem, the second poses an ideal solution to the problem. See, it's not the case. Both are the solutions actually. This is short term, this is long term, and both have a problem discussed in it. Drug trade. All right. Okay. C is not the answer. Definitely not the answer. D. The first presents a popular solution to a problem. The second presents a solution preferred by the author. Yeah, it's so tempting that this one is the, like, usually what people think that you should uh, tighten the borders and just control the smugglers. So this is usually happens. So that's why it looks like it's popular, but it never, nowhere it's mentioned this is a popular solution. And also not mentioned second present solution preferred by the author. It's not mentioned that the author prefers this. No, both are solutions, but it's not like this is popular and this is preferred by author. Okay. E, the first presents an argument, the second presents evidence to support the argument. No, not at all. Okay, so actually our answer is this is short term solution and this is long term solution. Okay, B is our answer. Question 10. In the 18th and 19th centuries, it was believed by many in coastal cities of the United States that the waterfront was an undesirable location for residential buildings. As a result, much of the waterfront in these cities was never developed aesthetically and instead was left to industry and commerce. Today, however, waterfront properties are generally seen as prestigious, as evidenced by the large sums paid for homes along the beachfront. A developer who wishes to make a large profit would be wise to buy urban waterfront lots and erect residential buildings on them. Which of the following, if true, most strongly supports the claim made about urban waterfront properties? Okay, so the claim is that a developer who wishes to make a large profit should buy these waterfront lots and build residential buildings there. So is this profitable for the developer or not? Like should the developer buy this thing, these waterfront lots or not? Will he make large profits or not? So we have to look for some clue that if he buys those waterfront lots, people will buy them. All the other things are useless if nobody is going to buy those waterfront lots. So the scenario is that earlier in the 18th and 19th centuries, these waterfronts has been neglected residentially, and they've been dedicated for the industry and commerce. So it means this is now an industrial and commerce block. So now it's getting uh, popular. The beach areas are getting popular and people are paying large sums. So we have to find something that if developer wishes to make large profits, will he be able to do that? How will he be able to do that? If he buys those waterfront lots, only if he is able to sell them afterwards. So let's look for some clue that he'll be able to sell them, and people will be willing to buy those waterfront lots and residential buildings. A. People today have more money, relatively speaking, to spend on real estate than they did in previous centuries. Okay, but this does not specifically tell us that people are willing to spend on the property in waterfronts. So of course they are spending more money on real estates, and they have more money on real estates, but whether they are willing to spend this money, and ultimately are they willing to spend this money on waterfront lots? So this is not a support. A is wrong. B. Homeowners will be willing to spend large sums on residential properties in traditionally industrial or commercial districts. This is our answer. Now you will say there is no any mention of waterfront lots, but there is a mention of traditionally industrial and commercial districts. How are we so sure that these waterfronts are commercial districts? In the above first line, it said that 18th and 19th century they left these waterfronts for industry and commerce. Of course, industry and commerce has been developing there for 2 centuries. So these areas are traditionally industrial and commercial areas. So, and people are now willing to spend on residential properties in those areas. And here the developer is willing to make residential buildings in those waterfront areas, which are now commercial areas. So people, because homeowners will be willing to spend large sums on there, so he will definitely be making profits. So this is a support. So this is our answer. Okay, what about C, D, and E? C says many urban waterfront lots are available for purchase. Many urban waterfront lots are available for purchase, and the developer is going to purchase it, of course. And the problem is, will the homeowners be buying it? So urban waterfront lots are available for purchase, and developer is trying to buy it, wishes to buy it and make residential buildings on them. But our problem is whether people are willing to buy it or not. See, this is available for purchase, not mentioned that uh, people are willing to spend money on them or not. So C is not our support, not our answer. D. Many coastal cities are encouraging developers to rehabilitate the waterfront through tax incentives. So, okay, that's why this developer is willing. Many coastal cities are encouraging developers to rehabilitate the waterfronts. Rehabilitate the waterfronts in what sense? Like in residential or commercial? They are giving tax incentives, fine, but are people willing to buy buy homes there? So this is not a support that the developers who are going to buy these waterfront lots are going to profit from there. So this is not the answer. E. Properties in interior residential districts in coastal cities are significantly more expensive than those along the waterfront. Okay, properties in interior residential districts. The interior residential districts are more expensive than the waterfronts. Uh, it does not again specify that we are not interested in interior residential districts. We are interested in waterfront lots. So are people willing to buy those waterfront lots or not? Because the developer wish to buy those waterfront lots actually, not the interior residential districts. So this is not relevant. So our answer is here. Homeowners will be willing to spend large sums on these industrial and commercial districts where you are going to put residential properties, residential blocks. So B is our answer. Okay. Okay. Logical reasoning. Snowmaking machines work by spraying a mist that freezes immediately on contact with cold air. Because the sudden freezing kills bacteria, Quick Freeze is planning to market a wastewater purification system that works on the same principle.
The process works only when temperatures are cold, however. So, municipalities using it will still need to maintain a conventional system. Which of the following, if true, provides the strongest grounds for a prediction that municipalities will buy quick freeze purification system despite the need to maintain a conventional purification system as well? So, you must be thinking that why would municipalities buy this system if they are already maintaining a conventional system, and they have to maintain that even if they buy this cold system, purification system, because even if they buy this snow making machine, quick freeze machine system, they have to keep this conventional purification system. So we have some strong reason. Don't you think that think of some reason that like, what if their conventional system isn't working properly at cold temperatures? So they will need this quick freeze system. So you have to find such a reason, like, which will force them to buy a quick freeze system. So we have to find such reason. Okay, all right. A, bacteria are not the only impurities that must be removed from wastewater. Fine, but we are for now talking about the bacteria killing, that which system kills bacteria and which system is needed for that. So this is not our answer. Okay. B, means many municipalities have old wastewater purification system that need to be replaced. Fine, replace it, but they will replace it with the conventional system because they will need it in summers, because this system will not work in summers. So even if they buy this system, they will have to keep the conventional system. So no, this is not the strong reason to buy quick freeze system. C, conventional wastewater purification systems have not been fully successful in killing bacteria at cold temperatures. See, so conventional system is not good for cold weather. So that's why for cold weather they will have to buy this quick freeze system. This is our answer. This is a strong reason that they have to buy it. Okay. And D is, during times of warm weather when it is not in use, quick freeze purification system requires relatively little maintenance. Fine, because they won't be using it. But again, this is not a reason that they should buy it, because they don't need any maintenance in warm weather. If their system is working properly in both the seasons, both the weathers, then why would they buy it? So this is not the strong reason. E, places where the winters are cold rarely have a problem of water shortage. We're not talking about shortage of water for now. So this is our answer.
Question number 2, critical reasoning. Okay, we have to find out a flaw in this argument. The argument is flawed primarily because the author does what? Okay, all right. So let's start. Homeowners aged 40 to 50 are more likely to purchase ice cream and are more likely to purchase it in larger amounts than are members of any other demographic group. Demographic group means the age group. Okay, so demographics can be many things: the gender, the age, the geographical region, so many things. Okay, so here the demography is the age. Okay, so the question says homeowners aged 40 to 50 purchase more ice cream and purchase in larger amounts than any other age group. Okay, the popular belief that teenagers eat more ice cream than adults must therefore be false. So the argument says that the popular belief that teenagers eat more ice cream than adults, so it should be wrong, because the homeowners of age 40 to 50 are purchasing more ice cream and purchasing it in larger quantities. Okay, so we have to find out a flaw in it. Okay, before going to the options, let's analyze it. So, are you uh, are you convinced that this argument is correct, that people who are aged 40 to 50, they are quite older than the kids and the teenagers, so those people are purchasing more ice cream and purchasing it in larger amounts? So can't we say that they are not eating it? Maybe they are buying it for somebody else, because here it says purchase, purchase, not eat. And in the end, in the argument, it says teenagers eat. So teenagers eat more ice cream than adults, but it doesn't mean then they buy it. Okay, so these 40 to 50 years old people are buying it, purchasing it in larger quantities, not eating it. Okay, it doesn't mean that they are eating it. Okay, so this popular belief is not false because of this reason. This is not the correct reason. Why? Because he is saying purchase, and here he is saying eat. So we have to find something that would say that this purchase and eat don't go together. All right, let's analyze the options. So, the argument is flawed primarily because the author fails to distinguish between purchasing and consuming. Yes, perfect. That's our answer. Okay. So, the author is saying purchasing here and eating here. Okay. So, he is not distinguishing between these two. So, that's why the argument is flawed. Okay. Let's look at the other four options. The author does not supply information about homeowners in age groups other than 40 to 50. Doesn't matter. We are concerned with just 40 to 50 group, that they are purchasing more ice cream in the passage. So we have to analyze the only that. This thing, if he gives the other age groups that they are purchasing more ice cream, won't affect it, because we are talking about purchasing here. Okay, so this does not add, does not subtract anything from the argument. Okay, won't help. Okay, in analyzing that the argument is flawed. Okay, so this is of not no any use. See, the author depends on popular belief rather than on documented research findings. Whatever, we are again not evaluating this thing that teenagers eat more ice cream than adults. No, 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 no. The question doesn't ask that analyze this argument depending on the above discussion. So we are discussing something else. We are discussing that because of this reason, this argument is flawed, which is not. So this is also not helping. Okay. The author does not specify the precise amount of ice cream purchased by any demographic group. Large amount is enough. Okay, and purchase ice cream, more likely to purchase in larger amounts. That's it. That's enough. Okay, you don't need to find out that 2 pounds or 5 pounds or a pound. Okay, it won't matter. Okay, so no, because of this point, you can't say that the argument is flawed because the quantity is not given. Okay, no, no, no. The author discusses ice cream rather than more nutritious and healthful foods. Again, we are not concerned with other nutritional foods. For now, we are concerned with ice cream purchased and ice cream eaten. So the argument is flawed because of this point: ice cream purchased and ice cream eaten. So this is also not helping us. So the answer is A, which specifies, which precisely says that the author is mentioning purchasing here and eating here, so the argument is flawed. Okay, all right. Question number 3, critical reasoning. Okay, we have to see from this argument that which of the following, if true, most helps to explain why Suncorp has been pursuing the less profitable of the two economic activities mentioned above. Let's see what two economic activities are mentioned and why they are going for less profitable. Okay, all right. Suncorp a new corporation with limited funds, a new corporation with limited funds has been clearing large sections of the tropical Amazon forest for cattle ranching. This practice continues even though greater profits can be made from rubber tapping. So, cattle ranching and rubber tapping, these are two economic activities the question refers to. So it says that they are doing cattle ranching in the forest, but the more profitable is rubber tapping, which does not destroy the forest, than from cattle ranching, which does destroy the forest. So the question is mentioning two things. One, more profit can be earned from rubber tapping than from cattle ranching, and destruction of forests, like it does not, rubber tapping won't destroy the forests while cattle ranching is destroying the forests. So why Suncorp is pursuing the less profitable one, the cattle ranching? Okay, which of the following, if true, most helps to explain why Suncorp has been pursuing the less profitable? If you look at this argument, okay, so what do you think, why they are, what is mentioned here? Of course this must be mentioned somewhere here, we can't assume. There are so many things we can assume, okay, but something that is in this passage, because we can't assume in this, okay. All right, so Suncorp, a new corporation with limited funds. See, the question mentions it, limited funds. So we have to keep it in the discussion that, well, we have to assume because it says if it's true. So this is something that may come handy, that because they have limited funds and maybe cattle ranching requires less funds than rubber tapping. So let's look at the options. All right, the first option says, so we are looking for something that would say that why cattle ranching, why not rubber tapping? Okay, all right, let's look at the options. A, the soil of the Amazon forest is very rich in nutrients that are important in the development of grazing lands. Okay, apart from this, this is not more profitable than rubber tapping. Even if Amazon forests are very rich nutrients, why are you destroying them? This is not helping. Why are they going for cattle ranching? So this is a no-no. B, cattle ranching operations that are located in tropical climates are more profitable than cattle ranching operations that are located in cold weather climates. Fine. I think that's why they are doing it in Amazon forest, tropical climate. Okay. But again, a more profitable option is available. Why not that? Why cattle ranching? And again, you are destroying the forest. So no. Let's move ahead. C. C says, in certain districts, profits made from cattle ranching are more heavily taxed than profits made from any other industry. All the more reason to go for rubber tapping. So leaving the cattle ranching because they are more heavily taxed. Why are you doing cattle ranching then? This isn't helping. This is not the reason why are you doing cattle ranching. Because they are more taxed, that's why you are doing cattle ranching? No, so this is not helping. This is not the reason why you are going for cattle ranching instead of rubber tapping. Okay. D, some of the cattle that are raised on land cleared in the Amazon are killed by wildcats. So this is a reason that goes against cattle ranching. Again, these 2 points, C and D, are going against cattle ranching altogether. It must be E, the amount of money required. See, the funds. The amount of money required to begin a rubber tapping operation is twice as high as the amount needed to begin a cattle ranch. and they are short of funds, limited funds we discussed above. Okay, so because they have limited funds and rubber tapping needs twice the investment, that's why they are cattle ranching. Simple. So that's the answer. Perfectly explained and perfectly making sense. Okay, all right. Question number 4. Okay, this is the passage, and we have to see which of the following, if true, most strongly indicates that the logic of the prediction above is flawed. So we have to find a flaw in this reasoning, in the prediction. Let's see what the prediction is and why is it flawed. According to a prediction of the not so distant future published in 1940, electricity would revolutionize agriculture. Electrodes would be inserted into the soil, and the current between them would kill bugs and weeds and make crop plants stronger. Okay, so you are using electricity, electrodes, and the current between them, the electricity between them will kill bugs and will kill weeds and make crop plants stronger. What comes to your mind after reading this? The thing that came to my mind, why that electricity won't harm those plants. This isn't mentioned here. How would electricity distinguish between a weed and a plant? For now, it's not mentioned here. This is a flaw I can see here. Well, we have to see if any other thing, if true, might happen that I can't see here. Let's read the options, okay, and see what is flawed here. Like you are giving electricity to the in the soil, inserting in the soil the electrodes, and the current would kill bugs and weeds and won't kill plants, even make them stronger. All right, let's find out the flaw. A. In order for farmers to avoid electric shock while working in the fields, the current could be turned off at such times without diminishing the intended effects. Okay, but this is not a flaw. Even this is good, that whenever farmers are going in the field, working in the field, you should turn off the uh, electricity. It won't harm the people. It's not a flaw, it's a strong point. So no, we are finding a flaw, a weak point. B. If the proposed plan for using electricity were put into practice, farmers would save on chemicals now being added to the soil. Okay, but that's not the flaw. They say if you use electricity, you don't have to use the chemicals. Okay, that's what we discussed here, because you can kill weeds and bugs with electricity, so you won't be needing the chemicals. That's again making it strong, strengthening the argument. That's not a flaw. Okay, see, it cannot be taken for granted that the use of electricity is always beneficial. But we are using it for benefit here. So is this a flaw, that you are taking it for granted that the use of electricity is always beneficial? So how is it a flaw? It's not helping anything. Okay, I don't see anything in it actually. Nothing to discuss actually. Okay, just a statement. D. Since weeds are plants, electricity would affect weeds in the same way as it would affect crop plants. Perfect. That's what I was looking for. Like I was wondering, why won't it harm the crop? Here it says, since weeds are plants, electricity would affect weeds in the same way as it would affect crop plants. So as long as you do something about this, that it should not uh, harm plants, you cannot use it. This is a flaw. How would electricity distinguish between these two things? Like weeds are plants. Okay, fine about the bugs, but weeds are plants and your crop is also plants. So electricity won't distinguish between them. So this thing is actually a flawed concept, that you can use electricity for killing weed. You are also killing the plant. So this is the flaw. E is, let's do that too. Because a planting machine would need to avoid coming into contact with the electrodes, new parts for planting machines would need to be designed. Okay, but when you plant the uh, uh, plants, after that you will be needing the electrodes actually, so not before. So you can take them out, plant the plants, and then you can put them in. Okay, and this is not a flaw. This is stronger. Even this looks like a flaw, but this point is stronger. Okay, so you have to choose something that makes sense. Okay, you see, we can plant the plants first and then you put the electrodes. Okay, so no, D is the answer. Question number 5. Okay, we have to find in this question that the adoption of this policy would be most likely to decrease employees' productivity if the employees' job functions required them to do something. Okay, so decrease employees' productivity. There is a policy, if you adopt it, that will decrease the productivity. Due to what? Okay, a company is considering changing its policy concerning daily working hours. Currently, this company requires all employees to arrive at work at 8 a.m. The proposed policy, new policy, would permit each employee to decide when to arrive from as early as 6 a.m. to as late as 11 a.m. Okay, so there is a current policy that requires employees to come at 8 a.m. All of them come at 8 a.m. But now there is a proposed new policy that permits each employee to arrive according to whatever they want from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. So the question is, the adoption of this policy, if you adopt this policy, would be most likely to decrease employees' productivity, will decrease if the employees' job functions require them to do something. Okay, so you have to just brainstorm that what one thing will decrease the efficiency if they require what, like what if they want to discuss things with each other, what if they have to meet with each other once at least a day, so what if they need someone to help them. So this type of things will be having a problem. They'll be having, because somebody is arriving at 8 a.m. and somebody is arriving at 11 a.m. So if this guy who is arriving at 6 a.m. needs that other guy who is arriving at 11 a.m., so what will he be doing for 5 hours? So this type of thing we have to find from the options. Okay, that what is that one thing that will decrease the efficiency, that what is the job function. All right, so you know what we are looking for. So if the job function is work without interruption from other employees, that's a positive thing. If they don't need any other person, then whatever they want, whenever they want, they can arrive. If they don't need anyone else, like somebody has to work on their own on the computer, then whether he arrives at 6 or 11 doesn't matter. So this won't decrease the efficiency. Okay, so this is the wrong option.
B. Consult at least once a day with employees from other companies. So again, if they want to consult with the employees of other companies, there won't be any problem. So, and we don't know what are the timings of other companies and what is the mode of consultation. So if they want to contact with other companies people, employees, then again I there is no any evidence that this policy coming at 6 or 11 will decrease the efficiency. So not yet. Okay, so we are putting it on hold. All right. Okay. C. Submit their work for a supervisor eventual approval. So whether they come at 6 or they come at 11, they will submit their work and supervisor will check it. So that won't decrease the efficiency. D. Job function is to interact frequently with each other throughout the entire workday. See, that's the problem. So they need to interact frequently. If this is the job function, if this is the job function that they want to consult with each other throughout the entire working day, so if somebody is coming at 6 and the other one is coming at 11, so these two want to consult with each other, so how will this is time for this guy to leave and this guy is arriving, or when this guy is coming he is waiting for 5 hours for this guy to arrive. So the efficiency will of course definitely decrease. So D is our answer. Okay, because if this is the job function, then the efficiency of the company or the employees will decrease. Okay, D is our answer. So this is not the answer again. Let's check out E option. To undertake, the function of the job is to undertake projects that take several days to complete. Again, if it's taking several days to complete, then one can leave the work and the other one can check it out when he arrives. So again, it's not a problem. Okay, it won't decrease the efficiency. Only this is the problem, because when they have to consult with each other throughout the day, so coming one is coming at 6 and the other is coming at 11, so they won't be able to interact with each other. This will decrease their efficiency. Okay. Question number 6. Okay, this is the passage and we have to find out which of the following, if true, most helps to explain the decline in the population of the fish species. Okay, one of these following will explain the decline in population of fish species. There must be a decline in the population of fish species. So what is that reason that this is declining? Okay, so let's see what is the passage all about. Parland's alligator population. Parland's alligator population has been declining in recent years. Alligators are declining in recent years, primarily because of hunting. Okay, people are hunting them. Alligators prey, like they hunt. Okay, alligators prey heavily on a species of freshwater fish that is highly valued as food by parlanders, who had hoped that the decline in the alligator population would lead to an increase in the number of these fish available for human consumption. Like if they decrease the alligators population, the fish, the amount of fish, the quantity of fish will increase, the number of fish will increase for human consumption. That's what they thought, parlanders thought. Yet the population of this fish species has also declined, even though the annual number caught for human consumption has not increased. Like you could say that they are catching more fish, that's why the species is declining, but that's not the case. The fish they are catching is not increasing, and still the population of fish species in that parlands, seas or rivers is declining. So even the alligators are declining. So what is that one thing that is causing it? Because they thought that if we decrease the alligator, they hunted them down,
and they decreased the population of alligators who preyed on these fish. Now they thought that now the the fish species will increase, but they are still declining. Okay, which of the following, if true, helps to explain the decline in the population? So we have to find out there is something that those parlanders didn't know, and because of that one thing, the population of the fish is declining. So what is that one thing? Okay, so you can think of something like maybe the alligators are not preying on these fish. Something else is preying on these fish, and maybe you didn't look at those species, and those species increased, and that's why these fish are declining. So let's see what is in it. Okay, A. The decline in the alligator population has meant that fishers can work in some parts of lakes and rivers that were formerly too dangerous. Again, this should have increased the caught fish, but this is not the case. So this is the case which tells us that the fish should increase, but fish is not increasing. So no, this is not the reason to the decline in the fish. Okay. All right. B. Over the last few years, Parland's commercial fishing enterprises have increased the number of fishing boats they use. Okay, but by increasing the fishing boats, the fish caught must have increased. But they say even though the annual number caught for human consumption has not increased, even they have increased the boats. So whatever they did, it's not increasing. So it's decreasing in the river. So no, this is not the reason, and that the fish in those rivers decreased. Okay. C. The main predator hunter of these fish, like the fish we want, the main predator of these fish is an other species of fish on which alligator also prey. Oh God, alligator used to prey on another fish. Alligator preyed on another big fish. We take it big fish, and that big fish used to prey on our fish. Now what you did? You reduced alligators, and because of that these big fish are free and they are increasing, so they are hunting more of our fish. So that makes sense. You should not have decreased alligator, even you should have increased this, so that they could have eaten more of these dangerous fish, and then these fish would have increased. So killing the alligator wasn't a good idea. When you hunted the alligators, these other fish are increasing and they are eating your fish, what you want. So that's what it says. The main predator of these fish is not alligator, is this another species of fish. Okay, the main predator of these fish is another species of fish on which alligators also prey. So this makes sense. Okay, these are the food for the alligators, but as you are hunting the alligators down, these fish are increasing, and of course these fish are decreasing. Okay, so it's simple. If you increase this will decrease and this will increase. Okay, and if you decrease this will increase and this will decrease. So that's what is happening. You're decreasing alligators, and boom, your fish is decreasing. All right, this is our answer. Let's check out the other two options. Let me scroll it up. Okay, D. So our answer is C already. Many parlanders who hunt alligators do so because of the high market price of alligator skins, not because of the threat alligators pose to the fish public. Whatever they did, but they decreased the alligators. That's what they did. So decreasing the alligators decreased their fish. Well, we are not concerned with the reason why they killed the alligators. Simply, they killed the alligators and the fish decreased. E. In several neighboring countries through which lands, rivers also flow, alligators are at risk of extinction as a result of extensive hunting. Okay, fine. So this is about alligators extinction. We are not concerned with that in this passage. We are concerned with our consumable fish, which is decreasing. So we needed to find out the reason for that. So no. So this is our reason, because you decrease the alligators so that other fish increase, and that's why your fish decreased. Okay, C is the answer. Number 7. Okay, so here we have to see that which of the following plans, if feasible, would allow a company to prepare most effectively for the rapid obsolescence of skills described above. Okay, obsolescence means the skills are being obsolete. Okay, no more of any use. So you have to prepare the company's employees effectively for these obsolescence of these skills. So what is the feasible plan that you do? So let's see what skills are being obsolete and why. Okay, and what can we do about it, or company can do. The amount of time it takes for most of a worker's occupational knowledge and skills to become obsolete has been declining because of the introduction of advanced manufacturing technology. Like the time is declining. What does it mean? Like earlier, the skills used to last for 20 years, but now they are lasting for 15 years, and now they are only lasting for 10 years, and now they are only lasting for 7 years. So that amount of time is decreasing for the occupation to become obsolete. All right. It's like simply if you have, the typewriter, it's no use for you. If you don't know how to use a computer, that's the problem. Okay, and now if you don't know how to use AI, then you are in problem. So that's why how it is, like you need to keep learning it. Okay, so the amount of time for a skill to become obsolete is declining because the introduction of this advanced manufacturing technology. Given the rate at which AMT is currently being introduced in manufacturing, the average worker's old skills become obsolete and new skills are required within as little as 5 years. Okay, so you need to update the skills in 5 years. Okay, within 5 years. It's not telling that like what is the actual time. They are saying that as little as 5 years. Okay, so within 5 years they will be obsolete. Maybe some are taking more years, but AMT, this is taking 5 years to become obsolete. Average workers old skills become obsolete and new skills are required within as little as 5 years. So this is an average time. Maybe some are taking only 2 years, maybe some are taking 8 years, so the average is again 5. Maybe one is taking 1 year and the other is taking 9 years, so average is 5. See, so maybe one is taking 6 months, the other is taking 9.5 years. So the average is 5. So for now we don't know anything what is the actual time for any skill. Okay, so there are so many skills, they say. Given the rate at which AMT is currently being introduced in manufacturing, the average workers old skills become obsolete and new skills are required within as little as 5 years, the average. Okay, careful. So which of the following plans, if feasible, would allow a company to prepare most effectively for the rapid obsolescence of skills described? So what is that one thing you do that will help you coping with this obsolescence? Okay, let's check out the options. Okay, all right. Now, A. The company will develop a program to offer selected employees the opportunity to receive training 6 years after they were originally hired. See, 6 years. What if the skill is going obsolete in 2 years? So, no way. That's wrong. In 6 years, you are doing every 6 years. That's for selected employees. So you see, that's not working. That won't work because average is 5 years. So some can be 4 years and some can be 6 years if you go with least. And if you go with even 5 years, then you are doing it in 6 years. So what will happen to the company during that 1 year of obsolescence? Okay, so no. B. The company will increase its investment in AMT every year for a period of at least 5 years. They are increasing the investment in AMT, but again, they are not increasing the skills. So if you are increasing the investment in AMT, this technology, advanced manufacturing technology, but the people don't know how to use it, what will it do? The investment will be useless. So we are looking for some plan that will be helpful in the skills being obsolete. Okay, so that you can cope up with the skills. So no, this is not the right plan. C. The company will periodically survey its employees to determine how the introduction of AMT has affected them. But again, there is no any plan of training them. So they are just surveying that how this AMT is affecting them. So positively or negatively, whatever. But they are not doing anything for the obsolescence of the skills. So no. D. Before the introduction of AMT, the company will institute an educational program to inform its employees of the probable consequences of the introduction of AMT. Before the introduction, they will do it and they will introduce it. But what if in 6 months, in 1 year, in 2 years, in 3 years, their skills go obsolete? What then? What's the plan then? So no, there is no plan actually. They are just doing it in the beginning educational program, and but this says that in as little as 5 years on the average the skills are going obsolete. What about that? So it's not a right plan. E must be the answer. I think the company will ensure that it can offer its employees any training necessary for meeting their job requirement. That's the plan, that the company will ensure that it can offer its employees any training necessary for meeting their job requirements. So when it's required, they will train them. Simple. So that's the plan. That's the actual plan. The company will ensure that if the skill is going obsolete or any training is necessary for employees, any training is necessary, okay, something new is coming and people need to be trained, so they will do it then and there. Okay, so this is the right plan that will cope with the obsolescence of skills and requirement of new skills. So they will keep doing whenever it's not needed. All right, so E is the answer. Question number 8. Okay, this is the passage, and we have to see that the argument is most vulnerable to which of the following criticism. Something has been told here, and we have to see what is one thing that is a flaw, okay, that's wrong with it, like that can be criticized, okay, because of that it's vulnerable. So we have to find some fault, some problem, some flaw. Okay, all right. In virtually any industry, technological improvements increase labor productivity, which is the output of goods and services per person hour worked. Okay, that's just a fact that in any industry, if you improve the technological improvement, you technologically improve it, your labor productivity increase. And what is labor productivity? Output of goods and services per person hour worked. Okay, all right. In parlance industries, labor productivity is significantly higher. In parlance industries, labor productivity is higher than it is in Vergia's industries. Clearly, this is now conclusion, the argument. Therefore, parlance industries must, on the whole, be further advanced technologically than Vergia's are. So, well, do you think this is the only reason technological improvements are the only reasons that increase the uh, mm, productivity. So that's the problem here, I think. So it has given a clear judgment, a certain judgment that clearly, therefore, Poland industries must, on the whole, be further advanced technologically than Virgias are. So this certainty is a problem, actually, that you are being certain that this is the only reason and there is no other reason that Virgia's industries have uh, less productivity and Poland industries have more productivity. Can't you come up with some other thing, like maybe Poland industries are paying the labor more, maybe the labor is more efficient, more skilled, or something, or like the geographical region, the environment, the atmosphere, the winter, the summer. Okay, these things, a lot of things mattered actually for this labor productivity. Okay, maybe there is something going on in labor unions. So you are just putting one thing here, that because Poland industries are doing better in labor productivity, it's only because of advanced technology. So I think that's the problem. So we have to see the argument is most vulnerable to which of the following criticisms. What is that one criticism we have to find out? That is the flaw, that is the fault. As I discussed, I think that this is the reason. Okay, let's see what is it. A, it offers a conclusion that is no more than a paraphrase of one of the pieces of information provided in its support. No, it's not a paraphrase. Here it says that technological improvements increase labor productivity, and it says that the Poland industries are more productive than Virgia's industries, and it's only because of advanced technology. So this is not a paraphrase, and even if it's paraphrase, it's not a flaw. Okay, it is not something that can be criticized. Okay, so no. B, it presents the conclusion, the argument. It presents and as evidence in support of a claim information that is inconsistent with other evidence presented in support of the same claim. Actually, there is only one evidence. Actually, there is no evidence provided. They just say that Poland's industries have more productivity than Virgia's industries, and there is no other support, no any proof, no evidence is provided here. We are just assuming that because Poland's industries are doing great in labor productivity, and that is only because of technological improvement. Because technological improvement increase labor productivity. But there are so many things that increase labor productivity. This thing can be replaced by so many other things. Okay, as I said. So no, this is not the right answer. That's not the uh, uh, criticism. That's not a criticism. Okay, let's look at the other answer. C. It takes one possible cause of a condition to be the actual cause of that condition without considering any other possible causes. That's it. That's what I was saying. You are taking only one possible cause, the technology. What about the other conditions, other causes? So this argument is taking only one possible cause of a condition to be the actual cause of the condition. Like you are saying that only technology is responsible for a good productivity, for better productivity. What about other so many causes? Without considering any other possible causes. So you are not considering other. So that's the case. That's the problem. That's why it's uh, you can criticize it. Okay, it's vulnerable. All right, C is our answer. uh, let's do this. D&D, it takes a condition to be the effect of something that happened only after the condition already existed. Okay, no, it's not the case. Okay, because the actually the already existed condition, they may be meant that there was already technology, but it's not the case. Okay, so this is absurd. It's just using the good words and just confusing words to get you grab in this option. Okay, people will think that this is one thing we can't understand, so this is our answer, but that's not the case. Okay, you should understand it fully. It takes a condition to be the effect of something that happened only after the condition already existed. So no, it's not. It makes a distinction that presupposes the truth of the conclusion that is to be established. Again, good words, but nothing in it. So C is our answer. Okay. Question number 9. Okay, this is the passage. And which of the following would, if true, most help to explain the strategy of the plant breeders referred to above? All right. So there is something, some strategy of the plant breeders. So what is one thing that is explaining that strategy? Okay, so we have to give something in the favor of that strategy. That's something that is unexplained here, so we have to explain it from here. All right, let's see what the strategy is. While many people think of genetic manipulation of food crops as being aimed at developing larger and larger plant varieties, some plant breeders have in fact concentrated on discovering or producing dwarf varieties, small, short varieties, which are roughly half as tall as normal varieties. So this is something that is plant breeders are doing, their strategy. So how this strategy is helpful? Which of the following would, if true, most help to explain the strategy of the plant breeders referred to above? So what is that one thing that is explaining this strategy? Explaining means what is one thing that is the point why they are using dwarf varieties. So like what is one advantage of these dwarf varieties? We have to find some advantage from here, okay, that will explain why they are doing it, because the passage says they are doing it correctly, they are doing it right, but there must be some reason why they are doing it. Okay, let's find out the reason. Let's try to explain this strategy. Okay, like if somebody asks you why are they doing dwarf varieties, why they are producing dwarf varieties, so you must have some answer. This is the reason they are doing it. Okay, so let's come up with some answer. A, plant varieties used as food by some are used as ornamentals by others. Okay, we don't know that if you use some plant varieties for ornaments, the like people like big ornaments or small ornaments. So we can't say this is the explanation. Okay, yeah, if you say that people only like small ornaments, then you can say yeah, small varieties are useful for these ornamental stuff. But there isn't anything told here. B, the wholesale prices of a given crop decrease as the supply of it increases. All right. So you are in this you are trying to say that dwarf varieties will have decreased crops. So the wholesale price of a given crop decrease as the supply of it increase. So because dwarf varieties will produce less crops, so their price won't decrease. But there isn't anything said that the dwarf varieties will have less output. Okay, so no, that's not the case. And there is not anything said that you need to decrease the prices, or sorry, increase the prices here, or there isn't anything told about the prices. So we can't reason this thing that this is the reason why we are using dwarf varieties to decrease the output. No way. Okay, everyone wants to increase the output, not decrease. See, crops once produced exclusively for human consumption are often now used for animal feed. Okay, so if you are using these crops for animal feed, so if they are small, are they good for the animal? This is not anywhere told. Okay, so we can't say that this is the reason why we are producing dwarf varieties. So no. D, short plants are less vulnerable to strong wind and heavy rains. Perfect. This is the reason why you are using dwarf varieties. because they are less vulnerable to strong wind and heavy rains. That's perfect thing. That if you are using tall plants, they are more vulnerable to strong wind and heavy rains than the short plants. That's why you are using short plants. That's the perfect reason. You are explaining it. Now, if somebody asks you that why you are using small short varieties, dwarf varieties, half the size, you will say they are less vulnerable to strong wind and heavy rains. So that's the answer. Okay. E is nations with large industrial sectors tend to consume more processed grains. Again, we don't know which grain are more and which gives less. So this is not the answer. So D is our perfect answer. Question number 10. Okay, this is the passage, and which of the following would it be most useful to know if in determining whether switching to LED arrays would be likely to help minimize Traverton's yearly maintenance cost? Okay, you are switching to LED arrays, so what should be most useful to know in determining whether we should go to LEDs or not? All right, to help minimize yearly maintenance cost. All right, let's see what is happening here. Unless we read it, we won't know what is happening. Traverton's city council wants to minimize the city's average yearly expenditures on its traffic signal lights, and so is considering replacing the incandescent bulbs currently in use with arrays of light emitting diodes LEDs as the incandescent bulbs burn out. So as these bulbs are burning out, they will keep replacing them by these LEDs because they want to decrease the expenditures, yearly expenditures. Okay, all right. Compared to incandescent bulbs, LED arrays consume significantly less energy and cost no more to purchase. Moreover, the costs associated with the conversion of existing fixtures so as to accept LED arrays would be minimal. Like you don't need different stuff, different installations. You can just plug in these LEDs wherever incandescent bulbs are being used. So that cost is minimal. Like it won't cost anything. Okay, you can ignore that cost. Okay, so and they are using less energy. Okay, consume significantly less energy. All right, these are the informations. Okay, so now which of the following would it be most useful to know in determining whether switching to LED arrays would be likely to help minimize the costs? Okay, so what extra information you need to know, and that really these LEDs will decrease the costs. Okay, what do you think? Like what is that one information that is necessary, that these LEDs will decrease the costs? Okay, you can think of something, and we are moving towards the options. All right, so you are switching these incandescent bulbs with LED arrays, and there is no extra cost. Okay, and the purchase is also same. Okay, and cost no more to purchase. The LED cost is same as light incandescent bulbs, and if you replace the LEDs with incandescent, there is no any other installation cost. Okay, so what else you need to know about these LEDs that will be helpful, that they will really minimize the cost? Okay, let's see. All right, let's look at the options one by one. Whether the expected service life of LED arrays is at least as long as that of the currently used incandescent bulbs. That's the point. That's the point you need. They are saying that whether the LEDs last for as long as, at least as long as incandescent bulb, like an incandescent bulb lasts for 1 year. So can LED last for at least 1 year? Yeah, if it's lasting for more, that's perfect. That's better even. But you have to be careful that at least they are lasting as much as incandescent bulbs. Like there shouldn't be a case like incandescent bulbs are lasting for a year and LED arrays are lasting for 2 months. Then you will just keep replacing them with the new LEDs. Like you have to replace them for 6 times in a year, where you use incandescent bulb just once. So this is important to know, that what is their lifetime, what is their service life, expected service life. If it is at least as long as that of the currently used incandescent bulb, then that's fine. Otherwise, you have to think of the things that whether this is beneficial or not. So this is our answer. We already got it. Let's look at the other four. B. Whether any cities have switched from incandescent lights in their traffic signals to lighting elements other than LED arrays. Other than LED arrays. You are not trying to look at LED arrays. Why are we looking for other lighting elements? We need to find out something about LED arrays. Why would you look at other lighting elements? So absolutely wrong. We don't need anything else. Yeah, if you are looking for other cities who have switched to LED arrays, that would be fine, that would be helpful, but this is not the case. You are saying other elements, okay, signal to lighting elements other than LED. All right, so no. C. Whether the company from which Traverton currently buys incandescent bulbs for traffic signals also sells LED arrays, that's not a problem. We already discussed. The question already said, passage already said that LED arrays do not cost more than the incandescent bulbs, and they are easily available. So no. D. Whether Traverton's city council plans to increase the number of traffic signal lights in Traverton. Even if they are increasing it, even all the more reason to find out which plan is cheaper. So this is not the thing that if you are increasing the traffic signal lights, then you should use LEDs. We have to find out something that will help to determine whether we should go with LEDs or not. So this was the perfect thing. This won't help. E. Whether the crews that currently replace incandescent bulbs in Traverton's traffic signals know how to convert the existing fixtures so as to accept LED arrays. There is no fixture cost, there is no installation cost, they already said. It's easy. It won't cost anything, so you don't need to look at these things that the crew knows or not, because that's minimal. They already know it, okay? So no, it's not any benefit of this thing to know. This is the only thing that is important, that whether the LED light arrays expected service life is at least as long as those incandescent bulbs, okay? If that's the case, you will go for LED arrays, alright? Otherwise, you have to think of it, alright? That's A is the answer. Okay, question number 11. This is the passage, and we have to find out here that which of the following, if true, most strongly justifies the claim made by Robco's executive. So there is a some claim. We have to find some supporting evidence that strongly justifies the claim. Okay, strongly justifies the claim made by this Robco's executives. Okay, let's see who is Robco's executive and what is his claim. Okay, all right. The Maxilux car company's design for its new luxury model, the Max 100, included a special design for the tires that was intended to complement the model's image. The winning bid for supplying these tires was submitted by Rubco. Analysts concluded that the bid would only just cover Rubco's costs on the tires. But Robco executives claim that winning the bid will actually make a profit for the company. So which of the following, if true, most strongly justifies the claim made by Robco executive? Okay, so this is a car company, Maxilux, and they are making a model named Max 100, and this model has some special tires, okay, that complement that model. So they asked for bids for making these, for the manufacturing of these tires. So Rubco's bid was the lowest. You know that lowest bids win. But analysts say that this bid is so low that it will only just cover Rubco's costs on the tires. But Rubco executives claim that they will make money. How will they make money? How are they justified in saying that they will they will earn money, they will make a profit for the company when they are selling the tires at the cost that just at the price that just covers the cost. So let's find out what is something that will give us an idea that they will be winning, they will be really making a profit on this bid if they win. All right. Okay. First one is, in any Maxilux model, the spare tire is exactly the same make and model as the tires that are mounted on the wheels. So how will Maxilux make money on that spare wheel? Because company also gives spare wheel with the car when you buy it. So how a luxury car doesn't include a spare tire? So, and Rupco must have to give this tire on the same price. So they won't be earning anything if the company is providing a spare tire. It's not a profit. There isn't any profit I can see. Alright. B. Rupco holds exclusive contracts to supply Maxilux with the tires for a number of other models made by Maxilux. Fine. They will be making money on those models. But here it says that for this specific cars models tires, they will also make profit. We are not concerned with other models. Okay, so of course they will be making money for other models, but for this specific model tires, will they make money by selling it at cost or not? That's what we are looking for. So no. See, the production facilities for the Max 100, the car model, and those for the tires to be supplied by Repco are located very near each other. Simply that means it won't cost much to Repco to transport the tires or the Maxilux to bring those tires, but it doesn't make any sense that Repco will make any money. Of course, these all things are included in the tires bid. So it's just the whole bid is covering just the cost. So whether they are supplying the tires or Maxlex has to bring it, we are not concerned. We only know that this whole deal is at cost. Okay. So no. D. When people who have purchased a carefully designed luxury automobile need to replace a one part of it, they almost invariably, constantly, always replace it with a part of exactly the same make and type. So, what does this say? This says if your tires are worn out now, you are going to buy the same tire again because they almost invariably replace it with a part of exactly the same make and type. So, of course, when your tires are worn out after a few months, you will go buy new tires from Rubco because you want the same make and type. So when you go to Rubco, of course, Rubco will not sell you the tires at the price that was offered to the Maxilux in the beginning. They will sell those tires keeping some profit. So this is how they are going to make profit, because they know that this is a luxury model, an expensive one, and people will, because this is luxury automobile, it's carefully designed. And they also say these tires complement the model's image. So the one who buys it, these especially carefully designed luxury automobile, they will replace the one parts by the same make and model, same make and type. So they will go to Rubco and Rubco will make money then. Alright, so this is our answer, D. Let's have a look at E, although we found our answer, that is D. E says when Maxilux awarded the tire contract to Rubco, the only criterion on which Rubco's bid was clearly ahead of its competitors' bids was price. So that's how they won it, of course. That's what analysts are saying, that their bid is too low, they are not making any profits. But executives see far ahead, and they see that afterwards they will be profits. So this is the same thing we have been told in the passage. So this won't tell that they will earn profits. Even this says that they won't make profits. So this is also wrong. So these five options were wrong. D was right. All right. So that how they will make profit. So what is the justification? This is the justification. Okay. Question number 12. Okay, which of the following most logically completes the passage? Okay, this is the passage and this is left in between, and we have to finish the passage using one of these reasons. Okay, so let's see what is in the passage. Okay, most bicycle helmets provide good protection for the top and back of the head, but little or no protection for the temple regions on the sides of the head. A study of head injuries resulting from bicycle accidents showed that a large proportion were caused by blows to the temple area, to the sides. Therefore, if bicycle helmets protected this area, the risk of serious head injury in bicycle accidents would be greatly reduced, especially since, because, okay, so what are we looking for? We are looking for a reason that will tell us that the injuries on the sides are like more uh, severe. Okay, because this says in the beginning that most bicycle helmets provide good protection for top and back of the head, but little or no protection for the temple on the sides. And then it goes on and says that most head injuries are caused on the side, on the to the temple area. So if you have if your bicycle helmet protected this area, there would be less accidents, uh, because something you have to tell that will tell us that these injuries are harmful. Okay, give some reason, some more reason that will support that your helmet must protect the sides. There must be some reason. Okay, therefore if bicycle helmets protected this area, the risk of serious head injury in bicycle accident would be greatly reduced, especially since, okay, now we are looking for a reason where we'll find out that this is important, that you make a helmet that should cover the sides. Okay, all right. So let's look at the options and go on. Okay, A. Among the bicyclists Among the bicyclists included in the study's sample of head injuries, only a very small proportion had been wearing a helmet at the time of their accident. We are looking for something that will support that the helmet should protect the sides, this area. If bicycle helmets protected this area like sides, temple, the risk of serious head injury in bicycle accidents would be greatly reduced, because these injuries are dangerous. Okay, the injuries on the sides in this area are harmful. Okay, or something like that. So this is not that reason that tells us that the helmet should cover the sides. This is altogether says that they weren't wearing the helmets. Then it's absurd that they are not wearing helmets, they must not be included in this study. This study says that even those who are wearing helmets suffered injuries to the sides. Okay, all right. See, it tells us here.
Most bicycle helmets provide good protection for the side and for the head and back, but little to no protection for the temple region. A study of head injuries resulting from bicycle accidents showed that a large proportion were caused by blows to the temple area, sides. So, if you are wearing a helmet or not, if you are falling to the side, this bicycle helmet won't protect you. That's what it says. So, whether you are wearing it or not, it doesn't matter because the injury was on the side. So, this is not the reason that says that you should protect the sides. So, no. Okay, especially since even those bicyclists who regularly wear helmets have a poor understanding of the degree and kind of protection that helmets afford. Again, this is not giving any justification that the helmets should cover the sides, the temple areas. No. Especially since a helmet that included protection for the temples would have to be somewhat larger and heavier than current helmets. This is just giving you a clue that helmet, if you make that helmet, that should be bigger. That will be bigger and heavier. Even this is going against your point that if you make helmet for to cover the side, that will be heavier and larger. So this looks like it tells that you don't want to do that. So this is not providing any evidence that tells us that you should cover the sides. Okay, we need an evidence, okay, that will tell us that you should have a helmet that should save your temple area when you fall. Okay, especially since the bone in the temple area is relatively thin and impacts in that area are thus very likely to cause brain injury. That's your answer. That is giving you the reason why you should make a helmet that should cover the sides, that should protect the temple area, because the bone in the temple area is relatively thin, like thinner than others, and impacts in this that area are thus very likely to cause brain injury. So this is very dangerous. See, therefore, if bicycle helmets protected this area, the risk of serious head injuries in the bicycle accidents would be greatly reduced, especially since the bone in the temple area is relatively thin and impacts in that area thus very likely to cause brain injury. So that's why you should be careful about the temple area. That's the answer. The last one is, since bicyclists generally land on their arm or shoulder when they fall to the side, which reduces the likelihood of severe impacts on the side of the head. But what if they fall on their head? So we are looking for some reason that will tell us that this is the reason why we should make the helmets that should protect the sides. So no, this is not the reason. This is just telling us that it doesn't happen often. Okay, it happens that you land on your arms or shoulders. So what if you land on your head? So that's the problem. So you should have a helmet that would protect your sides and temple areas, because the temple area is so fragile and the bone is relatively thin, and there is a very likely it's very likely that you get a brain injury. All right, so this is the reason why this should happen. D is the answer. Question number 13. Okay, the question is asking that which of the following, if true, most helps to explain why acting on the consultant's recommendation failed to achieve its goal. So there was some recommendation by consultants, and the recommendation failed to achieve the goal, and we have to find the explanation why it happened. All right, let's see what was the recommendation and why it failed. In order to reduce the number of items damaged while in transit to customers, packaging consultants recommended that the TrueSave mail order company increase the amount of packing material so as to fill any empty spaces in its cartons. All right. Accordingly, TrueSave officials instructed the company's packers to use more packing material than before. And the packers zealously acted on these instructions and used as much as they could the packing material. Nevertheless, customer reports of damaged items rose somewhat. Which of the following, if true, most helps to explain why acting on the recommendations failed to achieve its goal? Okay, so what was happening? Uh, there were items being damaged in the transit. So packaging consultants recommended TrueSave, the company that is a mail order company that delivers packages. So to increase the amount of packing materials. So and our staff did it. Okay, because official instructed to the packers, and the packers uh, used how much? As much as they could. They used as much the packing material as much as they could. But the damaged items increased, rose. So what happened? So we have to find some reason that tell us that this is the reason why using more material caused something. Because more using more material caused it, of course. Before this, it didn't happen because the passage didn't say anything else. So we have to assume that this is the only reason that the damaged items, customers' reports of damaged items rose, was because of using more packing material. So there is something to do with packing material, and we have to look for that. Okay, let's go ahead and see the options. Which option gives us the idea that this is what happened? A. The change in packing policy led to an increase in expenditure on packing material and labor. We are not discussing anything about expenditures or profits or anything about the cost on the packing material. We are just concerned for now that why are there more reports of damaged items? Okay, even we increased the packing material. So this is not our answer. That why damaged items increased. Reports of damaged items increased. So no. B. When packing material is compressed too densely, it loses some of its capacity to absorb shock. This is what happened. This is what happened. You used zealously, packers zealously acted on these instructions and used as much as they could. So you used they filled every empty space in the packing, because that's what the reason, that there shouldn't be any empty spaces in the carton. So they filled all the empty spaces, and when they compressed it too densely, it loses some of its capacity to absorb shock. So when there are even a small shot, even a when it's jolting in the vans or somewhere, it broke, it damaged, the items damaged. So this is the reason. So due to this, because the packing material, whenever it's compressed, it loses its capacity to absorb shock. So the reports of damaged items increased. So this is the reason. And let's look at the other options. The amount of packing material used in a carton does not significantly influence the ease with which a customer can unpack the package. It's about unpacking, and they said that it damaged during transit. So no. Most of goods that TrueSafe ships are electronic products that are highly vulnerable to being damaged in transit. Fine, but this is the reason why you found some recommendation and you acted on that, but it never worked. And why didn't it work? Why it didn't work? Because the if you pack it more densely, it loses its capacity to absorb shock. So this is the reason, not this. Okay. E. TrueSave has lost some of its regular customers as a result of the high number of damaged items they received. Fine, that's why they are looking for the recommendations, and this is not the reason why acting on the instructions failed. So that's this B. Okay, so the answer is B. Official guide question 14 from logical reasoning. Okay, so this is the argument, and we need to find out this. Which of the following, if true, provides the most support for the argument above? So for this argument, we have to find something that supports it, that is in the favor of this argument. Okay, so we have to see what the argument is and what will support it. Okay, there will be things that will be against it, there will be things that won't have to do anything with this argument, and there will be stuff that will be supporting it. That's what we are looking for. Okay, so the argument starts: wood smoke contains dangerous toxins that cause changes in human cells. So that's a fact. Okay, according to question, wood smoke contains dangerous toxins that cause changes in human cells. Because wood smoke presents such a high health risk, legislation is needed to regulate the use of open air fires and wood burning stoves. So legislation is needed to regulate what? The use of open air fires and wood burning stoves. Okay, so because the author is saying that wood smoke is risky, okay, for the health. So we have to find out one of the these 5 options that will be supporting this. Like we have to find out something that would say that stoves are not good, okay, stoves are unhealthy, wood stoves, okay, wood burning stoves or open air fires are dangerous. Okay, some example, some support. Okay, we are looking for that type of supportive argument. Okay, all right, let's start with A. The amount of dangerous toxins contained in wood smoke is much less than the amount contained in an equal volume of automobile exhaust. Okay, you know what? Here, the author is supporting the wood smoke and saying that there is an other thing, automobile exhaust, that is more dangerous. So this is this argument is supporting what? The legislation against automobile exhaust, not against wood smoke. We are looking out for something, some piece of argument that should support the legislation against open air fires and wood burning stoves. So this is not our answer. Okay, wrong. Let's check out B. Within the jurisdiction covered by the proposed legislation, this legislation, most heating and cooking is done with oil or natural gas. Okay, this legislation has already been done, and this says that most heating and cooking is done with oil and natural gas. It doesn't specify anything about open air fires or wood burning stoves. Neither does it say anything for legislation against these two things. Okay, so you can't say that because there is a legislation for heating and cooking done by oil and natural gas, so there should be a legislation for this. So this is not in direct support of this legislation. Okay, so no. C. Smoke produced by coal burning stoves is significantly more toxic than smoke from wood burning stoves. This is same as A. In A, he was preferring the legislation for automobile exhaust because he was saying that this is more dangerous than wood. Here it is saying coal burning stoves are more toxic than wood. So what is the author supporting in this option? The legislation for coal burning stoves, not wood burning stoves. So again, this is not our answer. All right, okay, let's move to the D and E. Okay, this is D and this is E. All right, let's look at D. It says no significant beneficial effect on air quality would result if open air fires were banned within the jurisdiction covered by the proposed legislation. So this is not in the favor of legislation. This is even against the legislation, that you should not approve any legislation. And we are looking for something that should be in the favor of legislation. Okay, so this is not our answer at all, definitely not our answers. We are just left with E. See if there any support for the legislation for stoves, wood burning stoves and open fires. Okay, in valleys where wood is used as the primary heating fuel, the concentration of smoke results in poor air quality. This is the one option where it tells us one significant hazard of wood burning. Okay, in valleys where wood is used as a primary heating fuel, the concentration of smoke results in poor air quality. It means this is dangerous. So this is a direct support in the favor of the legislation against wood burning. Okay, so E is our answer. Logical reasoning, question number 15. All right. Okay, so we need to find out that in assessing the plan's chances of achieving its aim, it would be most useful to know which of the following. Okay, we have done before this type of questions. Okay, so where you have to find out what is most useful to know. Alright, let's see. A certain automaker aims to increase its market share by deeply discounting its vehicles' prices for the next several months. They are thinking of giving discounts. The discounts will cut into profits, so they will have less profits now. But because they will be heavily advertised, the manufacturer hopes that they will attract buyers away from rival manufacturers' cars. So they will offset the losses. So they will have more profit ultimately. In the longer term, the automaker envisions that customers initially attracted by the discounts may become loyal customers. Okay, so this is the plan, that they are giving discounts, deep discounts, that will cut into their profits, but they are hoping that it will increase their profits and long-term customers too. And in assessing the plan's chances of achieving its aim, it would be most useful to know which of the following. So which one of these five will be most useful to know? Okay, like you are giving deep discounts. So what are few things you need to know, that what if this happens, what if that happens? Okay, so out of these five, there is something you need to find out, that which one is useful to know. Alright, A. Whether the automakers' competitors are likely to respond by offering deep discounts on their own products. That's the point. Yeah, if competitors are also offering the same deep discounts, so this automaker will fail to attract those customers that are beyond rivals. All right, so this is a thing of concern. So this is the correct answer actually. Let's have a look on the others. Whether the advertisements will be created by the manufacturer's current advertising agency doesn't matter. It's fine if you are using the current agency or the another agency, it won't matter. So no. Whether some of the automakers' models will be more deeply discounted than others is fine if you are discounting all the models or one model. The other competitors, if they discount, you have no use of this discount. Okay. Whether the automakers will be able to cut costs sufficiently to maintain profit margins even when the discounts are in effect. They already told you that this is cutting into their profits here. So they are offering the discounts that will cut into their profits. Okay, so this won't be of any help. Whether an alternative strategy might enable the automaker to enhance its profitability while holding a constant or diminishing share of the market. So it's not related to the discounts they are offering. Okay, so this is something else we are not concerned. So it's A that is telling us that if this automaker offers a deep discounts and the automaker's competitors are also offering the same deep discounts, so this plan won't achieve its aim. It will fail. Okay, it will fail to attract the other customers, other rivals customers. Okay, so A is our correct answer.
Question number 16. In Washington County, attendance at the movies is just large enough for the cinema operators to make modest profits. The size of the county's population is stable and is not expected to increase much. Yet, there are investors ready to double the number of movie screens in the county within 5 years. And they are predicting solid profits both for themselves and for the established cinema operators. Which of the following, if true, about Washington County most helps to provide a justification for the investor's prediction? All right. So, investors are interested in doubling the screens in the next 5 years, but the population is not increasing anytime soon. So there must be something in the county that will increase the moviegoers. So what is that thing that will make more people to go to these cinemas? So that's what we have to look for. Okay, there is something in the population like demographics or age or something that is going to change, that investors are thinking that the moviegoers will increase. All right, so let's see in the options what is that one thing that is going to change in the county. All right, so option A is over the next 10 years, people in their teenage years, the prime movie going age, will be a rapidly growing proportion of the county's population. That's the answer. Yes, that's what we're looking for, that there is something in the demographics, some age group that will be dominant in coming years. So in coming years, the teenagers will be the rapidly growing proportion of this county. So there will be more people for to cater for the cinema owners. All right, so that's why they are increasing the cinema screens. Okay, so this is your answer. Let's have a look on the rest of the options. B is as distinct from the existing cinemas. Most of the cinemas being planned would be located in downtown areas in hopes of stimulating an economic revitalization of those areas. uh, Already they are like he said that they are getting most of it. Okay, the whole county, whether it's downtown or uptown, it doesn't matter, the cinemas are already to the capacity. So we had to look for something that will increase the moviegoers. Okay, there isn't anything they are hoping to stimulate. Okay, economic revitalization, not the moviegoers. So it's this is not our answer. C is spending on video purchases as well as spending on video rentals has been increasing modestly each year for the past 10 years. So that's why people are not going to cinemas, right? So that is against that prediction that there'll be more moviegoers in the future. This is not our answer. Okay, the average number of screens per cinema is lower among existing cinemas than it is among cinemas still in the planning stages. But we don't have the moviegoers. What's the use of these more screens?
So we are looking for something that will tell us there'll be more moviegoers, not more screens. Okay, so no. The sale of snacks and drinks in cinemas accounts for a steadily growing share of most cinema operators' profits, but the cinema operators are getting most out of whatever they have established. So there are no more moviegoers right now. So we had to look for something that would tell us that there will be more cinema goers in the coming years. So this is not our answer. A tells us that there will be more moviegoers proportion, teenage proportion in the future, and that's how the new cinemas will profit from that. Okay, A is the answer. Question number 17. Okay, we have to see that which of the following, if true, provides the best reason for the expectation. So there is some expectation here, and we have to give a reason for that in support of it, actually. Okay. All right. Hollywood restaurant is replacing some of its standard tables with tall tables and stools. The restaurant already fills every available seat during its operating hours, and the change in seating arrangement will not result in an increase in the restaurant's seating capacity. Nonetheless, the restaurant's management expects revenue to increase as a result of the seating change without any concurrent change in menu prices or operating hours. So this is the expectation. The management expects what? Revenue to increase. And the main thing is changing the seating arrangement. Change in seating arrangement will not result in an increase in the restaurant seating capacity. So you are not increasing the capacity, because this is the first thing that comes into mind, that they will these tall tables will increase the capacity and there will be more people accommodating here. Okay, so this is not the point. Okay, so we have to find something else that will tell us that this change from standard tables to tall tables and stools will increase the revenue. How? So we have to give some reason in support of this expectation. Okay, A. One of the taller tables takes up less floor space than one of the standard tables. This would have been the reason for revenue increase if it had increased the seating capacity, but the seating capacity is not changing. Okay, not increasing. So no. B. Diners seated on stools typically do not linger over dinner as long as diners seated at standard table. This is the answer. So people leave early. Okay. Diners seated on stools leave early, do not linger over dinner as long as they sit on the standard table. So when people leave early, there'll be more people accommodating. Okay. So throughout the day, throughout the operating hours, there'll be more people coming in, because they are filled to the capacity, fill every available seat during the operating hours. So there must be people waiting outside. Okay, so if people leave early, more people will be coming in. Okay, throughout the day there will be more revenue, of course. All right, more people, more revenue. So this is our answer actually. Let's have a look at the others. See, since the restaurant will replace only some of its standard tables, it can continue to accommodate customers who do not care for the taller table. This is not telling anything about increasing the number of people coming in or increasing revenue. So, no. D. Few diners are likely to avoid the restaurant because of the new seating arrangement. So, this is against this expectation actually. So, few people will come in and the revenue will decrease actually. So, no. E. The standard tables being replaced by tall tables would otherwise have to be replaced with new standard tables at a greater expense. So we are not discussing whether we should replace it with new standard tables or the tall tables. The passage is saying they are changing it, actually they are replacing it. So if they are replacing it, so there is no point of looking at the cost borne by the tables or stools. So this is not telling anything about increasing revenue, even about decreasing. Okay, so no. So B is the answer, where it tells that the people do not stay long at the stools. Okay, they leave early. So if they leave early, more people will come in. So B is the answer. Question number 18. Okay, hunter is saying something, and we have to see that if the hunter's argument, in the hunter's argument, the portion in boldface plays which of the following roles? So this is the portion, the text in boldface. So we have to see what is the role of this part in the whole passage. Okay, so hunter is saying many people blame hunters alone for the decline in Green Rock National Forest's deer population over the past 10 years. So the hunter is saying that people are blaming hunters for the decline in the deer population. So this is some sort of blame or some judgment or this type of thing. Okay. Yet clearly, black bears have also played an important role in this decline. So this part is now opposing this blame. Okay. In the past 10 years, the forest protected black bear population has risen sharply, and examination of black bear found dead in the forest during the deer hunting season showed that a number of them bears had recently fed on deer. So the argument says that the people are blaming the hunters only, but the black bear is actually the main culprit. Okay, so actually this is something that hunter is taking at the blame, at the judgment, and the rest of the passage is opposing this part. All right, so we have to see something where it says that this is the blame, this is a judgment, and the rest of the passage is opposing it. Okay, let's look at the options. A, the boldface, actually it is the main conclusion of the argument. The boldface is not the conclusion, actually this is the blame, actually. Okay, the hunter is opposing, so no. B, it is a finding that the argument seeks to explain. This is not the finding, this is a blame, this is a judgment against hunters. Okay, and this is not explaining it, this is opposing it, actually, so no. C, it is an explanation. This boldface is an explanation that the argument concludes is correct. No, the argument does not conclude that this is correct. The argument says this is wrong, it is opposing it, so no. D, it provides evidence. This boldface provides evidence in support of the main conclusion of the argument. This is not in support of conclusion, actually. Okay, so no. It introduces a judgment, a blame that the argument opposes. So this is the answer. Okay, that the boldface introduces a judgment, a blame given by the people, and the whole of the rest passage opposes this. Okay, this argument. So E is our correct answer. Question number 19. All right, we have to see which of the following, if true, most strongly supports the network's position. So there is some position and we have to support it, actually. Okay, all right. A major network news organization experienced a drop in viewership in the week following the airing of a controversial report on the economy. The network also received a very large number of complaints regarding the report. The network, however, maintains that negative reactions to the report had nothing to do with its loss of viewers. Okay, so what happened? They telecasted some controversial report, aired some controversial report, and they received a number of complaints, and they also experienced a drop in viewership after this airing. Okay, but they say that this report has nothing to do with the loss of viewers. So we have to see what most strongly supports this position. So we have to, out of these five, find out something, some other reason that tells us that this is the reason why viewership dropped, or something else that gives the reason that tells us that this report is not the reason. Okay, so either one, either we have to find some other reason, or we have to find something that tells us that this controversial report was not the reason. Okay, so both will do. All right, A. The other major network news organizations reported similar reductions in viewership during the same week. So, see, this is the answer actually. So, other major networks also saw the drop actually. So, maybe this is the news organization. Maybe there was some soccer game, there was something else that people were strict to, and they didn't watch the news during that week. Okay, of course the not every news channel reported that same controversial report. Okay, only a major network, network aired that report. So if that report had been aired by all the networks, then this reduction would have been reasonable, but this didn't happen. So not all the networks aired that news, that report. So if all the other or most of the major networks saw that reduction, then this report is not the reason actually. So this is the answer, that it says that this negative reaction is not because of this report. Okay, so there is something else. All right, let's have a look on the at the rest of the options. The viewers who registered complaints with the network were regular viewers of the news organization's programs. So they just registered complaints and they watched the news. Okay, so this is not telling anything that this report is not the reason. So no. See, major network news organizations publicly attribute drops in viewership to their own reports only when they receive complaints about those reports. So this is the reason. If they should give the reason, they should make this the reason. This is in favor of the report actually. That report was the reason, but the news channel says that this is not the reason. So this is in favor of the report thing, not against it. So no, this is not the reason. This was not the first time that this network news organization has aired a controversial report on the economy that has inspired viewers to complain to the network. This is about complaining, okay? That they keep airing such reports that people complain about, and but this is not telling anything about the reduction in the viewership. So no. E. Most network news viewers rely on network news broadcasts as their primary source of information regarding the economy. So this only tells that how this network is so important, so much viewed. Okay, this is not telling anything at that why this report is not the reason for the drop in viewership. Okay, so no. So A is the answer, where it tells that the other major networks also saw the same reduction, the news channels actually. So maybe people were busy doing something else, so they didn't go to all these news channels. Okay, so A is the answer here. Question number 20. Okay, physician, patient. Okay, the patient's argument is flawed because it fails to consider what. Okay, so we have to see what physician says and what does patient say. Physician says the hormone melatonin has shown promise as a medication for sleep disorders when taken in synthesized form. Because the long-term side effects of synthetic melatonin are unknown, however, I cannot recommend its use at this time. So the physician says that because the long-term side effects are not known, so they cannot recommend it. Okay. All right. So patient says, your position is inconsistent with your usual practice. You prescribe many medications that you know have serious side effects. So, concern about side effects cannot be the real reason you will not prescribe melatonin. So, patient's argument is flawed. Look, what patient is saying, so what we are looking for is right here, that it says that your position is inconsistent with your usual practice. What you usually do, you prescribe many medications that you know have serious side effects, and here the physician says that the long term side effects of synthetic melatonin are not known. So he's saying that you prescribe the medications that side effects are known, and these side effects are not known. So that's why patient's argument is flawed. Okay, so we have to see something, find out something that tells us this reason that we don't know the long-term side effects. How can the physician prescribe it? Okay. All right, so patient's argument is flawed because the side effects of synthetic melatonin might be different from those of naturally produced melatonin. So we are talking about synthetic melatonin here, not naturally produced melatonin. So none of our mm, concern. B. It is possible that the physician does not believe that melatonin has been conclusively shown to be effective. Okay, actually, physician believes that it is effective for the sleep disorder, but he does not. He says that the long-term side effects are not known. So no, this is not the reason why he is not prescribing it. C. Sleep disorders, if left untreated, might lead to serious medical complication. This is about sleep disorder. So no. The side effects of a medication can take some time to manifest themselves. So maybe because this has been not long that this melatonin has been in market, so they don't know the side effects actually. So this does not tell anything about the why the doctor is not prescribing it. Okay, so no. E is telling us that known risks can be weighed against known benefits, because it says that you prescribe many medications that you know have serious side effects, but you still recommend it, you prescribe it. So known risks can be weighed against known benefits, but unknown risks cannot, because we don't know how much risky this is unknown. So you that's why you are not prescribing it. So E is our answer. You have to tell the patient that your argument is flawed because you are measuring the benefits against unknown risks. You should measure the risk against known benefits. Okay, so if you cannot tell what are the risks, then you cannot tell benefits are more or less than the risks. So E is our answer. That's why the patient's argument is flawed. Okay.
Question number 1. Which of the following, if true, most logically completes the argument below? All right, so this is an argument. So first we have to see what argument is, then we have to finish the sentence using one of these 5 options. Okay? All right, let's go. Manufacturers are now required to make lighters, all cigarette lighters child resistant by equipping them with safety levers. But this change is unlikely to result in a significant reduction in the number of fires caused by children playing with lighters, because children, given the opportunity, can figure out how to work the safety levers. And so what should be here? Okay, before going ahead, we have to figure it out just right here. So see, the question says that manufacturers are required to do what? To make lighters child resistant. So they put a safety lever in it. But they say that this won't change anything. Why? So we are discussing whys, because this change is unlikely to result in a significant reduction in the number of fires caused by children playing with lighters. Because, so we are giving reasons of this, because why children will get again, it won't change anything. So why will happen? Because children, given the opportunity, can figure out how to work the safety levers. And what? So let's start with the options. We must have another reason, okay? Or we must have some explanation of this reason, okay? One of these. All right.
So figure out how to work the safety levers, and the addition of the safety levers has made lighters more expensive. We are not discussing about expensive or cheap. So this option is absurd. Okay, has made lighters more expensive than they were before the requirement was instituted. So this won't complete this sentence. Okay. All right. So children given the opportunity can figure out how to work the safety levers, and adults are more likely to leave child-resistant lighters than non-child resistant lighters in places that are accessible to children. Bingo. So there are two reasons. One, if the children are given opportunity, they can they will know how to work the safety levers. Okay. The second thing is the more dangerous, that adults are more likely to leave these lighters in places that are accessible to children, because they will think that these are child resistant lighters and there are safety levers in it, so they'll just place it anywhere where child can get it. So that's why there won't be any significant reduction in the number of fires. So this completes the sentence. Let's read it again. So there won't be any reduction in the fires because children will work out the safety levers, and adults will leave these lighters at accessible places to children, right? So this is our answer. But let's move ahead and check the other three. Because children given the opportunity can figure out how to work the safety levers, and many of the fires started by young children are quickly detected and extinguished by their parents. See, it's none of the reasons. Like it won't finish the sentence. We are not discussing about these things like who detected and extinguished the fire. So this is not our answer. Again, 2D. I'm reading this because it makes more sense that when we read it from here, because children given the opportunity can figure out how to work the safety levers, and unlike child resistant lighters, lighters that are not child resistant can be operated by children as young as 2 year old 2 years old. All right, so again we are not discussing that how non-child resistant lighters work. We have to discuss that why child resistant lighter won't reduce the fire significantly. So we are finding out, looking out for the reasons. Okay, this is not those reasons. Okay. All right, let's move to fifth one. Can figure out how to work the safety levers, and approximately 5,000 fires per year have been attributed to children playing with lighters before the safety levers were required. So this is different, okay? So this is the reason why safety levers were required. We are not discussing this. We are discussing that how it won't make any significant reduction in the number of fires caused by these lighters. So we are discussing that how to work the safety levers. They will find out how to figure out the safety levers, and they will the parents, adults are more likely to leave these child lighters at the places which are accessible to children. So B is our answer. Okay. Question 2 of logical reasoning. A cost-effective solution to the problem of airport congestion is to provide high-speed ground transportation between major cities lying 200 to 500 miles apart. The successful implementation of this plan would cost far less than expanding existing airports, and would also reduce the number of airplanes clogging both airports and airways. Which of the following, if true, could proponents of the plan above most appropriately cite as a piece of evidence for the soundness of their plan? So we are going to support this plan. What is the plan? The plan is to that this solution, the road between made the joining between two cities, is effective. So what is the solution to airport congestion is to provide high speed ground transportation between major cities lying 200 to 500 miles apart. So this is their plan. Now we have to come up with a reason, with a piece of evidence that will support our this plan. Okay, because it says the successful implementation of this plan would cost far less than expanding existing airports. So we are not going to expand the existing airports, but we are going to provide high speed ground transportation between major cities lying 200 to 500 miles apart. Now, we have to come up with some evidence that why this high speed ground transportation will make the airports less clogged, less congested. All right, come on, let's read these options. So, the first option is an effective high speed ground transportation system would require major repairs to many highways and mass transit improvements. All right, see, an effective high speed ground transportation system would require major repairs to many highways and mass transit movement. Nothing is mentioned that this is going to provide a high speed ground transportation. Okay, because it says an effective high speed ground transport system would require, what are the requirement for that ground transportation system? This is talking about that. We are not getting any point from here that it will make the airports less congested. All right, okay. B, it says one half of all departing flights in the nation's busiest airport head for a destination in a major city 225 miles away. So on the airport, what is happening in the on the busiest airport, half of the flights are going to a city which is 225 miles away. And what is our plan? Our plan is to connect two cities that are 200 to 500 miles apart with a high-speed ground transportation system. So if we do this, what will happen? The people will prefer this high-speed ground transportation system for this city that is 225 miles away. So what will happen? There will be less congestion on the airports. So because half of the flights are going to this city, only this city, one half of all departing flights in the nation's busiest airport head for a destination in a major city 225 miles away. So this is our answer. This is the piece of evidence. If it's true, it says if it's true. So these five things are true. Okay. So, but which truth will support our evidence, our argument? This one, because half of the flights from this airport are departing for a city that is 225 miles away. So, if we connect this city with the airport city with the high speed ground network, then people won't go to the busy airports. They will prefer to move along this transportation system, ground transportation system. So this will reduce the clogging and congestion on airports. So this is our answer. Let's check the other three options. The majority of travelers departing from rural airports are flying to destination in cities over 600 miles away. So this is against us because majority are moving 600 miles away. So what's the point of making ground network between 200 to 500 miles? So this is against us. So this is the wrong option. Many new airports are being built in areas that are presently served by high-speed ground transportation systems. So it says that where there are a high-speed ground transportation system already, now they are making airports. So this is not supporting our argument. Okay. All right. It says a large proportion of air travelers are vacationers who are taking long distance flights. Again, it's not in our favor. So we are not discussing long distance. We are discussing between 200 to 500. So if we make a ground network of high speed transportation between 200 to 500 miles, so half of the people are supposed to move there. So there will be less congestion. Okay. B is our answer. Okay. Question number 3 from logical or critical reasoning. People's television viewing habits could be monitored by having television sets. When on, send out low level electromagnetic waves that are reflected back to the sets. The reflected waves could then be analyzed to determine how many persons are within the viewing area of the sets. Critics fear adverse health effects of such a monitoring system, but a proponent responds the average dose of radiation is less than one chest x ray. As they watch, viewers won't feel a thing. Okay, so this is an argument, all right? The question is, which of the following issues would it be most important to resolve in evaluating the dispute concerning the health effects of the proposed system? All right, so this is an evaluation of the argument, okay? So the argument is that the radiation is fine, okay? Because this is how they know that how many people are watching the television, okay? So these electromagnetic waves are hazardous or not. But the critics say that there are health effects, but the proponents respond that there aren't any. So they say that average dose of radiation is less than one chest X-ray. Now the problem is, what is average dose of radiation? Average of what? Average of per day, average of a month, average of a year, average of a lifetime. So this thing will resolve the problem. So let's see which option is the best one. The first one says whether the proposed method of monitoring viewership can distinguish between people and pets. All right, this is useful for the data gatherer people, people who are gathering the data, the television people, that whether there are people watching the TV or pets are watching TV. This doesn't have anything to do with the health hazards. Okay, this is wrong answer, right? B, whether radar speed monitors also operate on the principle of analyzing refracted waves of electromagnetic radiation. Okay, radar speed monitors are like the traffic police uses that also reflects radiation from the cars or people. So the point is, if this is compared with this radiation, television radiation is compared with the radar speed monitor radiation, then they think that it's fine, because how would government allow radar speed monitors to uh, to be used if that is hazardous? So that point is being discussed, but again, the critics say that the average dose of radiation, there is radiation, and the average dose of radiation is less than one chest X-ray. So this is partly correct, but let's look out for more. Okay. C, whether the proposed system has been tried out in various areas of the country or in a single area only. If it were the other way, that whether the proposed system has been tried out in various areas for its hazardous effects, for its health effects, and then the health effects are known, then we would have chosen this one. But it only says that the system has been tried in one or many areas. It doesn't talk about the health issues. So this is not fulfilling the problem. We have to find out one thing, that if evaluated, if studied, will answer our question that whether this is right or wrong. D, what uses are foreseen for the viewership data? That's again for the people who are collecting data, that what will be their uses. So this is not in favor, neither in against it. Whether the average dose that the proponent describes is a short-term dose or a lifetime cumulative dose. So this is the thing we were looking up for, that whether the dose is 1 day average, monthly average, yearly average, or a lifetime average. So if it's answered, this is answered, we will definitely know that if this is the lifetime dose, then it's not hazardous. But if it's a per day dose of one X-ray, then it's definitely hazardous. So this will answer our question. All right. So the answer is E. So B is also wrong. Okay, that's it. Question number 4. The price the government pays for standard weapons purchased from military contractors is determined by a pricing method called historical costing. Historical costing allows contractors to protect their profits by adding a percentage increase based on the current rate of inflation to the previous year's contractual price. Which of the following statements, if true, is the best basis for a criticism of historical costing? Criticism of historical costing as an economically sound pricing method for military contracts. So we have to criticize the historical costing method. We have to prove it wrong. We have to come up with some statement that that is against this historical costing method, that the military contracts are not efficient using this method. So we have to find something that says that historical costing is not right, because what is happening here is every year, according to the rate of inflation, you are increasing a bit percentage, okay, adding a percentage increase in the inflation rate. So if in previous year somebody uh, did not analyze the price correctly, then all the following governments are paying for that problem, for that inefficiency. So we have to look for such a thing that gives this reason, that criticism, that criticize the historical costing. So let's start from A. The government might continue to pay for past inefficient use of funds. Perfect. This is what we were looking for. That maybe in the past, somebody didn't use the funds correctly. They paid more. So now every year you are paying more than that value. Okay. So this is our answer, but let's look for something else. This is the most plausible statement. Okay. What about B? The rate of inflation has varied considerably over the past 20 years. So it means every year the inflation is increasing or decreasing with a with a varied value. So if in one year it increased by 2%, the contractor is charging 2% plus something. So if inflation changed by 10%, so the contractor is charging 10% plus something. So every year the prices are more than the previous year. So this is not our answer. Uh, that is criticizing the historical costing. This is just explaining it. Okay. Okay. C. The contractual price will be greatly affected by the cost of materials used for the product. Yeah, of course. So the price of material is already included in the contractual price. So we don't have any problem with the product's material price. So we are paying the price on the basis of previous year price, not on the basis of material. So contractual price will be greatly affected. Yeah, it will be affected, but that not doesn't answer the historical costing thing. Okay. Maybe the product price are also increasing, maybe they are not increasing. So this won't answer. So A is so far the best. What is D? Many taxpayer question the amount of money the government spends on military contracts. No matter what, taxpayers will always question whether you are using the funds efficiently or not. They will question it. So it's not a criticism of historical costing. E. The pricing method based on historical costing might not encourage the development of innovative weapons. Okay, it might not encourage the development of innovative weapons, but for the moment we are not talking about innovative weapons. We are talking about standard weapons. All right. So this is out of question. So the answer is A, that says the government might continue to pay for past inefficient use of funds, like in previous years, in even in 1 year, they made an error of calculating the right price of the weapons, and now every following government has to pay for that error, that inefficiency. So A is our answer. Question number 5. Since the mayor's publicity campaign for Greenville's bus service began 6 months ago, morning automobile traffic into the midtown area of the city has decreased 7%. During the same period, there has been an equivalent rise in the number of persons riding buses into the midtown area. Obviously, the mayor's publicity campaign has convinced many people to leave their cars at home and ride the bus to work. Which of the following, if true, casts the most serious doubt on the conclusion drawn above? All right. So, again, an evaluation of the argument. The argument is that since the mayor has started publicizing the Greenville bus service, people have started using the bus service and they leave their cars at home because morning automobile traffic into the midtown area has decreased 7%, and the number of persons riding buses have increased at the same percent, means 7%. So this looks like the campaign is working, but we have to find out something else. Maybe there is some other reason that is making this happen. Due to that, people are leaving their cars at home and riding the buses. Maybe there are some road closure. Maybe there are some roads are being constructed or something like that. Like that is making them to not use the cars, or something like petrol prices or whatever. So we have to look for some other reason that is making people use the public service. All right, start with A. Fares for all bus routes in Greenville have risen at average of 5% during the past 6 months. Uh, if the price of the bus Greenville have risen, this is and even people are using it. So how can this be against the bus service? So no, we have to find out that the people are using bus service is not because of mayor's publicity campaign. Okay, so this is not answering our question. B, the mayor of Greenville rides the bus to City Hall in the city's midtown area. Fine, it's good. Maybe because of that, people are riding the buses. Okay, so this is fine. But again, it supports the argument that mayor's publicity campaign is giving results. So this is one of those stunts that mayor is making. So this is not against the mayor's campaign. All right. C, road construction has greatly reduced the number of lanes available to commuters in major streets leading to the midtown area during the past 6 months. So this is the reason why people are not taking their cars out, because the number of lanes available have been reduced, has been reduced. So that's why people are preferring using buses instead of cars. As soon as the lanes will be available, people will again start using their car. So this statement says that this is not because of the campaign the mayor is having, but because of the less number of lanes available for the commuters. So far, this is the most plausible. D, the number of buses entering the midtown area of Greenville during the morning hours is exactly the same now as it was 1 year ago. But it says that the number of passengers have increased. The number of persons riding the bus have increased. So it means there is an increase in the number of passengers. So it's again not against the mayor's campaign. All right, E. Surveys show that long-time bus riders are no more satisfied are no more satisfied with the Greenville bus service than they were before the mayor's publicity campaign began. So they are as satisfied as they were before. So means they are just as much satisfied that they are using those buses, but this is not helping, like why people have started using these buses. This is even against, if this is the case, people, if they are not satisfied, why would they use it? So they are using the buses, but this is not the reason that we are looking for something that will tell us that this is not because of the mayor's publicity campaign, there's something else. So this is not that reason. So this is the only option, that road construction has greatly reduced the number of lanes available. So that's the reason that making the people not taking their cars out. All right. Question number 6. Patrick usually provides childcare for 6 children. Parents leave their children at Patrick's house in the morning and pick them up after work. At the end of each work week, the parents pay Patrick at an hourly rate for the childcare provided that week. The weekly income Patrick receives is usually adequate but not always uniform, particularly in the winter when children are likely to get sick and be unpredictably absent. Which of the following plans, if put into effect, has the best prospect of making Patrick's weekly income both uniform and adequate? All right, so we have to see which plan is plausible, perfect for Patrick. That should make his income both uniform and adequate. This is what we are looking for, a plan which will make his income, weekly income, uniform and adequate. What is happening right now is he is being paid for the care he has given per hour, not the care he is offering, the hours he is offering, but the hours the parents are getting. So if someday the child is not coming to the child care, is not being paid. Patrick is not being paid. So we have to come up with a plausible plan. So we can say he should take a weekly or monthly payment, a fixed payment, whether child comes or not. mm, the parents should just pay. So let's look out for such an answer. A, pool resources with a neighbor who provides childcare under similar arrangements so that the two of them cooperate in caring for twice as many children as Patty currently does. So if there are twice as many children, the payment will be halved. So each will get the same amount of payment. So that's not a plausible plan. B, replace payments by actual hours of childcare provided with a fixed weekly fee. Yeah, this is our answer. Replace payment by actual hours of childcare provided with a fixed weekly fee based upon the number of hours of childcare that Patrick would typically be expected to provide. So if Patrick is providing 6 hours a day, then no matter how many hours the child getting and no matter how many days there, the Patrick should be paid for the 6 hours a day for the whole week. So this is how, even if the child is absent, the Patrick is being paid. So the payment will be uniform and of course adequate, because in this way he is being paid for the hours he didn't give childcare. So this is the best plan so far. All right, let's look for the CDE. C says hire a full-time helper and invest in facilities for providing childcare to sick children. All right, there are two problems. One, the sick children won't come. They will stay home. Number two, if he hires a helper and invests in facilities, so the expenses will increase. So what's the point of uh, hiring a full-time helper? because the more money he'll be getting from children, the he'll be paying to the full-time helper and the facilities. So no, it's not plausible. And what's the guarantee that even if he hires the helper, the people will send their sick children? So this is even worse. All right, D. Increase the hourly rate to a level that would provide adequate income even in a week when half of the children Patrick usually cares for are absent. Again, if he raises the hourly rate, the problem is people are not coming in the winters. So if only 2 or 3 students are coming, so that won't adjust the amount. So that's not, this is better actually. Yeah, this is a bit looks plausible, but again, the number of students coming to the uh, that won't make it uniform actually. Yeah, this will be adequate, but that won't be uniform. So we want a plan that will make it uniform, right? So that's the problem. E. Increase the number of hours made available for childcare each day so that parents can leave their children in Patrick's care for a longer period each day. So the problem is the parents, it depends upon the parents' job hours. They leave them in the morning and they take them away after work. So if their work ends at night, they have to pick them up at night. So it doesn't matter whether he increases his number of hours or not. And again, the problem is for the sick children. So they won't come. So the payment received will not be uniform. And of course, that won't be adequate either. So that is not the answer. So B is the perfect answer that replace payment by actual hours of childcare provided with a fixed weekly fee based upon the number of hours. So you have to change the actual hours to a fixed weekly fee. So as many hours you are providing, whether they are getting it or not, you will be paid. So this is our answer. Question number 7. A researcher discovered that people who have low level of immune system activity tend to score much lower on tests of mental health than do people with normal or high immune system activity. The researcher concluded from this experiment that the immune system protects against mental illness as well as against physical disease. All right. The researcher's conclusion depends on which of the following assumptions. Okay, what the passage says that low levels of immune system activity tend to score much lower on tests of mental health. So if you have low immune system, you'll score less on mental health test. Okay. And if you have high immune system, you'll score more on mental health test. All right. So now our normal reaction is like, isn't it possible that mental health is causing immune system to be stronger or weaker? If you have good mental health, your immune system is good. If you have not good mental health, then your immune system is not good. So this is the possibility we have to avoid. That is the assumption we have to find out, that this is not the other way around. Otherwise, the results of the researcher will be wrong. Okay. All right. Let's start looking up all the options. A. High immune system activity protects against mental illness better than normal immune system activity does. Okay, we are not discussing the normal immune system activity and high immune system activity. Actually, we are not comparing them. So we are looking for the assumption. Okay, no. B. Mental illness is similar to physical disease in its effects on body systems. So we are not discussing the effects of mental illness. Okay, so this is wrong again. See, people with high immune system activity cannot develop mental illness. Okay, people with high immune system activity cannot develop. All right, that's what the passage says. That's the same as the passage says. Okay, so no. D. Mental illness does not cause people's immune system activity to decrease. See, this is our answer. That it's not the other way around. Immune system activity is causing the mental health. Mental health is not causing the immune system. So that's what we have to be careful about. Okay. So this is our assumption that mental illness does not cause immune system to decrease or increase. And the last one, let's just check it out. Psychological treatment of mental illness is not as effective as is medical treatment. Okay, we are not discussing the treatments either. So this is not our assumption. Okay, so our answer is D, that mental illness is not causing people's immune system to decrease or increase. It's immune system that causing it, causing the health to increase or decrease. Okay, that's it. Question number 8. Extinction is a process that can depend on a variety of ecological, geographical, and physiological variables. These variables affect different species of organisms in different ways and should therefore yield a random pattern of extinctions. However, the fossil record shows that extinction occurs in a surprisingly definite pattern, with many species vanishing at the same time. Which of the following, if true, forms the best basis for at least a partial explanation of the patterned extinction revealed by the fossil record? Patterned extinction. So the passage says that this is a process that depends on different variables. So it should happen in random patterns, but it's not happening like that. It's happening in certain patterns, definite patterns. So now we have to find out an explanation for that, that why is it happening in definite patterns and many species are vanishing at the same time? Definite pattern and many species. We have to explain this. Okay. All right. Let's start with option A. So we have to find out something where it explains that this because of this there's a definite pattern, and because of that many species are vanishing at the same time. Okay, like environmental stuff, something like that, that is universal, global. Okay, all right, the option A is major episodes of extinction can result from widespread environmental disturbances that affect numerous different species. So this is the most plausible thing I think there is. So it says major episodes of extinction, like most extinctions, can result from widespread, like all over the world. Okay. Environmental disturbances that affect numerous different species. Everything is answered here. Okay. So this is the thing I think can be the answer. Let's check out B. Certain extinction episodes selectively affect organisms with particular sets of characteristics unique to their species. There's so many things that are not our answer, like selective effect, particular set of characteristics unique to their species. So it's not global, okay? Not a definite pattern. So no, this is not an explanation. C. Some species become extinct because of accumulated gradual changes in their local environment. Some species, again, it's talking about few species, not all of them. And it's talking about their local environment. Okay. Again, it's uh, supporting the initial argument. Okay. Not definite. So no, we are looking for a definite pattern. In geologically recent times, for which there is no fossil record, human intervention has changed the pattern of extinction. We're not discussing this stuff like how human have changed the pattern. We are discussing that why there is a definite pattern. So no. E, species that are widely dispersed are the least likely to become extinct. So again, this is not a reason why there is a widespread extinction. Okay. So this is the only answer again, that because of the global widespread environmental disturbances, Numerous different species are going extinct. Okay, this is our answer. A. Question number 9. In parts of South America, vitamin A deficiency is a serious health problem, especially among children. In one region, agriculturists are attempting to improve nutrition by encouraging farmers to plant a new variety of sweet potato called SPK004 that is rich in beta carotene, which the body converts into vitamin A. The plan has good chances of success since sweet potato is a staple of the region's diet and agriculture, and the varieties currently grown contain little beta carotene. Which of the following, if true, most strongly supports the prediction that the plan will succeed? What is the plan? The plan is that they are encouraging farmers to plant SPK004, which is rich in beta carotene. Okay, so so this is how they will improve the vitamin A deficiency in children and all the inhabitants of that area, South America. So we have to find out something that will encourage farmers to use this variety, SPK004 variety, instead of the other one, the previously they have been using. Or there won't be any effect on their crop production. Okay, so we have to find out such thing that will ensure that the plan will succeed. All right. Okay, let's start discussing option one by one. A. The growing conditions required by the varieties of sweet potato currently cultivated in the region are conditions in which SPK004 can flourish. Perfect. Like the growing conditions now, the conditions where they are growing, currently growing their sweet potatoes, normal sweet potatoes, not SPK004. So these current growing conditions are feasible for SPK004. So SPK004 can flourish in the same conditions in which sweet potato currently being cultivated. So it means farmers won't object to this SPK004 variety because this also flourishes in the same growing conditions where the currently cultivated sweet potato varieties are being flourished. So this is a support of the plan that the farmers will not have any problem in growing this SPK004 variety. So this is most plausibly our answer. Let's check it out. Check out the other options. B. The flesh of SPK004 differs from that of currently cultivated sweet potatoes in color and texture. So traditional foods would look somewhat different when prepared from SPK004. The passage does not mention that whether the people who are making food of this sweet potato will have any problem with changing the color. So this is, and we are encouraging farmers for now, not the consumers. So this goes against or in favor of consumerism, not the farmers. So this is not our answer because for now the plan is to encourage farmers to cultivate the SPK004. So this is not our any encouragement to farmers actually. See, there are no other varieties of sweet potatoes that are significantly richer in beta carotene than SPK004 is. Yeah, this is what those agriculturists know. But the farmers are concerned about the production. They are not concerned about the richness of beta carotene. So if we want to encourage farmers, we have to come up with some plan that they must be encouraged. Okay, they won't be encouraged by the richness of beta carotene. They will be encouraged by the viability of the SPK004. So this is not our answer. D. The variety of sweet potato currently cultivated in the region contain some important nutrients that are lacking in SPK004. Well, maybe those are the things that are not producing deficiency. Like we are for now concerned with the vitamin A deficiency, not the other nutrients. So maybe those are not that important, okay? Because the passage does not discuss it. Passage just discusses that we have to come up with some plan that the farmers are encouraged. So this is not our answer, of course. Okay. There are other vegetables currently grown in the region that contain more beta carotene than the currently cultivated varieties of sweet potatoes. So there are other vegetables. So maybe there are, but maybe those vegetables are not feasible for this region's atmosphere. So we are currently concerned about sweet potato SPK004. So this is not our answer either. This won't encourage farmers. On the other hand, it will discourage that this is SPK004 is not the best option. So this is a discouragement. We are looking for an encouragement for the farmers. Okay. So this A tells us the answer that the SPK004 needs the same environmental and growing conditions that the previously grown sweet potato needs. So this is our answer. Question number 10. Which of the following best completes the passage below? All right. At a recent conference on environmental threats to the North Sea, most participating countries favored uniform controls on the quality of effluents. Whether or not specific environmental damage could be attributed to a particular source of effluent, what must, of course, be shown in order to avoid excessively restrictive control is that, all right, so effluent is the sewage water from industries, right? So the conference is concerned about environmental threats to North Sea, and they are trying to put some excessive restrictions on those sewage systems or effluents. All right. So the question is, what must, of course, be shown in order to avoid excessively restrictive controls? So there may not be some effluents that are damaged, that are damaging North Sea, or that are too damaging. So you should not restrict those things. So you have to avoid excessively restrictive control. So what should you do to avoid excessively restrictive control? So you have to be specific, actually. The effluents that are the most dangerous for the environment. So you have to be careful about them and put restrictions on only them, not the all of effluents. Otherwise, how will you run industries? So we have to find out something that gives the reason that you should, or gives the explanation that there should not be excessive restrictive controls. Okay. So what must, of course, be shown in order to avoid excessively restrictive controls is that any uniform controls that are adopted are likely to be implemented without delay. Uniform controls, it means that you are controlling all type of effluents. That's not right. This is the restrictive controlling. So that's not you want. Okay. B. So what must, of course, be shown in order to avoid excessively restrictive controls is that any substance to be made subject to controls can actually cause environmental damage. Perfect. Like only those effluents that are that are damaging environment should be controlled. So this is the plausible option. C. The countries favoring uniform controls are those generating the largest quantities of effluents. Again, this is not talking about that why should we not control all of it. Okay, so this is not our answer. D, all of any given pollutant that is to be controlled actually reaches the North Sea at present. So it says that if some pollutant is or effluent is reaching to North Sea, it should reach all of it. Like if a part of it is reaching, then you should not restrict it. So that's absurd. If a part of it is reaching to the North Sea, or all of it is reaching to the North Sea, but it's damaging all the same, so why shouldn't you restrict it? So this is not giving the answer that why should you restrict the only those that are damaging. So otherwise, if all of it is not coming to the North Sea, you won't restrict it, but this is can be damaging. So no. E says environmental damage already inflicted on the North Sea is reversible. So we are not discussing whether the already done damage is reversible or not. So this is not the explanation why should we restrict the damages. So yeah, you can say that this is reversible, but again, we are trying to restrict the effluents or savages or pollutants. So this is not our answer. So again, this is the answer that any substance to be made subject to controls can actually cause environmental damage, that only those effluents, those pollutants that are environmentally damaging, those should be restricted only. Okay, this is the explanation.
Question number 12. Reading comprehension question. To You is an 1856 poem by Walt Whitman. In the poem, Whitman suggests that readers whom he addresses directly have not fully understood themselves, writing, okay, which quotation from To You most effectively illustrates the claim? Okay, what is the claim? That uh, the reader, Whitman suggests that reader whom he addresses directly, reader have not fully understood themselves. Readers have not fully understood themselves. We have to find this, writing something like that. That's there is something that suggests this thing. So we are looking for this, that readers have not fully understood themselves. Okay, let's look at the options one by one. You have not known what you are. Perfect. You have slumbered upon yourself. Yeah, all your life. Your eyelids have been the same as closed most of the time. So this is what's telling us that you haven't understood yourself, the reader. So this most probably is the answer. Let's check out the others too. B says these immense meadows, these interminable rivers, you are immense and interminable as they. This is praising the reader that you have known yourself. Actually, this is other way around. So no, this is not our answer. C. I should have made my way straight to you long ago. I should have blabbed nothing but you. I should have chanted nothing but you. This is his asking reader about something. He's not telling us that you haven't known yourself. So no, it's something else. D. I will leave all and come and make the hymns of you. None has understood you, but I understand you. So it's something else that I have understood you. Nobody else understood you. It doesn't say that you haven't understood yourself. So no. So A is our answer, where it says you haven't known yourself. All right. Okay. 13. Born in 1891 to a, okay, what we're looking for, which finding, if true, would most directly support the student's claim?
So there is a claim in here and we have to find a supporting statement. Okay. Born in 1891 to a Quechua speaking family in the Andes Mountains of Peru, Martin Chamby is today considered to be one of the most renowned figures of Latin American photography. In a paper for an art history class, a student claims that Chamby's photographs have considerable ethnographic value. Chamby's photographs have considerable ethnographic value. This is the claim. It's explaining it, this dash explains the previous statement. So, what does it mean by having considerable ethnographic value? Ethnographic means when you study about some tribes, their cultures, their people, their languages, those specific areas. Okay, so that study is called ethnographic study. Okay, so it's telling it here in his work. Chamby was able to capture diverse elements of Peruvian society. Diverse elements of Peruvian society. How they get married, how they bury their dead, how they celebrate their culture, their customs, and the stuff. Chamby was able to capture diverse elements of Peruvian society, representing his subjects with both dignity and authenticity. Okay, so this is the claim that his photographs have considerable ethnographic value. So we are looking for some statement that supports this statement. Okay, so let's check out all the four options where we can find any ethnographic element in Chamby's photographs. A. Chamby took many commissioned portraits of wealthy Peruvians, but he also produced hundreds of images carefully documenting the people, sites, and customs of indigenous communities of the Andes. Perfect. This tells that his images contains ethnographic elements that are people, sites, customs of those communities. So this tells that his photographs, his images contained ethnographic elements. Okay, let's check out the others too. Chamby's photographs demonstrate a high level of technical skills. We are not talking about technical skills, we are talking about ethnographic elements, as seen in his strategic use of illumination to create dramatic light and shadow. This is about technical light. Okay, no. See, during his lifetime, Chamby was known and celebrated both within and outside his native Peru. It's about his fame, as his work was published in places like Argentina, Spain, and Mexico. So, did his work have a ethnographic element? It's not mentioned in here. It's just telling that where his work was famous. No. D. Some of the people and places Chamby photographed had long been popular subjects for Peruvian photographers. So he went to the places where people already took photographs. So it's nothing, not telling us anything about people, culture, their customs, and all that. Alright, so no. This is the only one that tells us what their customs were, what were their sites, places they worshipped or something, what were their people. Okay, these are the ethnographies. All right, so A is the correct answer. Which finding, if true, would most directly support the researcher's hypothesis? Okay, so for that we have to see what the hypothesis is. Okay, in the mountains of Brazil, Barbacinia tomentosa and Barbacinia macrantha, two plants in the Valoisiaceae family, established themselves on soilless, nutrient poor patches of quartzite rock. Plant ecologists Anna Abrahau and Patricia de Brito Costa used microscopic analysis to determine that the roots of tomentosa and macrantha, which grow directly into the quartzite, have clusters of fine hairs near the root tip. Further, further analysis indicated that these hairs secrete both malic and citric acid. The researchers hypothesize that the plants depend on dissolving underlying rock with these acids. Excuse me. As the process not only creates channels for continued growth but also releases phosphate that provide the vital nutrient phosphorus. Okay. Which finding, if true, would most directly support the researchers' hypothesis? So, what is happening here? These two plants, like tomentosa and macrantha, they grow on a soil-less and nutrient-poor patches of these rocks, quartzite rock. So the atmosphere is barren. Okay, so they are studying that how they grow. So they, when they saw their roots, they saw that there is fine hair. Okay, fine hairs near the root tip, fine hair near the root tip. Okay, near the roots. And what is happening at the root tip? It's secreting malic and citric acid. It emits. Okay, so what happens by that malic and citric acid? What it does, it dissolves the underlying rock with these acids. And when it dissolves, in this process, they make their way to grow channels for continued growth, but also release phosphate, that is a vital nutrient. So they are getting the nutrition from phosphates by dissolving the rocks. So when they dissolve rocks, in this process they get nutrition, phosphorus, and they also get the channels to grow. So this is the claim, okay, that this is happening. This is how they get the nutrition. Which finding, if true, would most directly support the researcher's hypothesis? Okay, so now we have to find something that would say yes, the rock that should support this thing, that dissolving the rocks gives the phosphorus, and in this process they grow. So let's see 4 options. Other species in the Valoisiaceae family are found in terrains with more soil but have root structure similar to those of tomentosa and macrantha. This is not supporting our claim. Okay, though tomentosa and macrantha both secrete citric and malic acids, each species produce the acids in different proportions. It doesn't matter. It's not supporting. We have to find something that supports that these acids, they secrete these acids, and these acids dissolve the rock, and in this process they get the nutrition. See, the roots of tomentosa and macrantha carve new entry points into the rocks even when cracks in the surface are readily available. Boom. Even there are cracks in the rock, they won't go in those cracks. Why? Because yeah, they will find the channels to grow, but they won't be able to dissolve the rock because there is no rock there. They are going through the these openings and these cracks. So they make new cracks. They get into the solid rock. In this process, they dissolve the rock, and in this process they get the nutrition. If they are not getting the nutrition, phosphorus, from the rocks, then they should go directly into those crevices, in those cracks, in those openings. But they are not going on those openings. The roots of tomentosa and macrantha carve new entry points into rocks even when cracks in the surface are readily available. So this is the one that supports the claim that They have to dissolve the rock and get the nutrition. Okay, D, let's check it out. Tomentosa and Macrantha thrive even when transferred to the surfaces of rocks that do not contain phosphates. Thrive even when transferred to the, this is not supporting it, this is against this claim. So we are not finding anything that's against this claim. Okay, if you tick this is against the claim, so we have to find something that supports it. If true, would most likely support it. Okay, all right, so C is our answer. Herbivorous sauropod dinosaurs could grow more than 100 feet long and weigh up to 80 tons, and some researchers have attributed the evolution of sauropods to such massive sizes to increase plant production resulting from high levels of atmospheric carbon dioxide during the Mesozoic era. Okay, so they became so big because there was so much vegetation available. And why there was so much vegetation? Because of the increase in carbon dioxide. Okay, this is what is happening in that Mesozoic era, resulting from high levels of atmospheric carbon dioxide during this era. Okay, however, there is no evidence of significant spikes in carbon dioxide levels coinciding with relevant periods in sauropods evolution. Like, we don't find any spikes, any increase in the carbon in those eras when they grew, the evolution of sauropods. So it says coinciding with relevant periods in sauropods evolution, such as when the first large sauropods appeared, when several sauropod lineages underwent further evolution toward gigantism, or when sauropods reached their maximum known sizes. So we don't find anything in any spikes in carbon dioxide during these evolutions. These are the evolutions. Okay, see, however, there is no evidence of significant spikes in carbon dioxide level coinciding with relevant periods in sauropods evolution, suggesting that this scientist is wrong, that the evolution is not connected with this sudden increase in carbon dioxide. So we are looking for something here that will tell that the researcher is wrong, that some researchers who attributed this evolution of sauropods to the sudden spikes of carbon in atmosphere is wrong. So let's find out this option, suggesting that fluctuations in atmospheric carbon dioxide affected different sauropod lineages differently, not mentioned anywhere. The evolution of larger body sizes in sauropods did not depend on increased atmospheric carbon dioxide. Yes, because they did not find any spikes in this era when they evolved. So it concluded, suggesting that the evolution of larger body sizes in sauropods did not depend on increased atmospheric carbon dioxide. This is our answer. Let's check out the others. Atmospheric carbon dioxide was higher when the largest known sauropods lived than it was when the first sauropod appeared. No. It says that we didn't find any spikes in the carbon when the sauropods evolved. So no. Suggesting that sauropods probably would not have evolved to such immense sizes if atmospheric carbon dioxide has been even slightly higher. No. It's not mentioning this. So this, because they did not find any spike in carbon, so we can suggest that the evolution wasn't connected to that carbon. Okay, so it says that evolution did not depend on carbon. Okay, so B is our answer. In documents called judicial opinions, judges explain the reasoning behind their legal rulings, and in those explanations they sometimes cite and discuss historical and contemporary philosophers. Legal scholar and philosopher Anita L. Allen argues that while judges are naturally inclined to mention philosophers whose views align with their own positions, the strongest judicial opinions consider and rebut potential objections. Okay, so discussing philosophers whose views conflict with judges' views could therefore see what is happening when judge pass their decision, okay, ruling. This is then they discussed it, then the why they did that, what was the reasoning behind. That is called judicial opinion. Okay, judges explain the reasoning behind their legal rulings. All right, and in those opinions, what they do, they cite and discuss the historical and contemporary philosophers. But this philosopher, this scholar Anita says that they only discuss and cite those scholars they whose points support him, the judge, support the judge's ruling. They do not go to the those philosophers whose point of views are different than the one judges have. So, Anita says that the strongest judicial opinions consider and rebut potential objections. They discuss the objections that why judge was wrong. Okay, so that is a strong opinion. So, judges should discuss those scholars whose point of views are not in favor of the judge. What will happen? The opinion will be stronger then. So we have to find something that says that because of this, when judges view could discussing philosophers whose views conflict with judges views could therefore strengthen the opinion, judicial opinion. It will make it stronger, it will make it even better. Okay, so we are looking for such a statement. So discussing philosophers whose views conflict with judges views could therefore allow judges to craft judicial opinions without needing to consult philosophical work. They are actually in if they are considering the conflicting philosophers, even then they are consulting it. So this is absurd. Therefore, help judges improve the arguments they put forward in their judicial opinion. Yes, if they consider those philosophers whose point of views conflict with judges' point of views, then it will strengthen the judgment, help judges improve the arguments. All right, B is our answer. C says, therefore, make judicial opinions more comprehensible to readers without legal or philosophical training. No, it's not mentioning like that. Okay, nothing has been mentioned. Therefore, bring judicial opinions in line with views that are broadly held among philosophers. Who said broadly held are conflicting? No. So this is our answer. It will help improve the argument. Okay, because when you are considering only in the favor, you should also consider the objection, the conflicting views. That will improve your argument. All right. Which quotation from Opiniers most effectively illustrates the claim? What claim? Opiniers is a 1913 novel by Willa Cather. In the novel, Cather portrays Alexandra Bergson as having a deep emotional connection to her natural surroundings. Okay, so we have to find out something that tells us that Alexandra Bergson has deep emotional connection to the nature. Okay, natural surrounding. All right, so where we see there's nature singing around, and there is something like trees, like animals, like, okay, so birds, where we will land. Okay, she had never known before how much the country meant to her. Yeah, comes the nature. The chirping of the insects down in the long grass had been like the sweetest music. Come on, this is the answer. She had felt as if her heart were hiding down there somewhere with the quail and the plover and all the little wild things that crooned or buzzed in the sun. Under the long, shaggy ridges, she felt the future stirring. Perfect. A is the answer. There it tells that she had a deep connection with the natural surroundings. Okay. Let's have a look at the other three. Alexandra talked to the men about their crops and to the women about their poultry. She spent a whole day with one young farmer who had been away at school and who was experimenting with a new kind of clover hay. She learned a great deal. It doesn't tell that she had a deep connection with nature. Yeah, she went to these places, but not the deep connection with nature. No. Alexandra drove off alone. The rattle of her wagon was lost in the howling of the wind, but her lantern, held firmly between her feet, made a moving point of light along the highway, going deeper and deeper into the dark country. No. D. It was Alexandra who read the papers and followed the markets, and who learned by the mistakes of their neighbors. It was Alexandra who could always tell about what it had cost to fatten each steer, and who could guess the weight of a hog before it went on the scale closer than John Bergson, her father himself. No, it's not. It doesn't tell that there is a close connection with the nature. Only A tells there is a close connection. So already we got it in the beginning. So A is our answer. Okay. Psychologists Decker, Keltner, and Jonathan Haidt have argued that experiencing awe, a sensation of reverence and wonder typically brought on by perceiving something grand or powerful. So, when you see something grand or powerful, you start respecting it, and that's how you experience awe. Okay, the feeling of awe, a sensation of reverence and wonder. All right, okay. So, argued that experiencing awe can enable us to feel more connected to others and thereby inspire us to act more altruistically. Altruistically means you help each other, okay? So, when you are under the experience of awe, this enables you feel more connected to other people, and you help others, like you act more altruistically. Keltner, along with Paul K. Piff, Pia Ditze, and colleagues, claims to have found evidence for this effect in a recent study where participants were asked to either gaze up at exceptionally tall trees in a nearby grove, reported to be a universally awe-inspiring experience. So, if you look at those tall trees, you will experience awe. Okay, all right. So those people were asked to look at those trees. Okay, or stare at the exterior of a nearby nondescript building. So you won't get experience of awe. Okay, there were two groups. One was asked to look at those tall trees and feel the experience of awe, and the other was asked to look at the nearby nondescript building. There wasn't anything written on it, so it was just a normal building. Alright, so these are the two groups. After 1 minute, an experimenter deliberately spilled a box of pens nearby. So somebody just dropped a box of pens. So, which finding from the researchers' study, if true, would most strongly support their claim? What is the claim? The claim is that when they are awe inspired, when they are experiencing awe, they connect with the people and they act more altruistically, generously, and help others. Okay, so uh, the one option that will tell us that those people who were looking at tall trees awe inspired, they started picking the pens for that guy, and those who were looking at the building, they didn't pay much attention. This type of option will be our option. All right, Let's check it out. Participants who had been looking at the trees helped the experimenter pick up significantly more pens than did participants who had been looking at the building. Boom. That's our answer. That those people who were looking at the tall trees and were awe inspired, they helped that experimenter more than those who were looking at normal building. So that means that experiment tells that yes, the claim of the researcher is right, is correct, that when you are under the experience of awe, you feel connected to the people and you act altruistically or generously. We got our answer. Let's have a look at the rest of the options. Participants who helped the experimenter pick up the pens used a greater number of positive words to describe the trees and the building in a post experiment survey than did participants who did not help the experiment. No. We have to see that at that point when he dropped the pens, who helped and who did not. That's all. At that point, not post experiment. Okay, when you are under the experience of awe, you feel connected. That's it, not afterwards. We're not connected, we're not concerned with that. Okay, so no. See, participants who did not help the experimenter pick up the pens were significantly more likely to report having experienced a feeling of awe. Oh, no, 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 no. Participants who did not help the experimenter pick up the pens were significantly more likely to report having experienced a feeling of awe, regardless of whether they looked at the building or the trees. No, that does not testify our experiment. This will go against the experiment, against the researcher's claim. Researcher's claim is that under the awe you feel experience of awe, experience you feel connected. So this is against that. So this will destroy the researcher's claim. So no. We are looking for something that supports it. Participants who had been looking at the building were significantly more likely to notice that the experimenter had dropped the pens than were participants who had been looking at the trees. This only tells that those who were looking at tall building were more awe-inspired and the others who were looking at normal building weren't awe-inspired. But doesn't tell that those who are awe-inspired feel connected. So no, this is not our option. Okay, so our option is A, where it tells that participants who had been looking at the trees helped the experimenter pick up the pens more than those who are not looking at that, who were looking at normal building. Okay, so our answer is A. Many archaeologists, which finding, if true, would most directly support the researcher's claim? So we have to find out the claim and then we have to see something that will support it. Okay, all right. Many archaeologists will tell you that categorizing excavated fragments, you excavate, you dig. Okay, many archaeologists will tell you that categorizing excavated fragments of pottery by style, period, and what objects they belong to relies not only on standard criteria but also on instinct developed over years of practice. So those people who do this, they have an instinct because of so much experience. So yeah, there is a criteria, but they have instinct. So on that instinct, they categorize that which fragment of pottery should be put in which part, by style, by period, or what object they belong to. Okay, so okay, in a recent study, however, researchers trained a deep learning computer model on thousands of images of pottery fragments and found that it could categorize them as accurately as a team of expert archaeologists. Some archaeologists have expressed concern that they might be replaced by such computer models. But the researchers claim that outcome is highly unlikely. Okay, So the researchers who uh, are doing this, categorizing it, are afraid that computer will replace them, because computer are categorizing it as same as they were doing. Okay, so now we have to come up with something that should support researchers claim. It says that it's highly unlikely, it won't happen. So why it will not happen that they replace the uh, people who are doing it? So let's find out. In the researchers' study, the model was able to categorize the pottery fragments much more quickly than the archaeologists could. This is not in support, this is against. B. In the researchers' study, neither the model nor the archaeologists were able to accurately categorize all the pottery fragments that were presented. Both failed. So no. No. A survey of archaeologists showed that categorizing pottery fragments limits the amount of time they can dedicate to other important tasks that only human experts can do. Boom. So there are other important tasks, more important tasks that only human can do. So how can computer replace them? It says that categorizing pottery fragments is a job that anyone can do, but those researchers can dedicate their time to other important tasks. So it means there are more important things to do that only human can do. So you cannot replace humans with computers. So C is our answer. Okay. D. A survey of archaeologists showed that few of them received dedicated training in how to properly categorize pottery fragments. Well, it's not supporting the claim of the researcher that it is unlikely to happen that computers replace humans. Okay, so C is our answer. Okay. 17. Although which choice most logically completes the text? So we have to complete this sentence. Although military veterans, those who are retired from military, although military veterans make up a small proportion of the total population of the United States, they occupy a significantly higher proportion of the jobs in the civilian government. One possible explanation for this disproportionate representation is that military service familiarizes people with certain organizational structures that are also reflected in the civilian government bureaucracy. And this familiarity, thus, because of this familiarity, uh, those military veterans come to those civilian jobs. So we have to find out something that will tell that because of this familiarity, military veterans like to move to these jobs, or those employers put them in these jobs. Okay, because they already are familiar with this organizational structure. Okay, so which choice most logically completes the test? Again, see, one possible explanation for this disproportionate representation, like why more veterans are in the civilian jobs. So one explanation is that military service familiarizes people with certain organizational structures that are also reflected in the civilian government bureaucracy. And this familiarity thus makes civilian government jobs especially appealing to military veterans. Boom. That's it. That's our answer. So because of this familiarity, thus they like to come to civilians government jobs. Thus, this familiarity thus makes civilian government jobs specially appealing to military veterans. Okay, A is our answer. Let's check out the other. This familiarity thus alters the typical relationship between military service and subsequent career preferences. No. This familiarity thus encourages non-veteran applying for civilian. No, not for non-veteran. We are discussing about veterans. This familiarity thus increases the number of civilian government jobs. How can this increase civilian jobs that require some amount of military? No, 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 no. A is our answer. Okay. Okay. Which choice most logically completes the text? Again, we have to complete this text. Birds of many species ingest foods containing carotenoids, pigmented molecules that are converted into feather coloration. So, birds of many species ingest foods containing carotenoids. These carotenoids are pigmented molecules that are converted into feather coloration. So, their feathers are colored. Okay. Coloration tends to be especially saturated in male birds' feathers, and because carotenoids also confer health benefits, the deeply saturated colors generally serve to communicate what is known as an honest signal of a bird's overall fitness to potential mates. Okay, like how fit they are. However, ornithologist Alison J. Schultz and others have found that males in several species of the tanager genus Rhamphocelius use macrostructures in their feathers to manipulate light, creating the appearance of deeper saturation without the birds necessarily having to maintain a carotenoid rich diet. So maybe it's possible that birds did not take a carotenoid rich diet, but because they can manipulate light, they can show that the colors are deep saturated. So this is not honest signal. See, the actually when they were eating that diet, carotenoid diet, they were showing the deep colors, and those colors showed their fitness. But now it says that they can manipulate light, especially male birds can manipulate light, and they show that they have deep colorization, deeply saturated colors. So this is not honest, creating the appearance of deeper saturation without the bird necessarily having to maintain a carotenoid rich diet. They didn't take that diet, so they are not fit, but they are showing that they are fit. These findings suggest that this is dishonesty. So we have to find something like that. That individual male tanagers can engage in honest signaling without relying on carotenoid consumption. How is it honest? They are not consuming carotenoid, so they are not fit. So and they are saying that they are fit. So this is not honest. No, this is wrong. These findings suggest that feather microstructures may be less effective than deeply saturated feathers for signaling overall fitness. This is research that told that if you consume that, you will be more fit. No. Suggests that scientists have yet to determine why tanagers have a preference for mates with colorful appearance. Uh, they already discussed it that because of fitness, they show their fitness. The mates see that if they are fit. Okay, so that's why they attract towards them. So these findings suggest that a male tanager's appearance may function as a dishonest signal of the individual's overall fitness. So they are not fit, but they are showing that they are fit just because of manipulation of light. So this is our answer, D. Which finding, if true, would most directly undermine Foster's hypothesis? Okay, what is the hypothesis? We have to see that one of these things will weaken it. Okay, all right, make it weak. Okay, when digging for clams, their primary food, sea otters damage the roots of eelgrass plants, growing on the seafloor. Near Vancouver Island in Canada, like it's saying that when digging for clams, their primary food, sea otters, it's about sea otters. So when they are looking for their food, like clams, they they damage the roots of eelgrass plants growing on the seafloor. This is what otters do. Okay, they are damaging the roots of eelgrass plants. Okay, near Vancouver Island in Canada, the otter population is large and well established. Yet the eelgrass meadows Yet the eelgrass meadows are healthier than those found elsewhere of Canada's coast. So this is against it, that they are not damaging the roots. Actually, this something is happening, that because here on this island, even the otter population is so large and well established, but eelgrass meadows are healthier than anywhere of Canada's coast. To explain this, conservation scientist Erin Foster and colleagues compared the Vancouver Island meadows to meadows where otters are absent or were reintroduced only recently. So they compared it with the other meadows where there are no otters, or they just started living there. Finding that the Vancouver Island meadows have a more diverse gene pool than the others do, Foster hypothesized that damage to eelgrass roots increases the plant's rate of sexual reproduction. This in turn boosts genetic diversity, which benefits the meadow's health overall. So they are hypothesizing that these otters, when they damage the roots of eelgrass, actually they are not damaging it, they are increasing their reproduction. Okay, they are making it them healthier, they boost genetic diversity. Okay, now we have to find something that goes against this hypothesis, would most directly undermine, weaken, okay, damage Foster's hypothesis. So there should be something that should come against this hypothesis, that you are wrong. They are not increasing the they are not helping it. Okay, they are not helping, they are they are not Foster hypothesized that damage to eelgrass roots increases the plant rate of sexual production. This is the hypothesis, we have to go against it. Okay, all right. At some sites in the study, eelgrass meadows are found near otter populations that are small and have only recently been reintroduced. Okay, it says that at some sites in the study, eelgrass meadows are found near otter populations. So this is again in the favor actually. So no. At several sites not included in the study, there are large, well-established sea otter populations, but no eelgrass meadows. So maybe they just established there and there already no eelgrass meadows. So if there are no eelgrass meadows, so there's nothing to discuss about. Okay, so we are not saying this is not saying that if there is eelgrass meadows only then there will be otters. So no, so this is not our option, not to discuss. Okay, at several sites not included in the study, eelgrass meadows health correlates negatively with the length of residence and size of otter population. It says at several sites not included in the study, eelgrass meadows health correlates negatively with the length of residence and size of otter population. Like as long and as more otters live, the eelgrass meadows health deteriorates. There is negative correlation in here. Okay, so this may be our answer. At some sites in the study, the health of plants unrelated to eelgrass correlates negatively. So these plants are unrelated to eelgrass. We are talking about eelgrass. So no. So this is mentioning the eelgrass meadows health is negatively correlated. Okay, so this is against this. Okay, it says that the otters put positive impact on the eelgrass, so they come up with the theory. But there are certain places where the eelgrass meadows health is deteriorating because of the longer stay of otters. So it means otters are not helping the meadows. Okay, they are actually damaging them. So this explanation is not correct. Okay, so C is the answer that undermines the hypothesis given by this person Foster. C is the answer. Question number 16. Which choice most logically completes the text? So we have to keep reading it and then we have to finish it using one of these sentences. Okay. Scholars have noted that F. Scott Fitzgerald's writings were likely influenced in part by his marriage to Zelda Fitzgerald. But many don't recognize Zelda as a writer in her own right. Indeed, Zelda authored several works herself, such as the novel Save Me the Waltz and numerous short stories. Thus, those who primarily view Zelda as an inspiration for F. Scott's writing overlook the many other factors that motivated F. Scott to write. Okay, but it's not about F. Scott, it's about Zelda. Yeah, those who primarily view Zelda as an inspiration for F. Scott's writings risk misrepresenting the full range of Zelda's contribution to literature. Yes. See, it's mentioned over here that they undermine Zelda. Okay, it's about Zelda mostly. The passage is about Zelda, not about Fitzgerald. See, scholars have noted that F. Scott Fitzgerald's writings were likely influenced in part by his marriage to Zelda Fitzgerald, but many don't recognize Zelda as a writer in her own right. Indeed, Zelda authored several works herself, such as the novel Save Me the Waltz and numerous short stories. So they haven't never been accounted for. Okay, never been given the importance. Thus, those who primarily view Zelda as an inspiration for F. Scott's writings risk misrepresenting the full range of Zelda's contribution to literature. So it's B. Okay, may draw inaccurate and conclusions about how F. Scott and Zelda viewed each other. No, tend to read the works of F. Scott and Zelda in an overly no, it's not mentioned anywhere. Okay, so it's B. All right, that if they view Zelda as an inspiration for F. Scott's writings, they risk misrepresenting the full range of Zelda's contribution to literature. All right, this B is the correct answer. Okay, 17. Again, most logically complete the text. Okay, so whenever you want to complete the text, you must read it properly. You understand everything in it, so that you, when you go ahead, you must have an idea that what you are going to finish, because this finishing sentence gives the idea that what the whole passage was all about. Okay, so be very careful. Okay, all right. Among social animals that care for their young, social animals like human usually, okay, we call social animals. Among social animals that care for their young, such as chickens, macaque monkeys, and humans. So okay, all right, so there are three of it. Okay, and humans, newborns appear to show an innate attraction, inborn by birth. So in these social animals, newborns appear to show an innate attraction to faces and face-like stimuli. Okay, like face-like things. Elisabetta Versace and her colleagues used an image of three black dots arranged in the shape of eyes and a nose of or mouth. Okay, nose or mouth. So this and just three dots. Okay, nose or mouth to test whether this trait also occurs in testudo tortoises, which live alone and do not engage in parental care. Okay, so they want to see whether these tortoises kids, okay, to test whether this trait also occurs in testudo tortoises, which live alone and do not engage in parental care. They found that tortoise hatchlings, like the newborn, showed a significant preference for the image, suggesting that, okay, suggesting what? So when they showed this these three dots to a newborn of a tortoise, they showed a significant preference for the image. Okay, so and we were thinking that only social animals like chicken, monkeys and humans have attraction to the face like stimuli, but it's not limited to only social animals. This is also shown by those who have no parental care and no social life. So let's find such answer. Okay, which says that they found that tortoise hatchlings showed a significant preference for the image, suggesting that face like stimuli are likely perceived as harmless by newborns by social species, not harmless is social and that practice parental care, but as threatening by newborns by no, this is was not threatening. He liked it. Okay, the hatchling liked it. It showed significant preference for the image. Okay, suggesting that researchers should not assume that an innate attraction to face like stimuli is necessarily an adaptation related to social interaction or parental care. Yes. So, face like stimuli attraction can not only be attached to the social animals but can be attached to the other species too. Okay, so they should not assume that this attraction is only attached to the parental care things and social interaction animals. Okay, so this one is the correct, that researchers should not assume that an innate attraction to face like stimuli is necessarily an adaptation related to social interaction or parental care. B is correct. Researcher can assume that the attraction to face like stimuli that is seen in social species, that practical parental care is learned rather than innate. It's not about learning or innate. Newly hatched testudo tortoises show a strong preference for face like stimuli than adult. It's not about adult, or they didn't even show it to adults. Okay, so B is the correct answer. Okay, 18 is also most logically complete the text. Okay, all right, so compiled in the late 1500s largely through the efforts of indigenous scribes, Cantor's Mexicanos is the most important collection of poetry in classical Nahuatl, the principal language of the Aztec Empire. So, this collection, okay, this is the most important collection of poetry. Okay, compiled in the late 1500s largely through the efforts of indigenous scribes. This Cantor's Mexicano, this book or this collection is the most important collection of poetry in this Aztec Empire language, Nahuatl. The poems portray Aztec society before the occupation of the empire by the army of Spain, and marginal notes in Cantor's Mexicanos indicate that much of the collection's content predates the initial invasion before that. Okay, before Spain invaded these areas, these poetries were belonged to the area, to the era before that. Okay. Nonetheless, some of the poems contain inarguable references to beliefs and customs common in Spain during this era. So it means some of this collection is belong to the era that was after the invasion. Okay, this tells. Nonetheless, some of the poems contain inarguable references, like you cannot argue about it, they are definite, to beliefs and customs common in Spain during this era. So because Spain invaded them and they adopted their customs, so it means those poetries, the collection is not only predates the invasion, they also there is also collection that was afterwards. Okay, thus some scholars have concluded that, give me a second, concluded that while its content largely predates the invasion, Kentucky Mexican also contains additions made after the invasion. Yes, that's correct. Let's look at the others. The scholars have concluded that although those who compiled Cantor's Mexicanos were fluent in Nahuatl, they had limited knowledge of the Spanish language. No. Before the invasion by Spain, the poets of the Aztec Empire borrowed from the literary tradition of other societies. It's not mentioned here. The references to beliefs and customs in Spain should be attributed to a coincidental resemblance between the societies of Spain and the, how it can be coincidental. After they attacked, they invaded it, then they started using their customs. Okay, so A is perfect, that some of it is predates the invasion, and then some has been added after the invasion. All right, so A is correct answer. Logically completes the text again. All right. In a study of the cognitive abilities, like cognitive abilities mean when you think. Okay, there are some physical abilities you do it, cognitive like mind. Okay. In a study of the cognitive abilities of white-faced capuchin monkeys, Cebus imitator, researchers neglected to control for the physical difficulty of the tasks they used to evaluate the monkeys. Control, when you control for research, you like separate different categories. Okay, like you can say these are small monkeys, they are middle-aged monkeys, they are old monkeys, so you are controlling the age. Okay, so sometimes you say that these are male monkeys, these are female monkeys, you are controlling the gender. Okay, so sometimes you say these are the weak ones, these are the strong ones, you are controlling the power. Okay, the health. So they did not control, neglected to control for the physical difficulty of the task they used to evaluate the monkey. So when they were judging their mental, their cognitive abilities, they neglected their physical abilities. Okay, they didn't consider that which monkey does what, can physically do what job. Okay, they neglected it to evaluate the monkeys for the cognitive abilities. The cognitive abilities of monkeys given problems requiring little dexterity, so they didn't need any dexterity, means you want to use your power, your okay, your like if somebody is dexter, is healthy, powerful. Okay, dexterity means little dexterity, little skill also you can say. Okay, the cognitive abilities of monkeys given problems requiring little dexterity, such as sliding a panel to retrieve food, were judged by the same criteria as were those of monkeys given physically demanding problems, such as unscrewing a bottle and inserting a straw. So they judged it on the same criteria. So sometimes they are giving the monkeys the problems, such as sliding a panel to retrieve food, like it's an easy thing to do, okay, and not doesn't require any dexterity, any skill. And then they are giving the other monkeys that are physically demanding problem, like unscrewing a bottle and inserting a straw in it, okay. It needs much knowledge, okay. So uh, they analyzed them, okay. So the result of the study therefore is what happened there, okay, because they did not consider the physical abilities. So maybe they found the differences, okay, because of this, like physical difficulties, because physically some monkeys were not that dexterous that some other. So they must have found the differences. They found the differences, but actually there are not different no differences. If you give the same task to all of them, they will perform it similarly, okay. So if you give the harder task to all of them, they will perform them similarly. So it's like that, okay. So the results of the study therefore could suggest that there are differences in cognitive ability among the monkeys, even though such differences may not actually exist. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that you see there is difference, okay. Some are performing it well, some are not, because of their physical dexterity. So if you control it for physical dexterity, these differences do not exist, okay. So this A is the correct answer. B says uh, the result of the study therefore are useful for identifying tasks that are the monkeys lack the cognitive capacity to perform, but not for identifying tasks that the monkeys can perform. No, it's the other way around. Should not be taken as indicative of the cognitive abilities of any monkey species other than this. We are just talking about sea imitators. Reveal more about the monkey's cognitive abilities when solving artificial problems than when solving problems encountered in the wild. We are not discussing this either, okay. So A is the perfect answer, that because you didn't control their physical abilities, that's why you found the differences, but the differences don't exist actually, okay. Maybe they don't exist, okay. All right, A is the correct answer. 19. Which finding, if true, would most strongly support the team's conclusion? Now we have to find out something that supports this conclusion. And what is the conclusion? We need to know first, okay? All right, let's read it. Archaeologist Petra Vaglova, anthropologist Xinyi Liu, and their colleagues investigated the domestication of farm animals in China during the Bronze Age, approximately 2000 to 1000 BCE, all right, before Christ. By analyzing the chemical composition of the bones of sheep, goats, and cattle from this era, the team determined that wild plants made up the bulk of sheep's and goats' diets. Like sheep's and goats ate wild plants mostly, while the cattle's diet consisted largely of millet, a crop cultivated by humans. Okay, so sheep's and goats' diet was wild plants, and cattle's diet was millet that was cultivated by human. The team concluded that cattle were likely raised closer to human settlements, whereas sheep and goats were allowed to roam farther away because they ate wild plants. So it means, so they weren't available nearby, okay. So they went away, okay. So and the cattle were eating the millet because millet is grown by humans nearby, all right. So we have to find something like that that tells that millet is grown nearby and wild plants are only grown away. So goats and sheep had to go away from homes. So which finding, if true, would most strongly support the team's conclusion? What is the conclusion? The conclusion that sheep and goats went away. Team concluded that cattle were likely raised closer to human settlements, whereas sheep and goats were allowed to roam farther away. This is the conclusion. Okay, that sheep and goats went farther away and cattle were raised nearby. This is the conclusion. We have to choose something that supports it. Okay. A. Analysis of the animal bones showed that the cattle's diet also consisted of wheat, which humans widely cultivated in China during the Bronze Age. Okay, analysis of animal bones showed that the cattle's diet also consisted of wheat, like cattle's diet was also wheat, okay, which humans widely cultivated in China during the Bronze Age. If people are cultivating wheat and cattle's diet consists of wheat, it means cattle are not going farther away, but the other animals are going. All right, so because this is uh, what we are looking for. See, the team concluded that cattle were likely raised closer to human settlements, whereas sheep and goat were not. So, analysis of animal bones showed that the cattle's diet also consisted of wheat, which was only available to humans, and they grew it. If cattle is going away from home, it won't be able to eat wheat because wheat is only available to human. All right. So if it's eating wheat, this was found in the bones. So it means it was kept closer. So A is our answer. Let's have a look at B. Further investigation of sheep and goat bones revealed that their diets consist of small portion of millet as well. No, 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 no. If you make it true, then it means that sheep and goat were also kept closer. So no, this is not the answer. All right, this is opposite. Cattle's diets generally require large amounts of food and a greater variety of nutrients than do sheep's and goats' diets. It doesn't tell anything that the cattle are kept closer and sheep's and goats are not. It only tells that how they need more variety of food. The diets of sheep, goat, and cattle were found to vary based on what the farmers in each Bronze Age settlement could grow. This is not. This is comparing all of these three. Okay, talking about three. So it's not telling that cattle are going away or not. So only A is telling that cattle are kept close to the human settlements, whereas goat and sheep are not. A is our answer. Okay. 13. Which finding, if true, would most directly support Suarez, Paris, Horta, and Harrell's claim? Again, the same question. We have to find some statement that supports the claim. And what is the claim? We have to read the passage for that. Alright. In the exam, you have to be fast reader because you have to finish the reading and you have to answer that simultaneously. Question number 13. Mosasaurs were large marine reptiles that lived in the late Cretaceous period, approximately 100 million to 66 million years ago. Large marine reptiles, okay? Selina Suarez, Alberto Perez Horta, and T. Lynn Harrell Jr. examined oxygen 18 isotopes in mosasaur tooth enamel in order to calculate likely mosasaur body temperature and determined that mosasaurs were endothermic. That is, they use internal metabolic process to maintain a stable body temperature in a variety of ambient temperatures. They were endothermic, it means they use their internal energy to keep them stable in a variety of temperatures. Suarez, Perez, Herta, and Harrell claim that endothermy would have enabled mosasaurs to include relatively cold polar waters in their range. So, because they were endothermic and they could maintain the outer temperature, so they went to these cold polar waters. All right, so they were also included in their ranges. They could go to those ranges because the internal energy kept them accustomed to those areas. All right, so, which finding, if true, would most likely support this claim? Alright, so we have to find something that supports it. Supports what? This. That the would have enabled claim that endothermy would have enabled mosasaurs to include relatively cold polar waters in their range. Okay, like not all animals could have gone to cold polar waters, but these mosasaurs could because they were endothermic, because they could use the internal energy to offset the external atmospheric temperature. All right, so let's look at the options. A. Mosasaurs' likely body temperatures are easier to determine from tooth enamel oxygen 18 isotope data than the body temperatures of non-endothermic late Cretaceous marine reptiles are. This is just telling that how oxygen 18 can be used to find the body temperatures. Okay, so fossils of both mosasaurs and non-endothermic marine reptiles have been found in roughly equal numbers in regions known to be near the poles during the late Cretaceous, though in lower concentration than elsewhere. Okay, non-endothermic and endothermic both are found in those poles. So what does it mean? It means that being endothermic doesn't give him any benefit, but the question says the otherwise, that being endothermic gives them extra benefit to go to the more polar waters. All right, so this is wrong. Several mosasaur fossils have been found in regions known to be near the poles during the late Cretaceous, while relatively few fossils of non-endothermic marine reptiles have been found in those locations. That's the point. That's the point. That these mosasaurs, because they were endothermic, they could bear even colder atmospheres, environments. So they were found. Their remnants are found more than the others, non-endothermic late Cretaceous. Okay, several mosasaur fossils have been found in regions known to be near the poles, colder, during the late Cretaceous, while relatively few fossils of non-endothermic marine reptiles have been found in those locations. RDs during the late Cretaceous, seawater temperatures were likely higher throughout Mosasaur's range, including near the poles, than seawater temperatures at those same latitudes are today. This is about temperatures of the seas. So C is the correct answer. That supports the claim that endothermy would have enabled mosasaurs to include relatively cold polar waters. So, more endothermic mosasaurs were found in those near the poles areas, and less non-endothermic marine were found in those areas because they were not endothermic, so they could not go beyond a certain limit, and the endothermic ones were able to go near the poles. Okay, so C is our answer. Question number 14. Which finding, if true, would most likely support the researcher's hypothesis? Again, we have to support. Okay. Alright. Let's read the passage first, then we'll go to the question. Researchers hypothesized, so would most likely support the researcher's hypothesis. So, hypothesis. Researchers hypothesized that A decline in the population of dusky sharks near the mid-Atlantic coast of North America led to a decline in the population of eastern oysters in the region. Decline in dusky sharks tends to lead to what? Decline in the population of eastern oysters. So because dusky sharks are decreasing, eastern oysters are decreasing. Okay, dusky sharks do not typically consume eastern oysters. Dusky sharks do not typically consume eastern oysters, but do consume cow nose rays, which are the main predator of the oysters. All right. So the claim is, hypothesis is that because dusky sharks are decreasing and they eat cow nose rays. So because dusky sharks are decreasing, so cow nose rays are increasing. So cow nose rays eat oysters, eastern oysters. So because there are more cow nose rays, they are eating more eastern oysters. So that's why eastern oysters are also decreasing. So because sharks are decreasing, so rays are increasing, so uh, oysters are decreasing. So this is how it's working. This is the hypothesis. So we have to find out this, that which statement supports this hypothesis. Okay, let's find it out. Declines in these are the these are the findings. Okay, true findings. Declines in the regional abundance of dusky shark's prey other than cow nose rays are associated with regional declines in dusky shark abundance. Decline in the regional abundance of dusky shark's prey other than cow nose rays are associated with regional declines in dusky shark abundance. This is only telling us that why dusky sharks are decreasing. Okay, not telling anything about the oysters. Okay, so no, eastern oyster abundance, like more eastern oysters, tends to be greater in areas with both dusky sharks and cow nose rays than in areas with only dusky sharks. Okay, all right. So eastern oyster abundance tends to be greater, like there are more oysters in those areas where both dusky sharks and cow nose rays are. There are more oysters, but where there are only dusky sharks, there are less oysters. So this means the dusky shark is eating oysters. I think no. So no. Consumption of eastern oysters by cow nose rays in the region substantially increased. Consumption of eastern oysters by cow nose rays in the region substantially increased before the regional decline in dusky shark abundance began. No. Cow nose rays have increased in regional abundance as dusky sharks have decreased in regional abundance. Alright, let me look at it again. Eastern oyster abundance tend to be greater in areas with both dusky sharks and cow nose rays than in areas with only dusky sharks. No. So this wasn't right. Declines in the regional abundance of dusky shark's prey other than cow nose rays are associated with regional declines in dusky shark abundance. Okay. Cow nose rays have increased in regional abundance as dusky sharks have decreased in regional abundance. Yes, that's the answer. Because cow nose rays have increased in regional abundance, like there are more cow nose rays because of the dusky shark have decreased in regional abundance. So this is making sense because dusky sharks decreased, so cow nose rays increased. So this is the reason why the author thinks that the oyster are also decreasing. All right, so D is the answer. Which finding from Washington and Mullainathan's study, if true, would most directly weaken the claim made by people who favor the traditional view of voter behavior? So we have to find something that weakens the claim made by people who favor the traditional view. Okay, let's read the question, the passage. Political scientists who favor the traditional view of voter behavior claim that voting in an election does not change a voter's attitude toward the candidates in that election. Okay. Political scientists who favor the traditional view of voter behavior claim that voting in an election, like if you are voting in an election, that does not change a voter's attitude towards the candidates in that election. It means if you are voting or if you are not voting, okay, it won't change your attitude. Okay, like if you didn't vote and if you are voting, it doesn't matter, it won't change your attitude towards in that election towards the candidate. Okay, focusing on each US presidential election from 1976 to 1996, Ebonia Washington and Sandhill Mullainathan tested this claim by distinguishing between subjects who had just become old enough to vote, like they cannot vote anymore. Okay, sorry, just become old enough to vote. So old enough to vote. All right, they are like around half of whom actually voted, like they can vote. Sorry, and otherwise similar subjects who were slightly too young to vote, like they cannot vote. Okay, and thus none of whom voted. So now we have people who voted and people who did not vote. People who are old enough to vote and they voted, half of them, and people who are too young to vote, they did not vote. So we have two categories here. Washington and Mullainathan compared the attitude of the groups of subjects towards the winning candidate 2 years after each election. Because in the beginning, the claim was that voting in an election does not change a voter's attitude towards the candidate in that election. And now we have two groups, one who voted and one who did not vote. And after 2 years of elections, we are discussing, we are researching, we are getting this data. Okay, 2 years after this, which finding from Washington and Mullainathan's study, if true, would most directly weaken the claim made by people who favor the traditional view of voter behavior? So the claim was that voting does not change the election, does not change the behavior, voters' attitude toward the candidate. So if we find somewhere that those who voted and those who did not vote have this have different views, like those who have voted have different views than those who did not vote, then we will say that no, this is wrong, the claim is wrong. Like someone voted and he has now different views of candidate, so it means the claim is wrong, because the claim says voting in election does not change a voter's attitude. But if a voter who voted in the election and after 2 years his attitude has been changed, so this means the claim is wrong. So we have to look for this type of thing. Okay, all right, go on. Options: subjects' attitudes towards the winning candidate 2 years after a given election were strongly predicted by subjects' general political orientation, regardless of whether subjects were old enough to vote at the time of the election. This only tells how you measure the attitudes. Okay, so no, how you predict the attitude, no.
Subjects who were not old enough to vote in a given election held significantly more positive attitudes toward the winning candidate 2 years later than they held at the time of the election. Subjects who were not old enough to vote, so those who did not vote, they had the same attitude. Okay, so still this is not our answer. Okay, we have to see if somebody who voted and his views changed. We have to find this thing. Subjects who voted in a given election held significantly more polarized attitudes, different attitudes toward the winning candidate 2 years later than did subjects who were not old enough to vote in that election. See, now those people who did not vote have different views, and those people who voted, they have different views after 2 years. Subjects who voted in a given election had significantly more polarized attitude toward the winning candidate 2 years later than did those who did not vote, were not old enough. Okay, so this tells that the views change, and the claim was that views never change. Voting does not change your attitude toward candidate. So voting changes your attitude. After 2 years, you have polarized views. You have different views. Okay, this is our answer. 2 years after a given election, subjects who voted and subjects who were not old enough to vote, like who did not vote, were significantly more likely to express negative attitudes than positive attitudes toward the winning candidate in that election. This says that both changed. Voting or not voting, both changed. So this is not our answer. We want to find out that voting does not change the behavior, but voting changes the behavior. All right. So C is the correct answer. That undermines the claim, that weakens the claim. Which finding, if true, would most directly support the journalist's claim? So we have to find something that is supporting the claim. What is the claim? All right, let's read. 17. While attending school in New York City in the 1980s, Oakvey Envisor encountered few works by African artists in exhibitions. Despite New York's reputation as one of the best places to view contemporary art from around the world. So, New York reputation is that they place the work from all over the world. But this guy, Oakvey Envisor, encountered few works by African artists in the exhibition. So, they didn't take African arts into account, okay, in 1980s. According to an arts journalist, later in his career as a renowned curator is the manager of a museum, all right? Career as a renowned curator and an art historian, Envisor sought to remedy this deficiency. He wanted to cure it, not by focusing solely on modern African artists, but by showing how their work fits into the larger context of global modern art and art history. So he remedied, he cured this deficiency, he corrected it. Like what did he correct? He corrected this thing that African artists weren't, African art work wasn't being included in the exhibitions. So he worked on it, not solely focusing on modern African artists, not only he focused on the artists, but by showing how their work fits into larger context of global modern art. Like how that work is the same as the international in the other modern art. Okay, so he contributed in it. Okay, so which finding, if true, would most directly support the journalist's claim? All right, so we have to find something that supports his claim that he worked to bring the African art into the mainstream. All right, so we have to find something like that. As a curator of the Haus der Kunst in Munich, that's a museum, Germany,
Envisor organized a retrospective of Ghanaian sculptor L. Enatsui's work entitled L. Enatsui, Triumphanti Scale, one of the largest art exhibitions devoted to a black artist in Europe's history. Okay, he brought an artist and exhibited his work, but this is not mentioning that he brought the African art. He is focusing on one artist, and in the passage above he says, not by solely focusing on modern African artists, but by showing how their work fits into larger context with the other modern art. So it's not mentioning anything about the other art. All right, so let's move ahead. This is not our answer. In the exhibition post-war, art between the Pacific and the Atlantic, 1945-1965. This was the exhibition. Envisor and co-curator Katie Siegel brought works by African artists such as Malangatana Gwenya together with pieces by major figures from other countries like US artist Andy Warhol and Mexico's David Sequeira. So now this is mentioning that along with US artists and Mexican artists, they brought the African art. This is where they included the African art with the other artists. B is our answer. Okay, and the rest C is Envisor's work as curator of the 2001 exhibition, The Short Century: Independence and Liberation Movement in Africa 1940-94, showed how African movements for independence from European colonial powers following the Second World War profoundly influenced work by African artists of the period, such as Kamala Ibrahim Ishaq and Thomas Mukaragwa. So this is not telling anything that this Envisor guy did something for African art to bring it to mainstream with other international artists. No. Envisor organized the exhibition Insight African Photographers 1940 to the present, not to emphasize a particular aesthetic trend, but to demonstrate the broad range of ways in which African artists have approached the medium of photography. This is about photography. Okay, we were talking about art, and again it's not talking about how he brought the art from Africa to the mainstream with other countries. Okay, so our best answer was B. Okay, where he brought the African art and the Mexican art and the American art into an exhibition. All right, B is the answer. Which finding, if true, would most directly weaken the astronomer's claim? So there must be a claim, and we have to see there is some finding that will weaken it. Okay, all right. Question number 15. Given that stars and planets initially form from the same gas and dust in space, some astronomers have claimed that host stars such as the Sun and their planets such as those in our solar system are composed of the same materials. Some astronomers claimed that stars and planets are made of same material, with the planets containing equal or smaller quantities of the material that make up the host star. Whatever is making host star, the planets has either equal or less quantity, containing equal or smaller quantities of the same material. This idea is also supported by evidence that rocky planets in our solar systems are composed of some of the same materials as the Sun, which finding, if true, would most directly weaken the astronomer's claim. So we have to make it weak. So we have to find something that will make this statement weak, that both are made of the same materials. Okay, So with the planets containing equal or smaller quantities. Okay. Most stars are made of hydrogen and helium, but when cooled, they are revealed to contain small amounts of iron and silicate. It doesn't say anything that stars, host stars, and the planets both are made of same thing, and the planets are made of small or equal quantities. No. A nearby host star is observed to contain the same proportion of hydrogen and helium as that of the sun. So this is a comparison between two stars. Here they are comparing the host star and their planets. Okay, so no. See, evidence emerges that the amount of iron in some rocky planets is considerably higher than the amount in their host star. That's the weak point. What was he saying here? Equal or smaller quantities in the planets, equal or less than the host star. But evidence says that in some rocky planets, there is considerable higher amount in their host stars, iron and some amount of iron. So whatever is in the host star, in planets it should be less or equal, not more. It says there is more in the planets than the host star. So this says that this is wrong, that with the planets containing equal or smaller quantities. So this argument, this finding weakens this statement. Alright, C is our answer. The method of determining the composition of rocky planets is discovered to be less effective. It's about the composition. Okay, so C is the correct answer. Okay, you can have a look properly. To be less effective when used to analyze other kinds of planets. We are not discussing the methods used, okay, for the other. We are just looking for some clue that will make this statement make it weak, okay. Like you should start doubting it, that there must be some problem, okay. So evidence says that there is less amount of there's more amount of iron in the planets than in the host, so that is against this research. All right, so C is the answer. (16) Which finding, if true, would most directly support Faraday's argument? Okay, now we have to support it. All right, now we have to find something that supports the study. Now we don't know what study is, okay, so let's see, and we have to find something that is supporting it. All right, 16. In the 20th century, ethnographers made a concerted effort to collect Mexican American folklore. Ethnographers are people who go to tribes, who go to people and study their habits, their society, their customs, their language, okay. They are ethnographers. In the 20th century, ethnographers made a concerted effort to collect Mexican American folklore, like their old stories. But they did not always agree about that folklore's origin, where it started from. African American, okay, Mexican American folklore. Scholars such as Aurelio Espinosa claimed that Mexican American folklore derived largely from the folklore of Spain, which ruled Mexico and what is now the southwestern United States from the 16th to early 19th centuries. Because Spain ruled it, that's why the folklore is derived from Spain. Scholars such as Americo Paredes, by contrast, argued that while some Spanish influence is undeniable, yes, because they ruled it, Mexican American folklore is mainly the product of the ongoing interactions of various cultures in Mexico and the United States. it's current, it's now, okay. It's ongoing interactions. This is derived from ongoing interaction. Mexican American folklore, like their traditions and like whatever they do, it is mainly product of the ongoing interactions, current interactions, contemporary interactions, okay. So which finding would most directly support the second guy's argument? The second guy's argument is like it's not from originated from the Spain's history. It's from the current ongoing interactions, okay, with the Mexico and the United States cultures in the interactions of various cultures in Mexico and the United States. Okay, let's see which answer is the best that will support support the second author. The folklore that the ethnographers collected included several songs written in the form of a decima, a type of poem originating in late 16th century Spain. This must have taken by those earlier historians that who said that it started from Spain. This is supporting the first statement that the folklore originated from Spain. Okay, so no. Much of the folklore that the ethnographers collected had similar elements from region to region. Okay, much of the folklore that the ethnographers collected had similar element. It doesn't say anything about the interaction between Mexico and United States, the current, okay, ongoing interaction. Most of the folklore that the ethnographers collected was previously unknown to scholars. So again, it doesn't say that it's ongoing, current. All right. Most of the folklore that the ethnographers collected consisted of corridors, ballads about history and social life of a clearly recent origin. See, in the end, he mentions it, of a clearly recent origin. So, they are the ethnographers have collected most of the folklore that is consistent corridors. It's clearly recent origin, from the recent origin, so it says ongoing interactions. So this is the correct answer, okay, which says that the current interactions, current recent origin. All right, D is the correct answer. Question number 17. Okay, which choice most logically completes the text? So we have to see that which choice with the argument completes it out of these four. Okay, all right. In the early 19th century, some Euro-American farmers in the northeastern United States used agricultural techniques developed by the Haudenosaunee Iroquois people centuries earlier. So, in early 19th century, some Euro-American farmers in the northeastern United States used agricultural techniques developed by these Haudenosaunee people centuries earlier. But it seems that few of those farmers had actually seen Haudenosaunee farms firsthand. Very few have seen them actually, their farms. Barring the possibility of several farmers of the same era independently developing techniques that the Haudenosaunee people had already invented, these facts most strongly suggest that, okay, listen, what is trying to say, that there is no possibility that several farmers of the same era independently developed the techniques of those Haudenosaunee people. So it's not possible, it's out of question. So what would have happened that those techniques came to us? So it's not possible that people individually developed them in one era. Okay, so these facts but they are using it, we have those techniques. Okay, so what the sentence say, it's impossible that individually people have developed those techniques, so made by those Haudenosaunee people. These facts most strongly suggest that those farmers learned the techniques from other people who were more directly influenced by Hadosani practices. Yes, of course. You learn from the other people who were connected to the previous people, who were connected with the previous people. So there must be some people who were connected to the people who were connected to Hadisani people. Alright? So this is how they learned those techniques from one to another. Okay? So this is the best answer because it says barring the possibility of several farmers of the same era independently developing techniques that the Hadusani people had already invented. These facts, like they are using it, the techniques, we know the techniques. These facts most strongly suggest that those farmers learned the techniques from other people who were more directly influenced by Hadosani practices. Okay, this is correct, and the rest is suggests that the crops typically cultivated by Euro-American farmers in the northeastern United States were not well suited to Haudenosaunee farming techniques. So those were not suited to those techniques. So Euro-American were not using it. Okay, so you should not use it, but they are using it because this suits them. So it doesn't tell anything. Okay, about this, that it doesn't complete it, this thing, that they haven't learned it independently, and this doesn't suit it. They are just like unconnected things. Okay, Haudenosaunee farming techniques were widely used in regions outside the northeastern United States. Again, this is absurd. This is saying that they have not learned those techniques independently, and this says that techniques were widely used in region outside the northeastern United States. No. All right. The last option. Sorry. What did I do? Okay. Euro-American farmers only began to recognize the benefits of Haudenosaunee farming techniques late in the 19th century. Okay, this connects it, but it's different. They are barring those possibilities that they independently learned it. So these facts most strongly suggest that Euro-American farmers only began to recognize the benefits of Haudenosaunee farming techniques late in the 19th century. It doesn't say anything about this. In the early 19th century, some Euro-American farmers they learned those techniques. It doesn't say that they learned the benefits in the end of the late century. Okay, so no, D is not the answer. Okay, so this is also wrong. So well, A is the perfect answer, that they learned it from the people. Okay, 18. Which choice most logical completes the text? Again, the same question. Okay, all right, the same type of question. Okay. Excuse me. If some artifacts like things that are important from the ancient times, if some artifacts recovered from excavation, when you excavate, okay, you dig, if some artifacts recovered from excavation of the settlements of Kulu Kata in modern Ghana date from the 13th century CE, that may lend confidence, okay, to claims that the settlement was founded before or around that time, because you found something that is from 13th century. CE is current era, this AD, CE and AD are same, 13th century AD. So if you found something which is from 13th century AD, you will say that settlement was found in 13th century. Okay, around that time. There is other evidence, however, strongly supporting a 14th century CE founding date of Kulokata. There is other evidence strongly supports that this is from 14th century. So the passage claims that this is from 14th century and there is a strong evidence for that. Alright, we are not going up after the strong evidence, which one is strong evidence, but here he tells that there is a strong evidence that this settlement is from 14th century, not 13th century. If both the artifacts dates and the 14th century CE founding date are correct, like it started from 14th century, this is correct, and the artifacts date is 13th century, that is also correct. So that would imply, okay, what do you think? Simple, that place discovered in 14th century, but that settlement, but those artifacts were brought there later on. Okay, we may have some artifacts from before Christ. Okay, if we are done, like something happens to the earth and we exterminate, and some other people come later on and they find those things like before Christ, they will think that we belong before Christ, but we don't. So we brought those things from before Christ's places to our places, okay, somehow. So those things, those artifacts were brought to those settlements, that's all. Okay, so we have to find some answer like that, that 14th century is correct, the settlement was found in 14th century, and the date on artifacts is 13th century, that's also correct, but those artifacts are found in those settlements. So why? That would imply that artifacts from the 14th century CE are more commonly recovered than are artifacts from the 13th century CE. No, both are recovered. It's which one is more or less? No. The artifacts originated elsewhere and eventually reached Kulukata through trade or migration. Yes, this is the correct answer. They were found somewhere else and they reached here somehow. Okay. Kudokata was founded by people from a different region than had previously been assumed. We are not talking about those things, okay, which were brought here. So no. Excavation at Kulukata may have inadvertently damaged some artifacts dating to the 14th century CE. That was there is a strong evidence that it was founded in 14th century. So we have to find some connection between that 14th century founding date, that is correct, and those artifacts that belong to 13th century, but they are found in their cities, those settlements. So we concluded that the city was founded in 14th century, fine, that's correct, and those artifacts were brought there by some other people. Okay, B is the correct answer. Question number 19. Which choice most logically completes the text? Again, same question. Okay, same type of question. Question number 19. A team of biologists led by Jae Hoon Jung, Antonio D. Barbosa, and Stephanie Houghton investigated the mechanism that allows Arabidopsis thaliana thalcress plants, this is the name of some plants, to accelerate flowering at high temperatures. They investigated the mechanism that allows these plants to accelerate flowering at high temperatures. They replaced the protein ELF3 in the plants with a similar protein found in another species, stiff brome, that, unlike a thaliana, displays no acceleration in flowering with increased temperature. So there are two types of plants. One shows acceleration due to this protein ELF3, and there is an other type, the name is stiff brome, that does not show any acceleration in the growth due to temperature, the flowering. Okay, so okay, what they did, they replaced the protein ELF3 in the plants with a similar protein found in the other species that display no acceleration in flowering with increased temperature. All right. A comparison of unmodified, the original Atheliana plants with the altered plants, like when you changed the protein with the other plant stiff brome, showed no difference in flowering at 22 degrees Celsius. Okay, so a comparison of unmodified Atheliana plants with the altered plants showed no difference in flowering at 22 degrees Celsius. But at 27 degrees Celsius, the unmodified plants exhibited accelerated flowering while the altered ones did not. So you changed the protein. So when you changed the protein, you modified it, you altered it. The altered one did not show any acceleration, but the actual one, unmodified one, did show the acceleration at 27 degrees Celsius. So what does it mean? It simply means that the protein is accelerating it. This protein ELF3 is responsible for accelerating the growth, the flowering, because you replaced it with some other protein, some other plant's protein that does not accelerate at temperature. So that's why now this plant is also not accelerating. So when you modify it, it won't accelerate. Okay, because you removed the protein that accelerates it. It means this protein accelerates it. Okay, so which suggests that temperature sensitive accelerated flowering is unique to Thaliana. Is unique to Thaliana because of that protein. So not yet. Thaliana increases ELF3 production as temperatures rise. No, ELF3 protein rises, increases the flowering. So it's wrong. ELF3 enables Thaliana to respond to increased temperature. Perfect. C is the correct answer. Temperatures of at least 22 degrees are required. No, it's 27 degree. Actually, this is wrong. So ELF3 protein is responsible for increased flowering. Okay, for for the response to the increased temperature. If ELF3 protein is not present in those Thaliana plants, they won't respond to the higher temperatures. Okay, so C is the correct answer. Which finding, if true, would most strongly support the scholar's claim? Okay, the novelist Toni Morrison was the first black woman to work as an editor at the publishing company Random House from 1967 to 1983. For these many years, some 16 years, she worked as an editor. Was the first black woman that was working as an editor at this publishing company, Random House. A scholar asserts that one of Morrison's likely aims during her time as an editor was to strengthen the presence of black writers on the list of Random House published authors. So there were so many aims of Morrison, Toni Morrison, novelist, but one of her aims, likely aims during her time, was to strengthen the presence of black writers on Random House publishing authors. Okay, which finding, if true, would most strongly support the scholar's claim? Okay, so something that tells us that she really supported the black women, black authors. Like at Random House, there were many black authors published in her time in that as an editor, something like that. So we are looking for something like that that will support this claim that she was to strengthen the presence of black writers on this publisher. Okay, all right. A, the percentage of authors published by Random House who were black rose in the early 1970s and stabilized throughout the decade. That's the answer. So she joined in 1967. So in early 1970s, so those black authored black authors, the percentage of those black authors rose and stabilized throughout the decade, like throughout the 70s. So that means that she was there and she was supporting the black authors. So the author is right. Like whoever a scholar asserts that he is right, that Morrison was there to support black authors and he really supported. All right. Okay, A is correct. Let's look at the other options. Black authors who were interviewed in the 1980s and 1990s were highly likely to cite Toni Morrison's novels as a principal influence on their work. Nothing to do with that point. We are looking for something else. We are looking for some support, some clue that tells us that the Morrison, supported the black authors in her tenure from 67 to 83. And this is beyond 1980s. No. The novels written by Toni Morrison that were published after 1983 sold significantly more copies and received wider critical acclaim than the novels she wrote that were published before 1983. That also doesn't give any idea that in her tenure from 1967 to 83 she supported the black authors as an editor. It just tells that after 1983 her novels got more acclaim than before. Maybe she was busy something else. So she was busy supporting them. It's not clear from here. Okay, so no. Okay, and the D is works. Just a minute, let me scroll it up a bit. Works that were edited by Toni Morrison during her time at Random House displayed stylistic characteristics that distinguished them from works that were not edited by Morrison. So again, this is not a clue, not a proof that gives us the idea that she supported the black authors. So the only thing that's clear here is that the percentage of the black authors increased in this 1970s throughout the decade and stabilized it. So A is the perfect answer. Okay. Question number 12. Which quotation from a translation of the poet Walt Whitman most effectively illustrates the claim? So these are some quotations from different poets. Poet Whitman, or from poet Walt Whitman. There is one out of these that supports the claim, illustrates the claim. Which claim? Okay. The poet Walt Whitman is an 1887 essay. This is the name of an essay. Okay, we are not talking about the poet. It's an essay. Okay. The poet Walt Whitman is an 1887 essay by Jose Marti, a Cuban author and political activist, originally written in Spanish. Okay, so Jose Marti was a Cuban author and political activist who wrote this essay in 1887. In the essay, Marti explores the value of literature, arguing that a society's spiritual well-being depends on the character of its literary culture. Okay, so there is some quotation that supports it. Which quotation from a translation of the poet Walt Whitman most effectively illustrates this claim? So what is the claim? That a society's spiritual well-being depends on the character of its literary culture. Like whatever is its literary culture, the spiritual well-being depends on it. Okay, If the literary culture is good, the well-being will be good. If the literary culture's character is not good, the well-being will not be good. Spiritual well-being not be good. Okay, so this type of things we are looking here. Okay, that society's spiritual well-being depends on character of its literary culture. A. Poetry, which brings together or separates, which fortifies or brings anguish, which shores up or demolishes souls, which gives or robs men of faith and vigor, is more necessary to a people than industry itself, for industry provides them with the means of subsistence, while literature gives them the desire and strength for life. Yeah, this is what we are looking for, because it tells that literary culture's character is important, because the spiritual well-being depends on this. See, that industry will give you subsistence, like gives you certain stuff, like you can exist, but literature gives them desire and strength for life. Okay, and these lines also tell that poetry, or you can take it as literature, bring together or separates. It can do anything. It can bring together the people, it can separate them. Okay, so depending upon the literary culture, the spiritual well-being may differ. Okay, it can fortify or brings angst, anguish, which shows up or demolishes souls. Okay, see he is telling us that the spiritual well-being depends upon the character of the literature. Okay, this is the correct answer according to so far we read. B is, every society brings to literature its own form of expression, and the history of the nations can be told with greater truth by the stages of literature than by chronicles and decades. Okay, this is mentioning, this is signifying the literature here, but there isn't any mention of the spiritual well-being here. This is telling us the history of nations actually. Okay, not the spiritual well-being, so this is not our answer. Okay, scroll it up a bit. C and D. C says, where will a race of men go when they have lost the habit of thinking with faith about the scope and meaning of their actions? The best among them, those who consecrate nature with their sacred desire for the future, will lose, in a sordid and painful annihilation, all stimulus to elevate the ugliness of humanity. Okay, this is not putting any focus on the literature. Okay, like the literature, where is it, like the claim actually what he mentioned above. Okay, so this is more about meaning of their actions. Okay, thinking with the faith about the scope and meaning of their actions. Okay, this is something else about doing and thinking. All right. Okay, listen to the song of this hardworking and satisfied nation. Listen to Walt Whitman. The exercise of himself exalts him to majesty. Tolerance exalts him to justice and order to joy. Again, there is no mention of literature is important. The character of literary choices is important for spiritual well-being. There is no any mention here. There is no any mention. There is no any mention. Only this says that the poetry or literature can bring both things, good and bad. All right, so this is important, that the industry is only giving you the things, but the literature is providing you desire and strength for life. Okay, A is perfect. Well, it was difficult because there was so much that you had to read, and you had to read through in between the lines. Okay, and there was a bit difficult poetic English. So well, but A is the answer. Read it and see how it should be completed. All right, out of these 4. Okay, so you have to be careful what the passage says and how should it end. Ratified, approved, ratified by more than 90 countries, the Nagoya Protocol is an international agreement ensuring that indigenous communities are compensated when their agriculture resources and knowledge of wild plants and animals are utilized by agricultural corporations. So whenever these agricultural corporations use their agriculture resources, their knowledge, their animals and plants of knowledge, anything, they will compensate them. They will compensate those people. Okay, this is an international agreement. Okay, the name is Nagoya Protocol. Excuse me. However, the protocol has shortcomings. For example, it allows corporations to insist that their agreements with communities to conduct research on the commercial uses of the community's resources and knowledge remain confidential, remain secret. These contracts, like we should compensate them, this contract should remain confidential, should remain a secret. You are not supposed to tell anyone that we corporations are in agreement with you village people for sharing the information that you know. Okay, therefore some indigenous advocates express concern, people who are with those people, they express concern, like concerns are like this may harm those communities, those people of village. Therefore some indigenous advocates express concern that the protocol may have the unintended effect of what, like that can damage the benefits of people, the communities, the indigenous communities, the people of those villages. All right, so we have to find something that tells us that this secrecy is not good. Okay, like you are keeping the secrets and that can damage the benefits of communities. So we are looking for something like that. Okay, let's see. Which choice most logically completes the text? Again, therefore some advocates express concern that this secrecy thing protocol may have the unintended effect of diminishing the monetary reward that corporations might derive from their agreements. No, it won't diminish the monetary reward of corporations. It's other way around actually. It will diminish, excuse me, it will diminish the profits, the advantages of the communities, the people. Okay, so this is wrong. Unintended effect of limiting the research that corporations conduct on the resources of the indigenous communities with which they have signed agreement. No, why would indigenous advocates be worried about it? It says some indigenous advocates are worried, so they should be worried about the indigenous people, right? So this is again about the corporations. So no, so have the unintended effect of preventing independent observers from determining whether the agreements guarantee equitable compensation for indigenous communities. Yes, if you keep the secrets, like you are not insisting to keep it confidential, not to tell anyone, then nobody, independent observers won't be able to see whether the justification is being done or not. So that will be in the disadvantage of the communities. It will prevent independent observers from determining whether the agreements guarantee equitable compensation for indigenous communities. Like, are they being paid, the indigenous communities are being paid equally? Because the agreement says that they should be paid equally. Okay, they should be compensated for their knowledge. So who will be there to see whether they are being paid or not? So independent observers won't be able to see. This secrecy will prevent it. So this is what these indigenous advocates express concern for. that this secrecy, this confidentiality will prevent independent observers from determining whether the equity, the compensation is being done properly or not. C is the answer. Let's look at the D. Discouraging indigenous communities from learning new methods for harvesting plants and animals from their corporate partner. No, they don't want to learn, they already know. So the thing is, they won't get the proper advantages, benefits, compensations if nobody knows about it. So they should not be kept a secret. All right. Okay. Question number 17. Which choice most logically completes the text? Okay, so we have to read it and see what should be completing this sentence. Okay, which choice option? The domestic sweet potato, Ipomia batatas, descends from a wild plant native to South America. Okay, it also populates, like grows, the Polynesian islands, where evidence confirms that native Hawaiians and other indigenous peoples were cultivating the plant centuries before seafaring first occurred over the thousands of miles of ocean separating them from South America. Okay, what does it say? That this sweet potato, domestic sweet potato, this one descends from a wild plant native to South America. But it also says it also populates the Polynesian islands, where evidence confirms that native Hawaiians and other indigenous people were cultivating. Where? On Polynesian islands. They were cultivating it over the thousands of miles of ocean and for hundreds of years, for centuries, before seafaring first occurred. In Polynesian, these sweet potato was available, and those people were also cultivating for centuries. Okay, and the seafaring wasn't available. It wasn't like people didn't start traveling through sea. Okay, yet. So still it was there. All right, and there is strong evidence that this was from South America. Okay, all right. To explain how the sweet potato was first introduced to Polynesia, so how it went there. It originated from South America, but it was there in the Polynesia for centuries. How did it reach there? To explain how the sweet potato was first introduced in Polynesia, botanist Pablo Munoz Rodriguez and colleagues analyzed the DNA of numerous varieties of plant, concluding that Polynesian varieties diverged from South American ones over 100,000 years ago. Over 100,000 years ago, the Polynesian varieties diverged. Okay, they had their ways of knowing that those varieties in Polynesia are different than those in the South America. All right, given that Polynesia was peopled only in the last 3,000 years, so there weren't any people in the Polynesia. They just started living in Polynesia 3,000 years ago, and this was there, and like since 100,000 years ago, it was diverged. The varieties diverged from North American ones to the Polynesian ones. Okay, the team concluded that, what would you say if 100,000 years ago it diverged, it reached to Polynesia? Okay, it was there in the Polynesia. All right, and the people started living in Polynesia just 3,000 years ago. How did it reach from North America to Polynesia? Because the seafaring wasn't invented yet, wasn't started yet. What would you say? there were some other ways of reaching it there, like with wind or through sea or whatever ways. Some birds took the seed there or whatever. So there should be some other thing. Okay, so because there wasn't seafaring, so that ships can carry it from there to there. Okay, so given that Polynesia was peopled only in the last 3000 years, the team concluded that the cultivation of the sweet potato in Polynesia likely predates its cultivation in South America. No, 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 no. We are not looking for that. How would you say, like, uh, when did it start in cultivating in South America? It doesn't say anything. So we don't know this comparison. Okay, so no. Given that Polynesia was peopled only in the last 3000 years, the team concluded that Polynesian people likely acquired the sweet potato from South American people only within the last 3000 years. This was already there. Excuse me. Since 100,000 years ago. How would they acquire it from South American people? And that is different. The Polynesian, excuse me, sweet potato is different than the South American ones. So no, this is not our answer. Okay, go ahead and see something more. Um, Given that Polynesia was peopled only in the last 3000 years, more persuading I was saying, the team concluded that human activity likely played no role in the introduction of the sweet potato in Polynesia. Yes, that's what I was saying. That it was there 100,000 years ago. People started living there just 3,000 years ago. There wasn't any seafaring, okay, and the ocean separates them like in thousands of miles. So whatever brought those sweet potato there wasn't people. Human activity likely played no role in the introduction of the sweet potato in Polynesia. This is what our answer is. Polynesian sweet potato varieties likely descend from a single South American variety that was domesticated, not wild. It's not mentioned, it's from wild. Okay, C is the correct answer. Okay,
Why reading comprehension is hard? So you don't skip this intro. This is really important. Alright. Why is it hard to read a passage and answer questions about it? After all, you are reading this passage right now, right? Obviously, you can read just fine. And on the test, you are allowed to look back at the passage anytime you want. So why does anyone get anything wrong? There are several answers to that question. One is that these reading passages are a lot harder to read than this one. You also have limited time on the test. You must work quickly without sacrificing accuracy. Another reason is that the questions are very specific, and even people who read the passage with a high level of comprehension sometimes get lazy when they actually read the questions. For instance, consider this question. What is the function of the second paragraph in relation to the rest of the passage? That's a pretty specific question. But many poor performers on reading comprehension seem to interpret every question as simply asking, what's going on here? If you interpret the question as what's going on here, you will almost certainly pick a wrong answer, because it is very likely that many of the wrong answers are in fact true. To be clear, some of the wrong answers in reading comprehension are 100% true facts. But they are facts that, for instance, do not explain the role of the second paragraph in relation to the rest of the passage. Something can be true, but that doesn't make it the answer to the particular question. One of the main reasons that many people do poorly in their reading comprehension has declined very seriously since the internet came into existence, allowing for the development of some really bad habits. Don't misunderstand. It's difficult not to love the internet. But for purposes of the test, GRE, GMAT, SAT, IELTS, it becomes necessary to turn off your internet reading habits and return to your academic reading habits. When you read a book or study from a textbook, if you zone out and don't remember a thing about the page you just read, you might get frustrated. But you are pretty likely to realize what has just happened and to go back and start again or go get some coffee. When you read a page in a book and get nothing from it, you notice. You notice. But when people scroll through text on a computer, they do not behave in the same way. When you scroll past 8 inches of text and get nothing out of it, what do? Do you go back? Probably not. You just keep scrolling or get distracted and move on to something else, cats on YouTube. In order to function in the deluge of information brought by the internet, many have sacrificed a skill they used to have: careful but efficient reading. Think back to the college level reading you used to do out of textbooks. Certainly, you have highlighted and underlined or typed up your own outlines of the material. If you have now been in the working world for a few years, have you been reading with the same level of attention and rigor? Probably not. Much of the reading you do on the job is straightforward, repetitive, filled with unnecessary junk, and on topics that are already familiar. And you just don't have the time. You have to speed through information in order to get anything done. You read quickly and shallowly because you have to. Of course, you also have to be quick on the test, but it is crucial that you process and organize information in a rigorous but efficient way. Kill the gist. Gist means the superficial main idea, all right? The skimming, what you call. A student who had done very poorly on the GRE, which tests vocabulary directly. GRE tests vocabulary directly. The student who had done very poorly on GRE decided to switch to the GMAT. And GMAT tests usually reading, and we used to test grammar earlier, but now it just tests reading and logical reasoning. Decided to switch to the GMAT and was still having trouble with verbal. I don't know why anyone would need to know all those words. Of course, GRE. He said about his former vocabulary studies. I read the New York Times every day and I understand everything. Right? In reality, you definitely don't. It's this idea that causes people to fail at the GMAT and the reading comprehension of GRE and the reading comprehension of IELTS and SAT. That you think that you read newspaper, New York Times daily and you understand everything, but you don't understand everything. What this student meant was that he was getting the gist. When people give you the gist of an article, they often say something like, it was about the genome and using it for cures and stuff. The actual main idea of the article was actually something more like the previously made observation that the most rare variants in the human genome are the most responsible for disease has been lent support by a new study
that shows that more common variants are less likely to be found in functional regions of the genome. And the functional regions are those that actually express themselves, such as in the form of disease. So you see, there are so many things going on. Okay, how can you summarize them? See, so there's a big difference. A student who follows the instructions in this book would have a good grasp of the main idea, because he or she would have written something like this for the first paragraph. So the previous thought, rare genome variants, most disease, now new study agrees, more common, less likely to be in functional regions. Functional means expression, disease, right? That doesn't look too hard to do, does it? In fact, despite the handwriting, isn't that even a little easier to understand than a fully written out version of the main idea? You have to go much deeper than the gist. Although the reading comprehension strategy guides talk about finding the simple story, some students take this idea of simplification way too far. Learn to hate the very idea of the gist. The gist is like describing Michelangelo's David as a guy or the Taj Mahal as a building. More on point though, the gist is not enough for any reading comprehension question, not a single one. You might protest that some questions on the test ask about the main idea of a passage. Can't you answer those at least with just the gist? No, really. You are still going to need to apply a rigorous word-for-word reading to the answer choices. From now on, you will do better than people who only have the gist. You will not stop at the gist. You will not be mentally lazy in your reading. You will not rest until you know a passage's main idea and structure. It is what is being referred to by a structure. What is the main point of each paragraph? Why is each paragraph included, and what does it have to do with the main idea? Do the main points of the paragraphs form a logical progression or some other system of relationship? This is what is meant by structure. The phases of reading comprehension. A successful approach to reading comprehension can be thought of as a 4-phase process. Number 1, do a first read of the passage, diagramming while you read. Number 2, reflect. State the main idea in your head. Number 3, for each question, rephrase if needed, then anticipate what the answer will say. Number 4, use process of elimination to select a final answer. Check your answer word for word before hitting submit. Since you get about 2 minutes per question on the test, all 4 of the above phases need to occur in 6 to 8 minutes, from reading the passage to answering all 3 of the 4 questions. A first read of a passage, this is phase 1. A first read of a passage is different from how you might normally read something. In most types of reading, you just start at the beginning, reading everything and seeing what happens. On the test, GRE, GMAT, SAT, IELTS, your time is very limited and you are reading with a few distinct goals in mind. A good amount of time to spend reading a passage is 3 minutes for a short passage and 3.5 to 4 minutes for a longer one. That leaves you about 1 minute per question. A first read of a passage is different from how you might normally read something. In most types of reading, you just start at the beginning, reading everything and seeing what happens. On the test, your time is very limited and you are reading with a few distinct goals in mind. A good amount of time to spend reading a passage is 3 minutes for a short passage and 3.5 to 4 minutes for a longer one. That leaves you about 1 minute per question. Short passages typically have 3 questions and longer passages typically have 4 questions. A longer passage is any passage that cannot display entirely on the screen at once. That is, you must scroll in order to finish reading. That is a long passage. During this 3 to 4 minute first read, you will also be diagramming. Depending on how fast you read, you may or may not end up reading every word. If you are not a fast reader, you will focus most of your attention on the beginning of the passage, where the main idea is generally located. It is very common in test passages that the first paragraph presents a situation or idea, and then the second paragraph gives a twist, a change, or a judgment call on whatever the first paragraph is about. That twist, change, or judgment call is the main idea. Thus, the main idea is sometimes located in the first paragraph, but often spills over into the second. The main time-saving techniques in this phase is this. Once you have got the main idea, speed way up. A general guideline is that you are aiming for about 90% comprehension of the early part of the passage and 40% comprehension of the later part of the passage. How much of the passage should you read? Until you figure out the main idea, read everything. Once you know what the main idea is, if you are a fast reader, speed up a bit and write less on your paper. If you are a slow reader, just read the first sentence of each remaining paragraph and add something short to your diagram for each. The important thing in diagramming is to remember that you are not taking notes as though you are going to need to remember the material 2 weeks later. That means, on the simplest level, assign variables to things. Oligosaccharides can be O, and Thomas Jefferson can be TJ. You are not going to forget your own abbreviations during something that only takes 6 to 8 minutes. More importantly, though, the purpose of diagramming is to make your diagram simple and clear, thus exposing the passage's underlying structure. A good diagram is obviously a useful one. So, if you just blindly write down everything, you are definitely wasting your time. The point is not to take notes about facts. The process of diagramming is supposed to help your thinking. Think of a diagram as a reverse engineered reading passage. You are working backwards to get what the author's outline would have looked like before he or she began writing. Assuming, of course, that this author was a very organized and logical person, and usually on these tests, the passages are taken from the authors who are logical and organized. Also, your diagram is just for you. It doesn't have to be anywhere close to grammatically correct. As long as you can read your own writing, it can be very messy. Don't practice making beautiful diagrams for your notes. Only practice making the kind of quick and efficient diagrams you will make on the real exam. This isn't college. You won't have to read your diagram the next day or study from it for a big exam next month. Your diagram doesn't even have to be in English. For most people, mentally translating in and out of a native language slows down the process. But some people end up jotting A few words here and there in whatever lexicon is easiest at the moment, whichever language, mathematics, symbols, whatever. Phase 2. State the main idea. The main idea may already be quite obvious from your diagram, since you were reading for the purpose of finding the main idea and structure. But sometimes the passage's overall main idea seems to be a combination of two or more things you wrote down. When you figure out the main idea, make an extra notation on your paper. If necessary, for instance, circling something you have already written or joining two ideas with an arrow. A main idea should be a complete sentence. It should have a verb. This will be discussed more in later section. Phase 3. Rephrase the question. Anticipate the answer. Once you have read, diagrammed, and stated the main idea to yourself, attack the first question. Most questions are easier to understand if you rephrase them mentally. Even a straightforward question can benefit from a rephrasing. For example, the primary purpose of the passage is to. So this is not a question. That question isn't even a question. Mentally rephrase as, what's the primary purpose of the passage? Some questions need much more rephrasing. For instance, all of the following are considerations that support the main idea advanced in the second paragraph, except. All of the following are considerations that support the main idea advanced in the second paragraph, except. In order to rephrase or even remotely understand this question, you need to know what the main idea of the second paragraph is. Say you look back and determine that the main idea of that paragraph is westward migration led to the emergence of democratic reforms. Westward migration led to the emergence of democratic reforms. Now you can rephrase. All of the following are considerations that support the idea that westward migration led to the emergence of democratic reforms, except. But again, this is not a question. You are still not done. It's still not a question. And the except is confusing. Here's your final rephrase, which does not support the idea that westward migration led to the emergence of democratic reforms. Now that's an understandable question. Next, you want to anticipate the answer. If the question is something like, what is the main idea? Or according to the information on line 22-23, how does the wasp parasitize bird eggs? Then you can probably anticipate what you are looking for pretty precisely, because those questions are direct and specific. For some other questions though, such as the one above, the best you can do is probably to anticipate the types of things that would satisfy the requirements. For this question, which does not support the idea that westward migration led to the emergence of democratic reforms, you might say to yourself, okay, I'm looking for an answer that either says that migration led to less democracy, or maybe an answer that says that something else caused the democratic reforms. Once you have laid that out, it seems pretty likely that you will find one of those in the answer choices. Phase 4. Use process of elimination. On a practical level, process of elimination means writing A, B, C, D, E on your paper and crossing off answer choices as you find errors in them. You also do this for sentence correction and critical reasoning. On reading comprehension, many students find that they are able to get down to just 2 answer choices, but then they seem to always pick the wrong one. This is usually because students are not reading the choices on a word-for-word basis. A wrong answer choice is often wrong because of just one word. It is your job to vet your choice before you hit submit. Vet is a verb meaning to appraise, check for accuracy, examine, etc. The word is most often used in politics or business when someone is being elected or hired. Just as you want to vet a new Supreme Court justice before appointing him or her to the bench for life, you want to vet your answer choices before you commit. On a practical level, you do this by reading 3 or 4 words at a time, looking for a tiny word or phrase that makes one of the remaining choices incorrect. Just as a political appointee can lose the job when the vetting process brings a scandal to light, a seemingly good answer can sometimes be revealed to be too extreme or have a cleverly inserted knot that changes the meaning completely.
Let's talk about reading. Why should I read faster? Actually, whenever you are taking a test, whether it's GRE, GMAT, IELTS, TOEFL, SAT, whatever, you need to read. You need to be able to read fast, because unless you are reading the thing faster, you won't be able to finish the test within given time. So there are certain tips and tricks that you can use to speed up your reading. Okay, so to be prepared for, so these are the uh, uh, things why you should read faster. All right, we will be reading 100 to 150 pages every week in the college or university. Faster reader comprehend faster, because when the teacher asks you about answering something, if the other students are taking time and you are a fast reader, then you will do it fast. Make associations to the ideas you are reading about. This way you can quickly see how ideas are related to each other. All right, faster readers concentrate better, less time for distractions because they are used to reading fast. Okay, therefore increase comprehension, therefore better concentration and focus. Right. All right, how can I read faster? That's the thing here we are going to discuss. Check your reading habits. That's very important. Bad reading habits may slow you down. What are the bad reading habits? Okay, see, do you try to pronounce each word as you read, like I'm doing right now? Because I have to make these videos, I have to pronounce every single word. But when you are reading on your own, you should not pronounce each word. Pronunciation is not necessary for you to understand. In fact, if you try to say the words even silently, you will probably understand less, because you are doing two things. You are moving your lips and speaking and reading. Okay, you will read only as fast as you can pronounce the words. Okay, so there is a right reading speed. You can't go beyond that. So like you can speak a certain limited words in a minute or in 10 seconds, so you can go beyond that. So try not pronouncing the words. All right, do you usually move your lips while you read silently? If you do, you will never be able to read faster than 200 words per minute, the fastest speed at which English can be spoken. See, it's 200 words per minute. Reading 200 words per minute is not enough if you want to excel at these tests. IELTS, GRE, GMAT, SAT, or any test. Even if you want to excel in your own exam, you want to read a thick book of 1000 plus pages, then are you gonna read 200 words per minute? It's gonna take you hours, and you will be tired fast if you keep moving your lips. So don't do that. Alright, do you follow the words in the text with your finger or a pencil while you read, like I'm doing with my cursor, if you can see it? It limits the way you read because you cannot skip around. You cannot like do this, no. So when you are using your finger or pencil or a cursor, you won't go beyond a certain limit. Pointing at the words forces your eyes to follow the lines of text too closely. So don't point the words with your finger. Your eyes should follow your thoughts, not your finger. Your eyes should follow your thoughts, not your finger. Okay, this way you can just skip, just read it in one go. Like looking at it, you will understand everything. So do not point and do not use pencil, do not use finger. All right. Okay. Do you translate into your native language when you read in English? Do you write translations of words in the English text when you are reading it the first time? Both of these habits will slow your reading and interfere with your ability to think in English. So, actually, the habits I talked about in the beginning, the bad habits, these are the bad habits, okay? So, avoid all of them. Do not write translations, do not translate it into your native language. Try reading it, just keep reading. You will start understanding everything. It's just practice. When you keep practicing, keep reading, even if you are not understanding in the beginning, you will start understanding it, okay, along the go. All right. Things you should do when reading. Read more than one word at a glance. Okay? Like this. Go. Like a line, the whole line. Try to read material in phrases or thought units rather than word by word. What are thought units? Like you will start understanding this is one thought units rather than word by word. Okay? This is a phrase. So just and how it gets better when you read more, then you can predict what will be the next thing. So this is how you improve your reading. Make associations to the ideas you are reading. See, these associations can help you remember the ideas that you are reading and relate them to each other, and you will know what is coming ahead and you will just understand that without even reading it. Read through the entire passage once before you reread. Many ideas will be explained in the passage as you read further. Maybe you haven't understood something. You go on, and maybe there is something in the coming passages, and you understand that. And usually it happens. And most of the times, if you haven't understood something in the beginning and you just skipped it, later on you will understand it. What happened? What might have happened there? Avoid sounding out words as you read. Same thing I discussed earlier. If you do this, you will be reading only as fast as you can pronounce words. See, like if I'm reading these lines, I have to be slowed down. Even if I am reading fast, how fast can I read? Not beyond a certain limit. So do not pronounce them unless you are teaching. Don't use your finger to follow the words on the page. Instead, try to read thought units or phrases. So again, the same thing I discussed earlier, okay? So there are so many reading strategies, but most of them will come to you understand them once you start reading. Like you read more and more and more, you will start understanding more and more. All right. So sometimes you develop your strategy on your own. So once you start reading, there are some things that are only connected to you, your style. So once you start reading, you will start understanding those. These are the beginning of those strategies. Okay. So preview, have an overview of everything. Before you read the text, read the title and main headings of the whole thing. This will give you an idea, a preview of everything. This will help you get an overall sense of the material covered. Ask yourself who the audience is. Like who is it written for? Like for students, for scholars, for politicians, for engineers, for scientists, for doctors, or who? What kind of publication would print the article? Okay, so these things will help you understand the things, the material better. All right. Okay, then comes skimming. And what is skimming? Skimming is high speed reading that can save you time and help you get through lots of material quickly. You skim to get a general idea of an article, passage, or book, not specific details. Okay, when you skim, you have a general question in mind, such as, will this be useful to me? Or what is this article about? Just the whole idea, just like previewing, alright? But you are now reading, not taking into consideration the only headings. Now the scanning, like an eagle scans for the prey. That's the scanning. You're looking for specific movements, specific things. That's the scanning. Scanning is another type of high-speed reading when you look for a specific piece of information. Like the question, you have read the question and are you looking for 1985? Or you are looking for the word year? Or are you looking for a word switch? Okay? So that's scanning. When you scan, you have a specific question in mind. You do not read every word, only keywords that will help you answer your question. That's scanning, alright? So previewing and skimming and scanning, these are the strategies you use for fast reading. Now, the top of the list and the most important thing is this: read for pleasure. If you are not enjoying it, you can't read it fast. Like, you are not understanding it then that way like you should. So when you read for pleasure every day, like you are finishing a novel in a week and you are looking forward to reading another novel the next week, that's when you start improving your stuff. Okay, regular reading for pleasure can help you to improve your vocabulary. You learn new words, you will learn new context of those words, increase your reading speed. Of course, when you're reading a novel, you want to finish it fast and you force yourself to read fast. Actually, improve your comprehension. So when you read more and more, that you will start comprehending the material fast. And it also improves your writing. When you read, you have different ideas, you have different structures, you have different words, you have different collocations, and you write better, gain more knowledge. You can talk about stuff more. Like when you are writing an essay, some people say that we are not getting idea of and we're not getting any examples. So when you don't read, how can you get the knowledge of writing anything different than your domain? So it gives you more knowledge. Find examples that show different ways people speak and write. Okay, so these are the tips that you can use for speeding up your reading.
Hello. Okay, so question 1 to 3 are based on this reading comprehension passage. All right. Okay. I can't read like you can do in your mind, because that way you won't understand a thing. So I have to go slow. But during the exam, you are not supposed to do that. You are supposed to get just a skimming of the whole passage and take the important notes and then go to questions. Or you can even go to the questions in the beginning before even starting the passage. Doesn't matter. All right. Okay. Like, these are the questions. You can just have a look. Oops. The primary purpose of the passage. And according to the passage, the reason that many college graduates are choosing to launch their own companies in the present economic climate is that it can be inferred from the passage that over the course of the recent recession, the number of American high-value businesses founded per year. Now, you didn't get a thing because you don't know what is in the passage. You only got this, that what's the primary purpose, that you can just get to the passage. But otherwise, for the rest of 2 questions, you don't know what is going on, because unless you study, you read the passage, you get to everything, you won't be able to answer those questions. Alright, let's do it. Okay. While new census data reveals that unemployment numbers are more dire than was previously suspected, it is not clear that the forecast for American entrepreneurship is equally alarming. Okay, so unemployment numbers are more dire. Okay, see this. Okay, and but it's not clear that forecast for American entrepreneurship is nearly alarming. Alright. An article in a major national newspaper suggests that the contraction in hiring at existing companies might result in more new companies being founded. So it's like unemployment thing. Okay, the contraction in hiring, what it will result in more new companies being founded. Okay, college graduates unable to find traditional jobs instead opt to start their own businesses. So like he said that new companies are being founded. How? Because college graduates won't get the jobs, traditional jobs, and they'll start their own business. Right? Where a recession may seem an unpropitious bad time for such a historically risky endeavor, with no better options, would-be entrepreneurs have little to use. Alright. So it means the recession is coming and people are not getting traditional jobs and they are starting their own business because they don't have anything to lose. Unfortunately, this situation does not necessarily impact the economy positively. The starting the new businesses does not impact the economy positively. Though the average number of new businesses started per year has been higher during the recession than it was before, the average number of new businesses started were more during the recession. Okay. The proportion of high value businesses founded each year has declined. The average number of new businesses started per year has been higher, but the proportion of high value businesses has declined. Okay, means the number has increased, number of new businesses, but the percentage of high value businesses has declined. Proportion means percentage or part or fraction. Okay, mathematical term. So even if a business manages to stay solvent, it may not bring significant returns. Also, because of an inevitable dearth of angel investors and venture capitalists, many new entrepreneurs are putting their own money on the line. In certain ways, the choice between accepting a traditional job and starting a business is not unlike the choice between renting and buying property. So a job is like renting a property and a business is like buying a property. The analogy. The latter requires a significant initial outlay, the business, and carries heavier risks, but the rewards can be equally substantial. Alright. So you see the questions. The main idea was like here somewhere that there is inflation and recession going on, and the author is saying that people are getting to new businesses and that's not good for economy, and the new businesses are being founded and the high value businesses are getting lower and lower, declining, and it's just putting some analogy. So overall it's giving you an idea that what's going on now in the current economy in some American entrepreneurship. Alright, so let's move to the questions. It says the purpose of the passage is to do what? A. Propose changes in the way the public generally interprets census data. Never the author mentioned about any change in interpreting census data. The author already interpreted the census data and said that the economy is going into recession. Alright, so A is wrong. B. Primary purpose is to maintain that college students should form their own companies, especially during economic recession. It's other way around actually. The author said it's because they don't have anything to lose, that's why they form their own companies, and it's not good for economy either. So the author does not maintain that they should form their own companies, but if you want to infer, it says the other way around, that they should not form their own companies because it's the totally unpropitious time for this risky endeavor, for this new businesses. It's not a good time. Recession is not a good time. So it means the author says no to new businesses during recession. So B is wrong. C. The primary purpose of the passage is to present a nuanced view of a contemporary economic issue. Yes, that's what the author says. The contemporary issues, economic issues, are dire, and the author is presenting just a view that this is what's happening. The businesses are increasing, the profitable businesses are coming down, and all this. So it's just a view, okay? Nuanced view. C is right. D. Evaluate the viability of low versus high value businesses under various environmental conditions. It's economic conditions, not environmental conditions, first thing, and the author is not evaluating the viability of low and high value businesses. So it just mentioned that these businesses are not good. E. Draw an analogy between career decisions and real estate decisions, specifically the choice to rent or buy property. It's just an analogy mentioned. It has nothing to do with the overall idea, primary purpose of the passage. Okay. So primary purpose of the passage is to give you just an idea about the economic conditions. Okay. So it's C. Okay. Let's move ahead. According to the passage, the reason that many college graduates are choosing to launch their own biz companies in the present economic climate is, we already know, because they can't find jobs. They can't find the job. That's why they are starting their own businesses. Here it is. They have nothing to lose, and college graduates unable to find traditional jobs instead opt to start their own businesses. Alright, because they can't find jobs, traditional jobs. So that's why they are starting their own businesses. They are hampered by the difficulty of finding outside investors. No, they put their own money actually. So this is not why they are launching their own business. If they have difficulty finding investors, why would one launch business? B. They cannot easily find positions typically open to workers of their experience. Yes, they don't find the traditional jobs. Okay, the B is right. C. The prevalence of low value companies has increased. Because the low value companies has increased, that's why they are founding their own businesses. No, it's wrong. They are the ones who are founding these businesses. D. They are forced to decide between renting and buying property. No, this was just an analogy. It's mentioning again and again to just confuse you. E. Forecasts of unemployment rate are likely to become less dire in coming years. Never it mentioned. This is the reason why new college students, graduates are founding companies, launching their own companies. No, and there is no any forecast. Okay, so answer is B. They cannot find positions. Third question. It can be inferred from the passage that over the course of the recent recession, the number of American high-value businesses founded per year. The number of American high-value businesses. Has not been mentioned. High-value businesses. The proportion of high-value businesses is mentioned. The number of new businesses is mentioned. The number of new businesses has grown higher, but the proportion of high value businesses found each year has declined. So how do you get to that proportion? Like, if new businesses are more, but high value businesses have also increased, but the proportion is less. So it's like this. See, let me explain. It's mathematical actually. For example, earlier there were 100 businesses. Okay, and out of them, how many were successful? Like 90 used to be successful. Okay, but now there are 200 businesses and 100 are successful. So number of businesses, high value businesses increased, but the proportion decreased. This is half, this is 90%. This is 50%, this is 90%. And there can be another thing, like now the businesses are 150. Give me a second. Now so here you see the proportion is decreasing, but the number is increasing. Okay, so the proportion is decreased, it says. Okay, so you have to keep proportion decreased. This is 90%, but now the number of businesses are 200 or 110, for example. Okay, and number of high value businesses 90. So it was 90%, and it is more than 90%. It is less than 90%. This is also less than 90%. It is also less than 90%. So let's assume this is 99. Okay, this is 99 instead of 90. So number of businesses increased, but the proportion is low still. So there are so many things possible. So what I am trying to say is, maybe I got the number wrong. What I am trying to say is that the proportion is decreasing, but the number of businesses are decreasing. So sorry, I had to take this less than 90 because I wanted to take number of businesses decreased, 80. Okay, 80. Yeah, the number of businesses are more now. The successful businesses are more, but the proportion is lower. The number of businesses are less and the proportion is lower. Okay, this is also 80, less than 90%. You can check it out, no problem. It's 88%. Okay, so what I mean to say is that earlier what used to happen, that there were 100 businesses and 90 were successful. That means 90%. But now two things are possible. The new businesses are 200, and out of them those businesses 100 are successful. So that means the number of businesses are more, but the proportion is less. Okay, so now another possibility is the number of businesses can be 80 out of 110. The proportion is less than what it used to be, and the number of businesses is also lower. So what I mean to say is the number of businesses can be more or can be less. So what we can do here is this. Fallen sharply, like number of businesses. Fallen moderately, sharp. Risen sharply, risen moderately, no. May have either fallen or risen. So it's E. So the answer to this last question is E, that we don't know. They can be fallen, they can be risen. Okay, like I did here. Proportion is lower. Business are more than before, business are less than before. So both things are possible. Okay, thank you. Question 4 is based on the following reading passage. Okay, so this is the passage and this is the question. There is only one question for this passage. Okay, so the question is, which of the following can be inferred from the passage? So you need to understand it fully, what is being said. Okay, and infer means something that is not being said in it, and so you have to just get that thing out of the whole passage. All right, and you have to be sure that the passage says that. Okay, all right. According to Mercy Amba Odoy in Daughters of Anoa, African Women and Patriarchy, this is the name of the book. The women of the Santi people of Ghana participated in war as nurses or as providers of supplies. But only those who had not yet reached or who were past childbearing age did so. So what it means is that only those women who had not yet reached or who were past childbearing age participated in the war. Okay, all right. If such women died in battle, they died as individuals and not as potential sources of human life. Like they cannot bear a child, so they are dying as an individual. As such, many old women engaged in valiant acts, sometimes sacrificing their own lives to defend those they had given life to. Like they are fighting there and the women are saving their lives. Which of the following can be inferred from the passage? Okay, the passage says that only those went for the war who are not childbearing age or past childbearing age, and some of women died. Okay, it says that some of them died, and they died as a potential, so not as a potential source of women, they died as an individual. All right, but this is sure that they died, some of those nurses. And many old women engaged in valiant acts, sometimes sacrificing their own lives to defend those they had given life to. Okay, old women engaged in valiant acts. Okay, all right. So which can be inferred? The deaths of Asante women of childbearing age were lamented more than were the deaths of other women. Okay, it feels like that this is being said here because they did not send the women who are childbearing age, but it never mentions that they have their deaths are lamented more. Not any mention here. Okay, older Asante women were more courageous than younger Asante women. They said here older women engage in valiant acts, but it never mentioned that younger were not involved in valiant acts. So, and it also does not compare them. So we can't infer that older women were more courageous. Okay. See, some of those who worked as nurses or as providers of supplies died in battle. Yeah, this is a sure thing that these women died. Okay, if such women died in battle, it means they died. Some of those nurses died, they died as individuals, but they died, of course. So it mentions that some of those who worked as nurses died. Yes, this is for sure. Look at others. D. Old women were accorded special status above other women and women. No, again, it's not mentioned here. E. Men could not be considered potential sources of human life. It's, of course, it's a truth, but it's not mentioned here. I told you in the beginning that there are so many things in the passage that are truths. So, but that's not mentioned in the passage. You are going too far if you are taking into account your own knowledge about this stuff. Now, everyone knows that men could not be considered potential source of human life. Of course, they cannot give birth to a child. So it's true, but it's not correct answer for this passage. Okay, the correct answer for this passage would be the one that is can be inferred from this passage. The only thing that can be inferred from the passage is that some of those who worked as nurses, see this here, but if such women died in battle, they died as individuals and not as potential sources of human life. So means that some of those nurses and providers of supplies died in the battle. So C is the perfect answer.
Reading comprehension from official guide. All right, let's read the passage. You need to take a look actually, but here we are reading it properly. Okay, these are line numbers and this is a passage and there are questions. You can look at the questions and then go to the passage. It's your call, whatever you are comfortable with. When you keep doing the passages, you start knowing that which one is your knack. Like you need to go to questions first or you need to go to passage first. There is no any right or wrong ways. Okay, all right. The gross domestic product GDP, which measures the dollar value of finished goods and services produced by an economy during a given period, serves as the chief indicator of the economic well-being of the United States. The GDP assumes that the economic significance of goods and services lies solely in their price, and that these goods and services add to the national well-being not because of any intrinsic value they may possess, but simply because they were produced and bought. Additionally, only those goods and services involved in monetary transactions are included in the GDP. Thus,
The GDP ignores the economic utility of such things as a clean environment and cohesive families and communities. It is therefore not merely coincidental, since national policies in capitalist and non capitalist countries alike are dependent on indicators such as the GDP, that both the environment and the local structure have been eroded in recent decades. Not only does the GDP mask this erosion, it also actually portrays it as an economic gain. An oil spill off a coastal region adds to the GDP because it generates commercial activity. In short, the nation's central measure of economic well being works like a calculating machine that adds but cannot subtract. All right. The author is not of like supportive mind of the current GDP, how it's calculated. So he's a bit against the current calculation system of GDP because the GDP only takes into account the monetary value of the products, only monetary transactions. All right. But not the uh, these things, the clean environment and cohesive families and communities. It doesn't take these things into account. Okay. So the author is not agreeing with the GDP's calculation system. All right. So first he just describes it that how the GDP is calculated, and then it tells that what is the shortcomings, the defects of the GDP. All right, let's move to the questions. The primary purpose of the passage is to do what? All right, again, the primary purpose is to let us know that there are flaws in the GDP system and it doesn't calculate it properly the way it should, and it doesn't take into account the monetary value of these things like clean environment and families. All right, let's find out one perfect option. So the primary purpose is to identify ways. So this is evident from here. We are not identifying any ways for now. Well, is to identify ways in which the GDP could be modified. We are not modifying GDP for now. So if it would serve as a more accurate indicator of the economic well-being of the United States, author wants it to change, but it's not in this passage identifying any ways. Okay, so this is not right. So the primary purpose is to suggest that the GDP, in spite of certain shortcomings, is still the most reliable indicator of the economic well-being of the United States. So it doesn't suggest that the author is saying that there are flaws in it, and it's not saying that it's a most reliable indicator of economic well-being. No. To examine crucial shortcomings, defects, faults of the GDP as an indicator of the economic well-being of the United States. It's just examining it, right? It's just examining the GDP, that the important defects in the GDP, important faults in the GDP, important shortcomings in the GDP as an indicator of the economic well-being of the United States. That it's not indicating the economic well-being perfectly. This is what the passage is all about. So this is our correct answer. Let's look at D and E. So argue, it's not arguing for now, argue that the growth of the United States economy in recent decades has diminished the effectiveness of the GDP as an indicator of the nation's economic well-being. No, it's not. Okay, it's just evident that he's not discussing these things, that the effectiveness of GDP as an indicator has diminished in recent decades. No, it's not talking anything about it. E. Discuss how the GDP came to be used as a primary indicator, like It's like he is talking about the history of GDP. Actually, we are not talking about how it started, like how we started using GDP for economic well-being of United States. No, we are not talking about the history. We are just talking about the important faults, shortcomings of the GDP. Okay, like it doesn't take into account the uh, economic utility of these things as uh, environment and social structure. Okay, these things, it doesn't take into account these things. That's the problem in it. All right, so our answer is C for question number 1. Let's move to question number 2. Question number 2 says, which of the following best describes the function of the second sentence of the passage in the context of the passage as a whole? So what is second sentence? We have to see what is the second sentence first. Okay, so this is the gross domestic product, GDP, which measures the dollar value of finished goods and services produced by an economy during a given period, serves as the chief indicator of the economic well-being of the United States. This is the first sentence. So second sentence is from here. The GDP assumes that the economic significance of goods and services lies solely in their price, and that these goods and services add to the national well-being not because of any intrinsic value that they may possess, but simply because they were produced and bought. So this is the second sentence. Actually, this is the sentence on which the whole passage is built. Like this, it tells us that GDP only assumes the monetary value. It does not take into account. It only it only takes into account the value because they are produced and bought, not any intrinsic value that is attached to the goods. Okay, so like the monetary value, how much it's worth. Okay, in money, not otherwise like any other value. So this is the sentence that is starting the whole discussion. So we have to find out one sentence that perfectly aligns with this sentence. Okay. This sentence describes an assumption about the GDP that is defended in the course of the passage. This is not defended actually. Okay, the assumption, or it's not assumption, it's actually how GDP is measured. So the passage is not defending it. Okay, no, absolutely not, definitely not. B, it contributes the sentence. The sentence contributes to a discussion of the origins of the GDP. We are not talking about the origins, not the history, how it started. No. The sentence clarifies a common misconception about the use of the GDP. You are not talking about the use of the GDP, how gross domestic product is being used. We are talking about how is it being calculated. Okay, and it's not clarifying, it's just mentioning that flaw actually, not the misconception. So no. Yeah, it identifies a major flaw in the GDP, that it only takes into account the monetary value of the product, not the intrinsic value, not the actual value, not the other values connected to that product. So this is the answer, that this sentence tells us, that it only considers the monetary value, how it's, because it's produced and sold, that's why it's included in the GDP. So not the intrinsic value. This is the flaw. E is, it suggests a revision to the method of calculating the GDP. This sentence doesn't do anything like that. It just tells us that this is how GDP is calculated. These are the bases of the GDP calculation, nothing else. So D is our answer, that it identifies a major flaw in the GDP. Okay, this. Let's move to question number 3. It can be inferred that the author of the passage would agree with which of the following about the economic significance of those goods and services that are included in the GDP. Okay, so out of these 5, we have to find out one statement with which author would agree. So, you have to be in the mind of author. Here, the author is not in support of the current calculation system of GDP. Okay. So, the economic significance of those goods and services that are included in the GDP. So, about them, he is not satisfied. He says that you should also take into account the other things, that environment and the family cohesion and those things. Okay. So you have to come up with something that author should agree with. Okay. Okay. Question number 3. Economic significance of those goods and services that are included in the GDP. Okay. Those goods and services. It is a comprehensive indicator of a nation's economic well-being. No way. Author is not agreeing to that actually. It is not accurately captured by the price of those goods and services. The economic significance is not accurately captured those goods that are included in the GDP. The economic significance is not accurately captured by the price of those goods and services. All right. So this is near. So we'll discuss it later. It is usually less than the intrinsic value of those goods and services. So it's not talking about the economic significance of the goods and services, that their significance is usually less than the intrinsic value. He is not talking about the intrinsic value at all. So no. It is more difficult to calculate than the economic significance of those goods and services that are not included in the GDP. No, he's not talking about that those which are not included and those which are included. So we don't know anything about it. Okay. It is more difficult to calculate. The author won't agree with that, that the economic utility of those things that are not included is difficult to calculate. No, the author won't agree with that. It is calculated differently in capitalist countries than in non-capitalist countries. Again, we are not discussing about the capitalist or non-capitalist countries. So we are moving to this answer. It is not accurately captured by the price of those goods and services. So you have to take into account the other things too. Okay. So B is our answer. Let's move to question number 4. The comparison of the GDP to a calculating machine serves to do which of the following? The comparison of the GDP to a calculating machine serves to do which of the following? So the author is comparing the GDP to a calculating machine that only adds, that only produces the stuff, does not subtract, because it doesn't take into account the environmental and the family cohesion. So that's why the author is comparing the GDP to a calculating machine. So we have to find out one thing that agrees to that stuff. Okay. All right. Refute an assertion that the calculations involved in the GDP are relatively complex in nature. So no, this is not actually being discussed. So the comparison of the GDP to a calculator machine serves to do which of the following? Refute. This comparison is refuting an assertion that the calculations involved in the GDP are relatively complex. So it's not talking about that. Indicates that a GDP is better suited to record certain types of monetary transactions than others. This comparison indicates that the GDP is better suited to record certain types of monetary transactions than others. No, no, no. It suggests that it is likely that the GDP will be supplanted by other more sophisticated economic indicators. So a machine, if it's a machine, it doesn't mean it should be supplanted or replaced by other more sophisticated economic indicators. No. It illustrates the point that the GDP has no way of measuring the destructive impact of such things as oil spills on the nation's economic well-being. Yeah. See, this is what it's talking about, that it again adds it takes into account the national utility of this oil spill. It says because it increases the economic activity. That's why it should be added in the GDP, not subtract, because oil spill is hazardous for the environment. But this machine is only made to add the stuff, not subtract. So this is the answer. This is why, because the GDP is taking into account the economic utility of oil spill and adding in the GDP. So that's why it's like it's working like a machine. Okay. All right. What is E? Exemplify an assertion that the GDP tends to exaggerate the amount of commercial activity generated by such thing as oil spill. It's not exaggerating, it's taking into account. Well, we found our answer, that is D. All right. Let's move to question number 5. The passage implies that national policies that rely heavily on economic indicators, such as the GDP, tend to do what? The passage implies that national policies that rely heavily on economic indicators such as the GDP tend to do what? Become the national policies. We are talking about the national policies that are relying on this GDP. They ignore the commercial activity, the value of environment and family, and they just depend upon the monetary terms. Okay. All right. The passage implies that national policies that rely heavily on economic indicators such as GDP tend to become increasingly capitalist in nature. It's not saying that, we're not talking about the being capitalist or not capitalist. Okay. So these policies disregard the economic importance of environmental and social factors that do not involve monetary transactions. Yeah, that's the point, because they do not involve any monetary transactions, these environmental and social factors. That's why GDP disregards it. So does the national policies. So this is our answer. Let's check out the others. National policies overestimate the amount of commercial activity generated by environmental disasters. They don't overestimate, they just take them into account, like they include it, they add it in the GDP, not overestimate. It's not talking about overestimation. D. Overestimate the economic significance of cohesive families and communities. It doesn't overestimate, underestimates it actually. It does not take into account. It's the other way around actually. This is wrong. E. Assume national policies assume that the economic significance of goods and services does not lie solely in the price of those goods and services. It does lie actually. So the passage says it lies in the price of those goods and services. So it's wrong actually. So our answer is B, that these national policies disregard the economic importance of environmental and social factors. Okay. The answer is B. Let's move to question number 6. That's the last question. It can be inferred that the author of the passage would agree with which of the following assessments of the GDP as an indicator of the economic well-being of the United States. It can be inferred that the author of the passage excuse me, it can be inferred that the author of the passage would agree with which of the following assessments of the GDP as an indicator of the economic well-being of the United States. Okay, which assessment are we agreeing with? Okay, we already know which one will we agree to. All right, start with the options. It masks social and environmental erosion more fully than the chief economic indicator of other nations. We are not talking about any other economic indicators or other nations. Okay, so no, this is not the right assessment. B, it is based on inaccurate estimations of the prices of many goods and services. No, actually, it's talking about the prices of the goods and services. It doesn't take inaccurate estimations, take the accurate estimations. C, it overestimates the amount of commercial activity that is generated in the United States. No, it does not overestimate any commercial activity. It just take into account whatever is happening. It is conducive to error because it conflates distinct types of economic activity. Whatever economic activity does not confuse one with the other. The GDP does not confuse one activity with the other. It's not talked about. It does not take into account the economic utility of certain environmental and social conditions. Yes, perfect. This is our answer. So the best assessment of GDP is this, that it does not take into account the economic utility of certain environmental and social conditions. That's our answer. Okay. All right. So I think that's the end of the passage. Yeah. Okay. So thank you. Passage 2 from official guide. Coral reefs are one of the most fragile biological complex and diverse marine ecosystems on Earth. Okay, so this is the passage till here, and these are questions 7 to 11, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, just in case you want to do it before I do. So you can pause the screen and just start doing it. Okay. All right. Coral reefs are, coral reefs, right? Where you go diving, the transparent waters there, and the mountains underwater, actually. Coral reefs are one of the most fragile, biologically complex, and diverse marine ecosystems on Earth. This ecosystem is one of the fascinating paradoxes of the biosphere. How do clear and thus nutrient poor waters support such prolific and productive communities? Part of the answer lies within the tissues of the corals themselves. Symbiotic cells of algae, known as zooxanthellae, carry out photosynthesis using the metabolic waste of corals, thereby producing food for themselves, for their coral hosts, and even for other members of the reef community. This symbiotic process allows organisms in the reef community to use sparse nutrient resources efficiently. Unfortunately for coral reefs, however, a variety of human activities are causing worldwide degradation of shallow marine habitats by adding nutrients to the water. Agriculture, slash and burn, land clearing, sewage disposal, and manufacturing that creates waste byproducts all increase nutrient loads in these waters. Typical symptoms of reef decline are destabilized herbivore populations and an increasing abundance of algae and water feeding animals. Declines in reef communities are consistent with observations that nutrient input is increasing in direct proportion to growing human populations, thereby threatening reef communities sensitive to subtle changes in nutrient input to their waters. All right. So the passage is about coral reefs and how they function and how nutrient poor waters are so important for them and how they make their food using that nutrient poor waters, using photosynthesis and all that. And then the actual part is that how human activities are degrading that habitat and deteriorating the situation in those by adding uh, nutrients in those waters. So actually the whole passage says that nutrients are not good for these ecosystems, and human are adding nutrients in those waters, and that's why threatening the system. So let's move to the questions and start solving one by one. All right, start with question number 7. The passage is primarily concerned with what? We already know that the passage is primarily concerned with how it works and how humans are threatening it. Okay, so let's find out some good option like that. Describing the effects of human activities on algae in coral reefs. So it's only talking about the human activities that are affecting the algae in coral reefs. We are talking about the whole ecosystem in the coral reefs, not the algae. So this is just one part. So now right. Explaining how human activities are posing a threat to coral reef communities. So this is uh, giving the full description of the passage, like how human activities are threatening the coral reef communities. All right, this is our answer. So let's check out the other three too. Discussing the process by which coral reefs deteriorate in nutrient poor waters. So it's not, yeah, coral reefs are deteriorating nutrient, but coral reefs are not deteriorating in nutrient poor water. They flourish. So it's other way around. Like when the nutrients are so much, so many, so then it deteriorates. So and also there isn't any process discussed here. So this is wrong altogether. D. Explaining how coral reefs produce food for themselves. Yeah, it explains here a bit like how coral reef do photosynthesis and all that stuff, but that's not the primary purpose of the passage. All right, no. So anywhere, if something is mentioned just once or twice, that's not the whole purpose of the whole purpose is which is being discussed throughout the passage. That's the primary purpose. E. Describing the abundance of algae and filter feeding animals in coral reef areas. Actually, filter feeding animals and all that, this is mentioned here somewhere. That this is, yeah, typical symptoms of reef decline are destabilized herbivore population and increasing abundance of algae and filter feeding animals. So this is not the primary purpose. This is just the symptoms of the deterioration. All right. So the answer is this B, that the passage is explaining how human activities are posing a threat to coral reef communities. Okay. Let's move to question number 8. The passage suggests which of the following about coral reef communities. All right, we have already discussed that the passage is discussing uh, two things about coral reef communities. One, that how they flourish in nutrient poor waters and how human is deteriorating those waters by adding nutritions in it. So actually, the most important part discussed about the coral reefs is nutrient poor waters in which they flourish. So let's see which answer describes this option. Question 8. The passage suggests which of the following about coral reef communities. Coral reef communities may actually be more likely to thrive in waters that are relatively low in nutrients. Yeah, this is what the passage is talking about. B. Nutrients on which coral reef communities thrive are only found in shallow waters. Never mentioned that in shallow waters or deep water. This is not mentioned anywhere. Human population growth has led to changing ocean temperatures, which threatens coral reef communities. Maybe, but this is not mentioned in this passage. We will just limit our knowledge, our discussion to this passage. Maybe temperatures are increasing, changing, and that's why the coral reefs are being threatened. But this is not mentioned here, so we won't discuss it. D. The growth of coral reef communities tends to destabilize underwater herbivore populations. Not mentioned here. Yeah, it's mentioned that herbivore population here somewhere it's mentioned, but that's not because of the coral reef communities. That's because of the human addition of nutrients in the water. So no. Coral reef communities are more complex and diverse than most ecosystems located on dry land. Yeah, the passage says in the beginning that the coral reefs are complex ecosystems, but they never said that they are more complex than any on dry land or most on dry land. So no. So coral reefs communities, this is the best answer. Okay, maybe you can support one of these, but this is the most supporting answer for the coral reef communities, that they actually flourish and thrive in low nutrient waters. So A is the answer. Let's move to question number 9. Okay. The author refers to filter feeding animals, line 23-24, in order to do what? We discussed it already that typical symptoms of reef decline are destabilized herbivore population and an increasing abundance of algae and filter feeding animals. So these are the symptoms of the deterioration, the decline in the population, the same reef decline. These are the symptoms of the reef decline. Okay. filter feeding animals, and all others. Provide an example of a characteristic sign of reef deterioration. Yes, yes, this is the answer. Okay, so this is an example of reef decline, reef deterioration. Explain how reef communities acquire sustenance of for survival. No, no. Identify a factor that helps herbivore populations thrive. No. Indicate a cause of decreasing nutrient input in waters that reefs inhabit. It's actually a cause of symptoms of increasing nutrient input, not decreasing. Identify members of coral reef communities that rely on coral reefs for nutrients. Uh, yeah, this is one of, but these are the product of more nutrients actually. So they are not needed actually there. So no. So filter feeding animals are an example of characteristic sign of reef deterioration, that reef are going to decline. Okay, A is the answer. Let's move to question number 10. Okay. According to the passage, which of the following is a factor that is threatening the survival of coral reef communities? Humans, addition of nutrition. Actually, that's the reason. So we don't need to go back to the passage. Actually, the waters they inhabit contain few nutrient resources. That's good for the reef communities. So what is threatening? So this is not definitely not threatening. B, a decline in nutrient input is disrupting their symbiotic relationship with a decline in nutrients? No, actually increase in nutrients should be there. The degraded waters of their marine habitats have reduced their ability to carry out photosynthesis. Degraded waters of their marine habitats, degraded water. So not mentioned what is a degraded water, okay? They are too biologically complex to survive in habitats with minimal nutrient. This is wrong. Actually, they thrive in minimal nutrient input. Waste byproduct result in an increase in nutrient input to reef communities. This is the problem. This is threatening to them. This is threatening to survival of communities. That waste byproduct result in an increase in nutrient input to reef communities. That's why when you increase the nutrients in the waters, they are threatened. Okay, so E is our answer. Let's move to question number 11. That's the last question. It can be inferred from the passage that the author describes coral reef communities as paradoxical, most likely for which of the following reasons? The only reason, usually all of the biosphere, all of the life on Earth, they need more nutrition. Like if there is more nutrition, there are more chances to survive. This is the only system that's a paradox that they thrive in the nutrient poor waters. So that's the paradox actually. So let's look out for this answer. They are thriving even though human activities have depleted the nutrient in their environment. They are thriving even though human activities have depleted the nutrient. Human activities haven't depleted the nutrients. Actually, they are able to survive in spite of an overabundance of algae inhabiting their waters. No, they are able to survive in an environment with limited food resources. This is the answer, actually. Okay. So this they are able to survive in spite of an overabundance of algae. We are not discussing overabundance of algae actually, no. And this was they are thriving even though human activities have depleted. Human activities haven't depleted the nutrients; they have actually increased it. Okay, their metabolic waste contribute to the degradation of waters that they inhabit. Not mentioned here. Okay, only thing mentioned that degrades waters is human activities. They are declining even when the water surrounding them remains clear. No, if the water remains surrounding them remains clear, they won't decline. They will flourish. So this is the answer that they are able to survive in an environment with limited food resources, nutrient poor waters, not nutrient rich waters. All right. So this is a paradox for this system. All right. That's it.
Okay,
This is the passage. Question 12 to 7 we are going to solve. Okay, so let's have a look to the passage, what it says and what are the questions. Okay, you can read a question or two before going to the passage. The passage suggests that a lack of modern sanitation would make which of the following most likely to occur. Okay, according to the passage, the outbreak of dengue hemorrhagic fever in the 1950s occurred for which of the following reasons. So unless you understand the passage, you read the passage, how would you be able to answer these questions? So better read it once. Okay, all right, these are line numbers. Okay, although genetic mutations in bacteria and viruses can lead to epidemics like the disease that spread so fast and to the wider areas. Okay, all right, although genetic mutations in bacteria and viruses can lead to epidemics, some epidemics are caused by bacteria and viruses that have undergone no significant genetic change. You understood it. Okay, in analyzing the latter, the one where they don't go to under any genetic change. Okay, it's talking about that now. Okay, when bacteria and viruses do not undergo any significant genetic change, that's the latter case. Okay, in analyzing the latter, scientists have discovered the importance of social and ecological factors to epidemics. Like, what are social factors? Like how you live, okay, people around, and what are your lifestyles. Ecological factors, like what is the environment, atmosphere, how are winters, how are summers. Okay, these are like how these things are a factor for the epidemic, how they affect epidemics. Poliomyelitis, for example, emerged as an epidemic in the United States in the 20th century. 20th century means 1900 something. Okay, 2000 something means 21st century. Okay, all right. So poliomyelitis, for example, emerged as an epidemic in the United States in the 20th century. By then, modern sanitation was able to delay exposure to polio until adolescence or adulthood, at which time polio infection produced paralysis. So when they came up with sanitation, the hygienic stuff, okay, so they were able to delay the exposure of polio until adolescence or adulthood. But polio infects people, paralyzes people at this age, according to this passage. Okay, at which time polio infection produced paralysis. Okay, previously infection had occurred during infancy. Before this sanitation, infection had occurred during infancy, like there when he was just a kid, when it typically provided lifelong immunity without paralysis. So you understand it, that if you get polio virus at infancy, it will give you lifelong immunity and won't paralyze people. But because of this sanitation, it delayed. They did not get the infection at infancy, and they got the infection at adulthood, and at that age they got paralysis. So this was because of this sanitation and hygiene. Okay, all right. Thus, the hygiene that helped prevent typhoid epidemics indirectly fostered a paralytic polio epidemic. You got the point? Okay, so that hygiene that protected people from this typhoid epidemic, they indirectly created the epidemic of polio. Paralysis, the one that created paralysis. Okay, all right. Another example, this was an example, poliomyelitis. Another example is Lyme disease, which is caused by bacteria that are transmitted by deer ticks. This is another example. Okay, let me scroll it a bit. Okay, yes. Another example is Lyme disease, which is caused by bacteria that are transmitted by deer ticks. It occurred only sporadically during the late 19th century, like at the end of 1800s, okay, but has recently become prevalent in parts of the United States, largely due to an increase in the deer population that occurred simultaneously with the growth of the suburbs and increased outdoor recreational activities in the deer's habitat. So because of this social change, three things: deer population increased, growth of suburbs, okay, like villages, and increased outdoor recreational activities in the deer's habitat. So because this Lyme disease was a cause of deer tick, transmitted by deer tick, and deer population started increasing, and people started living in suburbs, and they started going to recreational activities to deer habitats. So similarly, an outbreak of, okay, so that's why Lyme disease outbroke, and the epidemic occurred. All right. Another example, similarly, so this is third example. An outbreak of dengue hemorrhagic fever became an epidemic in Asia in the 1950s because of ecological changes that caused Aedes aegypti. The mosquito that transmits the dengue virus. So similarly, an outbreak of dengue hemorrhagic fever became an epidemic in Asia in the 1950s because of ecological changes that caused Aedes aegypti, the mosquito that transmits the dengue virus, to proliferate, to spread. Okay. The stage is now set. So this is just ecological change. Because of ecological changes, this specific mosquito proliferated, and the epidemic of dengue fever came. Okay. Or the stage is now set in the United States for a dengue epidemic because of the inadvertent, unintentional introduction and wide dissemination spread of another mosquito, Aedes albopictus. So this is another mosquito that will cause dengue. Okay. Alright, this is the passage. Alright, there were three examples, and in the beginning he said that it's not only the mutation, but without mutation, because of the social and ecological factors, epidemics can occur. And then the author gave three examples. First was this poliomyelitis, okay, and the polio one, okay, and the other was this deer tick, okay. The name was for the Lyme disease, okay, Lyme disease, and the third was dengue fever, okay. So he gave the examples and gave the reasons. There were social and ecological factors involved. All right, so let's see what are the questions. Okay, all right, question number 12. The passage suggests that a lack of modern sanitation would make which of the following most likely to occur? So you see, we just saw that when there was hygiene, okay, and that helped prevent typhoid, indirectly fostered a paralytic polio epidemic. So if there wasn't this hygiene, this sanitation, it there weren't there wouldn't have prevented typhoid. Okay, so if there is no hygiene, there will be typhoid epidemic, and there will not be polio epidemic, right? So that's what it says, that if there is no sanitation, lack of modern sanitation, what will occur? The typhoid, okay, an epidemic of typhoid. This is your answer. An outbreak of Lyme disease, this is because of the dare take, not because of the lack of sanitation, okay. An outbreak of dengue, that's because of the mosquitoes spread, okay, not because of lack of sanitation. An epidemic of paralytic polio, this is the other way around. Because of sanitation it started, because it wouldn't affect in the infancy, and it would affect in the adulthood when it paralyzes persons, okay. So this is other way around. It's not the cause of lack of sanitation. This is the cause of this is because of the sanitation. Epidemic of paralytic polio about, so no, it's the both are same, okay. All right, so sorry, in an epidemic of paralytic polio among infants, no, again not because in infancy the polio just gives the immunity. It won't be an epidemic in infants, okay. It doesn't matter. All right, so the answer is C. Okay, question number 13. According to the passage, the outbreak of dengue hemorrhagic fever in the 1950s occurred for which of the following reasons? So it occurred because of the Aedes aegypti proliferated, right, in Asia. An outbreak of dengue hemorrhagic fever became an epidemic in Asia in the 1950s because of what? Ecological changes that cause Aedes aegypti to proliferate. Okay, so the mosquito Aedes aegypti was newly introduced into Asia? No, it doesn't mention that it was newly introduced, so no. The mosquito Aedes aegypti became more numerous. Yeah, proliferate means become more numerous, spread, become large in numbers, okay. Proliferate, uncontrollably spread, okay. The mosquito Aedes albopictus became infected with the dengue virus. Not yet. This is what the question says. So it says this is a new mosquito and it will also cause dengue fever. So not because of this it happened in 1950s. Individuals who would normally acquire immunity to the dengue virus as infants were not infected until later in life. Okay, but this isn't being asked. The question is how dengue fever spread, okay. All right, more people began to visit inhabit areas in which mosquitoes, no, that's for their habitats, okay. So no, B is the answer. Dengue fever happened because of the spread, the more number of mosquitoes Aedes aegypti, okay. All right, 14. It can be inferred from the passage that Lyme disease has become prevalent in parts of the United States because of which of the following? So there were 3 reasons: increase in the population, and what this here, this occurred during the late, largely due to increase in the deer population that occurred simultaneously with the growth of the suburbs and increase outdoor recreational activities in deer habitats. So these are the 3 reasons. So which one is mentioned here? 14. The inadvertent introduction of Lyme disease bacteria to the United States. No, the inability of modern sanitation methods to eradicate Lyme disease bacteria. A genetic mutation in Lyme disease bacteria that makes them more virulent. Okay. The spread of Lyme disease bacteria from infected humans to non-infected humans. Okay. An increase in the number of humans who encounter their ticks. Okay. Alright. So this is not about the genetic mutation. Wait. Okay. It can be inferred from the passage that Lyme disease has become prevalent in parts of the United States because of which of the following. Okay, let's move back to the passage. That it occurred only sporadically during the late 19th century but has recently become prevalent in parts of the United States, largely due to an increase in the deer population. Okay, and that occurred simultaneously with the growth of the suburbs and increased outdoor recreational activities in the deer's habitat. Okay, so this will be an increase in the number of humans who encountered deer ticks, the inadvertent introduction of Lyme disease bacteria to the United States, the inability of modern sanitation methods. No. So E is the only option that is perfect. An increase in the number of humans who encounter deer ticks. Alright. Yeah. This is the only one because people started going for the outdoor activities. Okay. And that's why it all happened. Okay. So this isn't here. The inability of modern sanitation methods. No. Doesn't mention. A genetic mutation in Lyme disease bacteria that makes them more virulent. Not mentioned here. The spread of Lyme disease bacteria from infected human to non-infected is not mentioned here. And increase in the number of humans who encounter deer ticks. This is the only E option. Okay. 15. Which of the following can most reasonably be concluded about the mosquito Aedes albopictus on the basis of information given in the passage? So the passage says that a stage is set for dengue fever. Stage is now set in United States for a dengue epidemic because of the inadvertent introduction and wide dissemination of another mosquito Aedes albopictus. Means this will cause dengue now. Okay. So it is native to the United States. No, the introduction, it doesn't mention this. It can proliferate only in Asia. It's not mentioned here. Okay. It transmits dengue virus. This is perfectly correct. Okay. It transmits dengue fever because it says this will be the cause of new epidemic of dengue. It caused an epidemic of dengue. No, that was the other mosquito Aedes aegypti. It replaced Aedes aegypti in Asia when ecological changes altered. No, this is not mentioned here. So this is the only answer that is perfect. 16. Which of the following best describes the organization of the passage? Okay. Actually, in the beginning, it just mentioned that the not mutated, unmutated virus and bacteria can also cause epidemic, and then it gave 3 examples about that. Okay, so a paradox is stated, discussed, and left unresolved. 2 opposing explanations are presented, argued, and reconciled. A theory is proposed and is then followed by description of 3 experiments that support the theory. Experiments? No. A generalization is stated and is then followed by 3 instances that support the generalization was that the epidemics can be caused because of unmutated viruses also. So, and it gave 3 examples. Okay, so D is the correct answer. An argument is described and is then followed by 3 counter examples, not counter examples. These examples are supporting it. Okay, so D is the correct answer. Okay, all right. 17. Which of the following, if true, would most strengthen the author's assertion about the cause of the Lyme disease outbreak in the United States? So the deer population was smaller in the late 19th century than in the mid 20th. Yeah, perfect. Because it said that in the beginning there wasn't much deer, but then its population increased. Okay, A is the correct answer. Interest in outdoor recreation began to grow in the late 19th century. No, this wasn't the case. Okay, it wasn't the case for disease outbreak. Okay, so outdoor recreation began to grow in the late 19th century. No, it doesn't mention that. In recent years, the suburbs have stopped growing. No, outdoor recreation enthusiasts routinely take Mayor. They didn't take Mayor. Scientists have not yet developed a vaccine. No, so A is the correct answer. Okay, that's all. Okay.